The Billionaire's Tenacious Boss, the Maxfield Brothers series, Book 1, written by Leslie North, narrated by Connor Brown. Chapter 1. She was attractive. There was no doubt about that. Her dark hair was pulled tightly up in a bun, and Steven wondered what she would do if he reached out and raked his hands through it, pulling out all the pins. He wanted to know how long her hair was. Would it sweep past her shoulders, swing down to the small of her back, brush all the way down to that luscious, "Is there a problem?" His eyes snapped back up, and he realized that her dark eyes were staring intently at him. There was a hint of temper in her voice, but it was controlled. "No, ma'am," he said politely with a smile, "just lost in thought." He wasn't at all ashamed of the fact that she'd caught him staring at her. Her eyes narrowed, but she turned back around again. He knew that she could see him reflected in the gleam of the elevator doors, so he kept his eyes from straying again. She was simply a small distraction from what was really weighing on his mind. Part of him couldn't believe he was in San Francisco again. Duncan had called, and he'd come running. It was pathetic. There was something nostalgic about riding in the elevator again. He'd enjoyed more than one woman in this elevator when he was younger. His eyes flickered up at the camera, and he smiled to himself. He'd given the security officers quite the show. What would the lone woman riding with him do if he pushed her up against the wall and pressed his lips to hers? She was dressed in a gray blazer and a skirt that showed off her tanned legs. Conservative. Business appropriate. She was more than likely a secretary or a receptionist. Good old Duncan did like them young and pretty. "You do realize that I can see you, right?" she demanded. Steven smiled as his eyes snapped up again. She hadn't even bothered to turn around, and he met her look in the distorted reflection. "I'm sorry," he said easily. "You're a nice distraction." She turned around and leaned against the wall, deliberately easing her gaze up and down his body. He grinned unabashedly. "There's nothing wrong with a little distraction every now and then," she said softly. "I've always wanted to know what kind of tools you construction workers carried in your tool belt. Are you all talk?" She thought he was a construction worker? Well, he was dressed in jeans and a work shirt. "That depends on what kind of tools you're looking for," he said in a husky voice as he stepped closer towards her. Lifting her chin, she smiled coyly at him. "I've always had a thing for a man in a hard hat. Come by my room later tonight, and I'll show you every hard thing I have." When he was a few inches from her, she tossed back her head and laughed. "God, you men are so easy." The doors opened, and she nimbly stepped outside. "Have a nice day. I hope you looked your fill." He stood in the elevator for a moment, stunned. Quickly, he realized this was his floor too, and he hopped out before the door closed. Her heels clacked on the tile floor as he followed her. Out of curiosity, he stayed a few steps behind her. If she was on this floor, she was, no doubt, closer to being Duncan's personal assistant than a simple secretary. But this meeting was only for the board, so what was she doing here? "What are you doing? That wasn't anything serious," she hissed as she whirled around. "It wasn't?" he asked innocently. "No, and you shouldn't be up here. Are you lost?" Was he lost? Well, wasn't that an interesting turn? "Maybe," he said casually. "Is there a reason I shouldn't be up here?" Her features relaxed. "I'm sorry. I'm a little high-strung today. This floor is for VP members only. We have an important business meeting in the works. If you let me know who you are waiting for, I can help direct you to the right place." "I have a meeting with Gabe Maxfield," he said with a straight face. "Ah, well, Mr. Maxfield will be preoccupied in the meeting for a while. You're welcome to wait by his office, or I can let him know that you'd like to reschedule Mr. Maxfield," he said with a smile. Frustration flashed across her face. Yes, I know you're waiting on Mr. Maxfield. You know what? I'm sure Gabe will realize his mistake, and he'll be in touch with you as soon as the meeting is over. On behalf of Duncan Enterprises, I apologize for the inconvenience. She had the power to apologize for the inconvenience? This was getting more and more interesting by the moment. She flashed him a small smile before spinning on her heels and moving faster. She must have realized that she was late. At the end of the corridor, she pushed aside the glass doors. Through the panes, Gabe caught his eye and raised an eyebrow. Steven hadn't actually called to announce he would be attending. The truth was, Gabe wasn't sure if Steven was coming or not. The woman rounded on him. I thought I made it clear. This is a private meeting, she said, as she slapped her hands on his chest. Is it now? And you're invited to this private meeting? He asked as he cocked his head. Of course I'm invited, she snapped. I'm Angelia Lopez, the senior VP of the company. Do I need to call security? Surprised, his eyes looked back up to Gabe. Everyone was staring at them. Of course you are, he agreed, with obvious reluctance. Well, you should probably take a seat, Miss Angelia Lopez, senior VP. It looks like everyone is waiting for you. And I will sit down as soon as you leave. He gave her a wide smile. Part of him was about to enjoy this moment. Why would I leave? I'm invited as well. Clearing his throat, he turned to the board members. I'm sorry I'm late. As many of you know, I'm Steven Maxfield. I got held up in the elevator. The expression on her face said it all. A few members nodded to him as he took his seat, and he watched with some amusement as she tried to compose herself. Her face was flushed, either with anger or embarrassment. But one thing was sure. She wouldn't be threatening to call security on him again. Like it or not, he owned part of this company, and she worked for him. Chapter 2. Steven settled back in his chair and surveyed the room. Gabe sat at the opposite end of the table and watched Steven, his poker face giving nothing away. Steven could still hear Gabe's voice on the phone last week. The company is in trouble. We need you. Like Duncan Enterprises needed him. Duncan had made it very clear that he didn't need anything from his eldest son, and Steven felt the same reluctance to get involved. But there was something in his younger brother's voice that worried him. Gabe never asked for anything from him. For him to call like that was almost the equivalent of him crawling over broken glass. So Steven had come. Duncan himself was absent from the meeting. That was fine. If Steven could be in and out of San Francisco without setting eyes on Duncan Maxfield, he was all the better for it. But Nathan, their youngest brother, was also absent. Where the hell was he? Angelia Lopez stood up. I've already spoken to many of you about the plan going on in the new quarter. I have the backing of much of the board, but I need approval from the majority of the shareholders. That, of course, would be Gabe and Mr. Maxfield. So, he was Mr. Maxfield, but his brother was Gabe. Interesting. He watched as she took a deep breath. She was nervous. Her hands were shaking, and she was tapping the toe of her shoe absently against the polished floor. Steven really didn't know her, but it seemed out of character for her. In the elevator, she was assertive and in control. As senior VP, she should have felt comfortable in front of board members, and yet she seemed unsure of herself. The real estate that Duncan Enterprises holds is its strongest asset. Our property values alone are still in the high millions, and this needs to be protected at all cost. In order to maintain those numbers, we need to consider the value of the other aspects of the company. The design and construction sections are simply no longer pulling their weight, and maintaining them is a drain on resources needed elsewhere. I think it's time for us to consider selling those sectors of the company so that we can throw our full weight behind the real estate branch of the company. Steven snorted. He'd been balancing his chair on its back legs, and it fell forward with a loud thump as he straightened. Absolutely not. This company started in construction. It made its name through construction. And now you want to get rid of it? That's absurd. Angelia whipped her head sharply around. I realize that you might not love the idea, Mr. Maxfield, but there is very little else we can do. We are hemorrhaging money on the construction projects that are failing before they're even finished. She opened her mouth, but Steven waved his hand to shut her up. Then you need to be more discerning about the projects that you accept. The meaning of his words was lost on her. She glared at him. If you would not interrupt me, Mr. Maxfield, you would know that it doesn't matter how well we research the projects. The economy is simply not stable enough for continued expansion on bigger projects. The economy? Aren't we above using that as an excuse? An excuse? It's a reality, Mr. Maxfield. I don't know where you've been the past few years, but I've been here trying to keep this company together. Yes, I understand that selling it off piece by piece will be hard, but it's that or lose everything. Life's not always perfect, so get over it and get on with it. Angela snapped. Steven raised his eyebrows at the outburst. Clearly, he'd hit a nerve. She seemed embarrassed to have lost her cool and nervously tugged at her blazer. Gabe stood. I don't love the idea myself, he said softly as he looked at Angela. And it feels like we're taking the easy way out. Angela's cheeks colored, and Steven watched them closely. What exactly was going on here? Gabe turned his head to meet Steven's gaze. But since I have been here, I do understand that there are some issues we need to iron out. Angie, if you'd please start your presentation. The remark was clearly aimed at him, but Steven didn't shrink under it. Of course, Gabe had been here since the beginning. He had always been Duncan's favorite son. But since he was the one who would take over the company, he should have been fighting as hard as Steven to keep it together. Even harder, since Steven had never cared what the hell happened to the business their father had built up. Angie leaned over the desk and pulled up the reports on the white screen. Steven grimaced when he saw the numbers. As he listened to Angie drone on, he began to see why Gabe had called him. Part of him had thought that maybe Duncan had thrown some little temper tantrum, and Gabe needed him there to help clean it up. But the more he saw the reports, the more he realized that Duncan Enterprises really was in trouble. What had happened in the past year? He turned and saw that Gabe wasn't looking at the reports. He was staring straight back at him. And he didn't look happy. Finally, when she was finished speaking, Gabe stood. Nodding his head to the board members, he cleared his throat. Thank you, Angie. I think that's plenty of information. It's a lot to consider, and I know we all need to think it over. Angie's plan may seem drastic, but it's the only viable option that's been presented to Duncan. If anyone has any better ideas, please drop the plan and present them to me in the next few weeks. Why isn't Duncan here? One man grumbled. Gabe's lips tightened. Flu, he said. Meeting adjourned. Flu? It was all Steven could do not to snort. It used to be that Duncan was dying before he would refuse to go to work. The flu had never kept him out of the office before. Neither had Little League games, his son's trips to the hospital, and award ceremonies. No, sir. As he reminded them time and time again, Duncan Enterprises was the reason they had a roof over their heads and food on the table. And that required hard work. If they wanted to go to college, they would simply have to accept that. So exactly where was Duncan Maxfield? The members got up, shook hands, and talked among themselves. Gabe closed his portfolio. Steven got up to greet his brother, but Angie beat him to it. What the hell was that? She hissed as she reached Gabe. Gabe had always been the calm one, and Steven watched now as he glanced coldly over her. What do you mean? You were supposed to support me, she whispered, as she checked over her shoulder that none of the board members could overhear. We've talked about this plan for weeks, and now you're all like, we need to think on it? This is the only option we have, and you know that. Gabe had agreed to this plan? If he wanted to get rid of 2/3 of the company, why had he called Steven? It's the only option that's been presented so far, Gabe said slowly. Now that we've discussed all of the company's difficulties, we can brainstorm ideas more openly. I didn't shoot your idea down, Angie. Why is he here? I can answer that, Steven said as he went over to join in on the conversation. Angie's eyes widened when she realized that he'd been listening. As Senior VP, you probably know I'm a majority shareholder. As a matter of procedure, I'm invited to all board meetings. I'm an integral part of this company. An integral part of this company? Really? I've been here for 10 years, and I've never laid eyes on you. We've made some pretty big changes in that time, and you weren't here for any of them. So why are you really here today? Steven shrugged. Gabe, why am I here? Maybe we should start over, Gabe suggested with a fake smile. Steven, this is Angelia Lopez. Angie, this is my older brother, Steven Maxfield. Angie pursed her lips. It was clear that she didn't think starting over would do much good. But finally she took a deep breath. Mr. Maxfield, I would like to apologize for my earlier actions. I am quite protective over the discussions that are held in this room, and I hadn't formally met you. Although it's quite clear that you have the Maxfield eyes. It was all Steven could do not to roll those Maxfield eyes. And Angie, you can't imagine how happy I am to find out that the woman from the elevator is Senior Vice President. His eyes cut quickly to Gabe's. Was there a regime change that I wasn't aware of? Gabe stiffened. No, there was not. Duncan is still CEO, and Angie is being groomed to take his position. Therefore, you should consider her plan carefully before you shoot it down, he said, his voice hard, his words clipped. Soon she'll be running the company. The mask slipped away, and Steven stared at him. Before he could open his mouth, Gabe continued. That's why I called you. This is your last chance to do something for the company before a Maxfield is no longer in charge of it. Angie faltered. Gabe, she said softly. This is a decision that will affect all of us. Gabe interrupted her. So I thought you should be a part of it. If you don't want to sell part of the company, now is the time to help come up with a different plan. And if you don't care, then feel free to leave. Steven studied his brother carefully. Gabe had always worn a mask. As the middle child, he felt neither the responsibility of the older sibling nor the carefree spirit of the younger one. But in the end, he'd been the only one to stick around. While Steven didn't feel an ounce of guilt about leaving Duncan behind, he did feel guilty about leaving his brother. At one time, they had been so close. Now it was like looking into the eyes of a stranger. It was clear that his time with Duncan Enterprises had changed Gabe, and Steven didn't believe for a second that this was simply about the choice to sell part of the company. There was something bigger bothering Gabe. Mrs. Lopez, could you please excuse us? Steven said softly. I'm not married, she murmured. He glanced sharply at her, but she was already walking away. What the hell is going on, Gabe? He said in a low voice. Is she sleeping with Duncan? Gabe grimaced. I'm sure he has his reasons for promoting her. He says she's the best choice for the company. I agree. Do you trust her? After a moment, he sighed. I think the issue is bigger than her, he said finally. And what issue would that be? Steven said softly. The company, of course. He held out his hand. It's good to see you, Steven. Feeling awkward, Steven shook his brother's hand. He wanted to push the issue further, but Gabe was already turning to talk to other people. With a frown, Steven turned and saw Angie staring at him from across the room. She had her phone up to her ear, and she was turning her head away from other members. But he could see his name on her lips. And if her frown was anything to go by, she was not happy about whatever she was hearing. Chapter 3. Steven sat outside his childhood home and tapped his fingers against the steering wheel. He'd been all set to stay at a hotel, but Gabe had easily maneuvered him into going home. It's easy enough for anyone to bug you at a hotel. You have no idea how many companies are offering to buy us out. Swallow your pride and stay at the house where you can enjoy some privacy, and no one will overhear our conversations. Think of the company. For the company. God, he didn't care about this company. In fact, he would have sold his shares long ago, but their mother had begged him not to do it. Thinking of their mother made his heart ache. He'd only been 21 when she died. Even now, he couldn't figure out what she'd seen in Duncan. It wasn't only the vast age difference. Marion Maxfield had been sweet, easily pleased, and full of life. She'd cared more about her family than she ever did about money or status. She'd been the complete opposite of Duncan, which was just as well. Had she not been, there was no telling how Steven would have turned out. Her last request was that they all keep their shares, and so far they had all complied. But Gabe was the only one who had stayed. Steeling his nerves, Steven got out of the car and slammed it shut. It didn't matter how much noise he made. Duncan would know he was here. Few things slipped past the old man. No one was in the foyer when he entered the house. For a moment, he looked at the slate stone fondly. When he was 8, he'd fallen down the stairs and spilled more than just a little blood on the slick surface. He and his brothers used to track in mud on this polished floor, to the constant annoyance of their father. Slamming the door shut, Steven made his way to the brightly lit kitchen and opened a cabinet. Nothing had changed. He pulled out a glass and poured himself a cold drink of water. He heard the shuffling behind him, but he didn't turn around. "Gabe?" a rough voice asked. Duncan knew it wasn't Gabe, and Steven knew that Duncan knew. Still, he didn't turn around. "Oh," Duncan muttered. "It's you." "Yep," Steven said as he looked out the window. Their old swing set used to sit out there, but when Nathan turned 10, Duncan had it torn down. Apparently, at 10, it was time for them to quit playing. Now all there was to look at was an array of perfectly manicured flower beds and bare stone paths. "Where's Gabe?" his father asked. Steven shrugged. "For fuck's sake, turn around," his father ordered. "It's ridiculous that you talk to a man and not look him in the eye. Cowardly." Steven tensed and slowly turned around. Duncan was tall, but at 6'8", Steven towered over him. His father had always been in good shape, but he could see that the old man was thickening around the middle. His sandy blonde hair was graying, but his blue eyes were still razor sharp as they regarded him. Still, Steven could see that his father had aged. At 74, the man was no spring chicken. There were dark circles around his eyes, and his hands shook slightly. It looked like life was finally catching up to Duncan Maxfield. Even the devil himself couldn't escape it forever. "You look good. How's the company going?" Duncan said gruffly. Steven smiled wryly. He'd been gone for 10 years, and all Duncan had to ask was about his company. "You should know," Steven said easily. "You've stolen most of my jobs away from me." Duncan shrugged. "You win some, you lose some." He narrowed his eyes. In the past 5 years, Duncan Enterprises had stealthily stolen countless jobs from Maxfield Construction. Clients didn't think twice when Duncan Enterprises wanted a job for the same pay as Maxfield Construction, even if the project in question was ridiculously small. Steven could have commissioned a job to place a porta potty at a job site, and Duncan would have found a way to steal it. Steven lifted his glass to his lips. "You seem to have put an awful lot of effort into your construction business these past few years," he said. "It seems a shame to sell it off." Duncan shrugged. "We've been forced to take some shitty jobs. Hardly seems worth it." "Then why take them, Duncan?" Steven snapped. "It wasn't bad enough that you ruined the first 23 years of my life, but you had to ruin my business as well?" Duncan raised an eyebrow. "Maxfield Construction is still standing, isn't it?" Turning his head, Steven took a deep breath. Duncan could always leash his temper, whereas Steven was still a loose cannon. And Steven always lost because of that. "Where's Nathan?" he said instead. Shuffling into the kitchen, his father stopped to lean against the counter. "How the hell should I know? You boys live your own damn lives." Steven snorted. There wasn't a chance in hell that Duncan didn't know where Nathan was, but the door opened before he could say so. After a few seconds, Gabe entered the kitchen. He nodded at Steven and his father as he went to grab a beer from the refrigerator. Nobody spoke. It was the first time the three oldest Maxfields had been in the same room in a decade. Tensions were high. "How did the meeting go?" Duncan grunted. "Your golden girl wants to sell 2/3 of your company," Gabe said. Duncan nodded. "She's a smart girl." "Smart girl?" Steven exploded. "You built Duncan Enterprises on construction. You've always said that everything else was just cosmetics, and that construction was the foundation of the firm, and now you want to sell it? Do you want your company to fail?" Duncan turned a cold eye to him. "What the hell are you doing here, Steven? You've made it clear that you don't want to have anything to do with my business. Stay out of it." He turned to Gabe. "And you. Remember, there's a reason I picked Angie. Listen to her. Maybe you'll learn something." As Duncan turned abruptly and stalked away, Steven struggled not to put his fist through a wall. Gabe, on the other hand, took it all in stride. He tipped his beer back and drained the can. He dumped it on the counter and turned to look his brother in the eye. "I didn't think you'd come." Steven shook his head. "I don't know why I did. He's right. I don't give a damn about this business. I'm out." "Steven, wait," Gabe said. Steven heard the edge of panic in his brother's voice, but he ignored it. He swung the door open before he could leave. Froze. With one hand poised to knock, a younger man stood at the door. He gave them an awkward smile and tried to straighten up. He'd always been the shortest. "Hello, brothers," Nathan said after a beat. "Is anyone going to let me in? Or are we just going to stand here and stare at each other?" Angie almost ignored the phone call, but when she saw it was Duncan, she steeled herself and picked up. "Mr. Maxfield, how are you feeling?" "What do you mean, how am I feeling? I'm feeling old," Duncan snapped. "Oh, Gabe said you had the flu." "Gabe's an idiot. What the hell is Steven doing here?" Angie thought longingly of the bottle of whiskey she kept in her desk, specifically for these conversations with Duncan. It was near empty. "I'm not sure. I thought you had invited him," she said carefully. The last thing she wanted to do was get Gabe in trouble. He already hated her, and nothing she did was right. She wanted Gabe's support. She could hear Duncan grunt on the other end. "Gabe's an idiot," he repeated softly. "What happened at the meeting?" "I proposed the idea we'd been talking about. Steven shot it down. Gabe encouraged the members to think about it." "Think about it? You told me he was on board," Duncan hissed. Angie frowned. Duncan was not above yelling, so why was he speaking in such hushed tones? "He was on board, but when Steven showed up, he seemed to change his mind. I think he's hoping that Steven will come up with a better plan." She didn't bother to mention that she had looked Steven up and discovered he was the CEO of their business rival, Maxfield Construction. Duncan didn't say anything, but Angie could have kicked herself for mentioning Steven's name. Things were starting to make sense for her. Obviously, Duncan had known that Steven owned the company he was constantly stealing jobs from. Angie had always assumed the name was a coincidence. There were thousands of companies in the country named Maxfield. It wasn't exactly the rarest of surnames. "He's good, but he's not that good. Keep pushing the program we agreed," Duncan said finally. Angie frowned. "Mr. Maxfield, if you think that Steven can come up with a better plan..." "It doesn't matter. My mind is made up. Stick with the plan, Angie, or..." The last part of that sentence lay silent between them. Stick with the plan, or fail to get promoted. But Angie had worked too damn hard to lose out now. "Of course, I'll continue to negotiate some deals so everything will be in place once the board members agree," she said. As usual, Duncan hung up without saying goodbye or thanks or anything. He was hiding something. She'd suspected it for a while, but now that Steven was here, she knew for sure Duncan was hiding something. Part of her always knew that Duncan had chosen her over Gabe because he had plans for the company that Gabe wouldn't approve. It bothered her, but it wasn't often that a Latino woman was chosen over a white male, and she wasn't about to be pushed aside now. Her thoughts strayed to Steven. The man was a tall drink of deliciousness. She'd never, ever seen pictures, but both Gabe and Nathan were attractive men. It made sense that Steven would be equally attractive, if not more so. Flirting with him in the elevator had been dangerous fun, but she had not known, at that point, whom she was dealing with. She couldn't allow her attraction to him to take hold in her life, not for a minute. There was no way she was going to admit, even to herself, that he appealed to a side of herself she had neglected for many years in her determination to rise in her profession, a side of her that had been dormant for a long time. But that side of her life would have to wait, because if Duncan was worried about Steven being here, then Steven was just as dangerous, if not more, than Gabe was. And she couldn't be seduced by the enemy. Chapter 4. Steven watched as his family sat down at the dinner table in an uncomfortable silence. Lydia, the housekeeper, had been with the family for close to 30 years. She set the food down on the table and glared at all of them as if they were acting like a bunch of children. She knew most of their secrets. She'd caught Steven when he snuck his first girl into his room and didn't turn him in. She'd taken the fall for Gabe when he'd backed into Duncan's car. And when Nathan went vegan, she didn't even bat an eyelid. Even now, while they were having chicken and potatoes, she was putting a portobello sandwich down in front of him. It was almost as if she knew that he was coming, even as she was apologizing to him. "Sorry, I don't have more for you. If any of you men would ever tell me anything, maybe I could have prepped better," she said as she glared at Duncan. The old man shrugged. "He can eat whatever you serve. Rabbit food is nonsense anyway. A man should eat like a man." Nathan cast his eyes down and sighed. Steven glared at his father, but he didn't say anything in his brother's defense. Nathan had always been the oddball of the family, but Steven didn't realize how bad it had gotten until just now. There was a rift between them bigger than the Grand Canyon, and he had no idea how to overcome it, or if that was even possible. Steven had been gone when Nathan finally accepted that his father would never change. Nathan had never talked about it, but Gabe had mentioned something in passing. Nathan wanted the company to make some changes that were better for the environment, and Duncan not only shot him down, but he'd insulted Nathan for even broaching the subject. It must have been the final straw for Nathan, for he packed his bags and never looked back. Steven was almost glad their mother was dead. No doubt the scene before them would break her heart. The youngest son nearly ostracized by the family, the middle son keeping secrets, and the eldest son unsure it was worth the effort to keep them all together. And finally, Duncan Maxfield, the father, so-called, the worst offender of them all. "It's not rabbit food," Nathan mumbled. "Swayed by a damn girl. Ridiculous," Duncan muttered. "Her name's Daisy, and she's a woman. My woman. Not that it matters. I make my own damn decisions." Not that it matters? Nathan had always been quick to defend Daisy, but there was some telltale hesitation in his voice. Wasn't that interesting? But that wasn't the biggest problem of the night. "Duncan wants to sell 2/3 of the company," Steven said. Nathan shot him a grateful look for changing the subject. "I'm trying to save the company," their father, already forgetting his fight with Nathan, shot back. "We'll see if Angie has what it takes to convince the board members," Gabe said mildly. "Why can't we talk about something other than the company?" Nathan said. They all stared at him. "Like what?" Steven asked. "We have other lives. Steven, you have an ex-wife and a son. Gabe, you've got hockey and probably 6 girlfriends." "He's gay," Duncan snapped. "You can say it." "He's not gay," Nathan said with a sigh. A smile tugged at Steven's lips. At least Nathan was trying. He responded, "Suzanne and Ben are good. I don't get to see Ben much, but he's constantly texting me pictures. Suzanne wants him to be a Boy Scout, but I think he's got his eye on the local soccer team." He felt a twinge of sadness when he spoke of his son and ex-wife. As far as ex-wives went, Suzanne was fine. But she'd moved away after the divorce and taken Ben with her. And because of his commitment to his own company, he hadn't been able to follow. There were days when Steven wondered if he were no different from Duncan. He can do both, Gabe pointed out. Boy Scouts and sports are both ridiculous these days. Everyone gets a damn trophy, Duncan grunted. Steven rolled his eyes. If he wants to do both, he'll do both. What about you, Nathan? How are you and Daisy doing? Shopping for rings yet? Nathan blanched. Not yet, he said stiffly. So how would selling 2/3 of the company save Duncan Enterprises? The quick change in subject wasn't lost on Steven, but Duncan was already snapping at them. I don't even know why the hell you're here. All you wanted to do was make Duncan Enterprises a company for hippies. You've got no head for business. And Steven, you haven't shown a scrap of interest in this company for 10 years. I have a double major in environmental science and design, Nathan argued. Part of your company is architecture, and people are becoming more and more aware of their environment, both at work and at home. They're beginning to understand the damage large businesses inflict on the earth. Do you really think anyone will support you when they realize how much waste you produce? You haven't been here, Duncan snapped. I have. Steven's jaw dropped when he heard Gabe's voice bellow above the rest. I've been here, Duncan. Don't you care what I think? I care about why you changed your mind. You were supposed to support Angie's idea. Now that Steven's here, you seem to think he's going to save the day. That's why you're not in charge. Duncan stopped and coughed violently. I'm going to bed, he said finally. All of you, feel free to leave before the morning. No one said anything as he rose from the table. When he was gone, Steven shrugged. At least I can enjoy my dinner now. A fork clattered loudly on a plate, and Steven looked up sharply. Nathan was glaring at him. Why am I here? You're not concerned about the company? Steven said softly. No, and neither are you. So why are you here? Gabe asked me, Steven said simply. After a moment, they all went back to eating. They chatted idly, but no one offered anything personal. And when their plates were cleared, Steven felt a huge sense of relief when he got up from the table. He didn't even know if he could call it a family dinner. It had felt more like a battle. How had things gotten this bad? Angie hung up the phone with a sigh. She'd drawn herself a bubble bath, and it had grown cold as she had listened to Duncan. All 3 sons under one roof. She had no doubt that was a sight to see. She'd seen pictures, of course, and heard the rumors. Steven was the tallest and most responsible. Not that he seemed very responsible to her. After all, he had abandoned his father and the family company. And then there was Nathan, the youngest, shortest, although 6 foot wasn't exactly short. He was different from the rest of the family. He'd adopted the laid-back Western traditions that Duncan hated. Of all 3, Angie really only had any respect for Gabe. He'd stuck around, tried to do right by his father and the company. He was the golden boy, and she knew, without a doubt, that Duncan didn't give him nearly enough credit. But Gabe wasn't the issue. Duncan's orders were clear. Change Steven's mind, and the board will follow suit. While she didn't love the idea of working with Steven, she couldn't help but feel a delicious shiver go through her when she thought of him. He was odd. All 4 men were similar in looks, but those Maxfield blue eyes were simply devastating on Steven. Still, she had to focus. CEO was the prize, and Steven was her obstacle to getting there. And she'd do whatever it took to make it to the top. She slept poorly that night. The next morning, after slathering on some makeup to hide her dark circles, she put on her nice suit and pushed her shoulders back. She had no doubt that Steven Maxfield would be in the office, and she needed to start wooing him. Professionally, of course, not romantically. Her cell phone rang just as she started the car, and she cradled it in the crook of her neck. Angie here, she said automatically. Carlo is supposed to take the kids next weekend, but he's claiming that he only has to take Carlita, and I've got an expo I need to go to. The shrill voice made her wince, but Angie was practiced at keeping her true feelings out of her voice. Her younger sister, Carolina, was going through her 3rd divorce. And while Angie understood that it was a difficult situation, Carolina was always inclined to be a bit melodramatic.
Lena, that makes sense. Tamara and Julio aren't his kids,
Angie said in a patient voice as she pulled the car out of her neighborhood. Carolina's other 2 kids belonged to her other ex-husbands.
He's been raising them for the past year,
her sister said in a disgusted voice.
And now suddenly it's not convenient for them to be his kids? It's not as if I'm asking him for child support. Angie, you have to help me out. Please tell me that you can take them next weekend. I need to make sure that Maria's gets a spotlight in the food expo.
Angie took a deep breath. She'd been taking care of her 3 sisters and her 2 brothers for as long as she could remember. But now they were all adults. She was finally trying to carve out a life for herself.
Did you ask Benita?
Benita was a stay-at-home mom.
I tried that. Joe and Jesus are getting her to cook a few things for the expo. Wait, you're competing with the twins at the expo? Lena, why would you do that? Their restaurant is doing so well. There are going to be hundreds of restaurants at this expo. I hardly think Maria's is going to put them out of business. And with Benita cooking for them, they might put me out of business. Lena, you don't own Maria's. I'm still not sure how you even got involved with them. You're a writer. You've always been a writer.
Angie took a deep breath and finally said what she'd been holding back these past few years.
Sweetheart, I think maybe you need to take some time and reevaluate your life. What's that supposed to mean?
Her sister snapped.
I'm simply pointing out that 3 marriages and multiple career changes well before you're 30 is a lot. You have a chance now to figure out what you want.
There was a silence on the other end, and Angie held her breath. She loved all of her siblings, and when her mother was in a car accident and wheelchair-bound, Angie stepped in. But it was time to quit babying her family. They needed to grow up at some point. Carolina needed to grow up.
So I guess you won't be helping me,
her sister said coldly. Angie exhaled slowly. Her sister was going to play the guilt card.
All the Maxfield brothers are in town, and I have important plans that I need to see through in the next month, Lena. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Fine. But so you know, this is what I want. I always thought you would be here to support my dreams.
She heard the phone click on the other end, and she slumped her shoulders. Was she really being that harsh on her sister? Maybe if she got a lot done today and tomorrow, she could take the kids. Tamara and Julio were fine, but the toddler was such a handful. Still, she wanted to see her sister succeed. She wanted to see all of her siblings succeed. Chapter 5. She had tired eyes. Steven had no doubt that underneath all that makeup, he'd find dark circles. But as she stared stoically across the desk, he knew that she'd deny it. She was presenting a mask to the world. The mask that clearly stated that she was putting everything into the company. But that couldn't be true. Surely there was another side to her. And Steven was oddly determined to find out what that other side was. "Who's a lucky guy?" he asked softly as he sidled up to her desk. She blinked, clearly lost in thought, and turned those beautiful eyes towards him.
What?
"The lucky guy who kept you up all night." Although he was teasing her, he suddenly felt a touch of jealousy. It hadn't occurred to him until that moment that there might be another guy in her life. Of course there would be another guy. She was smoking hot, successful, and one of the most confident women he had ever met. How could there not be another guy?
"Typical,"
she said as she rolled her eyes.
"You think a male is the only thing that can keep a woman up at night?"
He lifted his eyebrows in surprise. What was she implying? "Was it a woman that kept you up?"
"Please go away," she murmured. "You're making things worse."
Relief swept through him. No man. And definitely no woman. That was a good start. "Well, if it wasn't anything fun, what did keep you up?" Her eyes hardened.
"The fact that you swoop in after years of absence to block my plans to save your family's company," she hissed. "Remember that teeny little thing?"
Well, he certainly wasn't expecting that. He could immediately see the regret in her eyes as her head dropped.
I'm sorry, she murmured. Lack of sleep makes me cranky. I didn't mean to snap at you.
I've only been here a day, he reminded her softly. And I'm not blocking anything. I simply want to make sure that we explore all of our options. He swept his hand through his hair. She obviously didn't think he was qualified to voice an opinion, and maybe she was right. But he wasn't about to let Gabe down. Maybe we could work on trying to find a compromise rather than going behind each other's backs and talking to board members.
I'm not going behind your back, she bristled.
He snorted. Of course you're not. If she was in the position to make CEO, and this was the only thing holding her back, Steven had no doubt that she was all over it.
I'm not, she snapped. Believe it or not, I want what is best for this company. And if I needed to push something through, I don't need to do it with secret meetings behind closed doors. That's not my style.
More than anything, he wanted to ask her exactly what her style was, but he had a feeling she wouldn't appreciate it much. Instead, he pulled a chair up to her desk and sat down. And, just to piss her off a little bit, he leaned back in the chair and propped his feet up on her desk. Great. So let's talk about these plans of yours. You do realize that cutting off 2 arms doesn't make a third grow. She got up and leaned over. As she shoved his feet off her desk, he got a quick peek down her shirt. He struggled to keep his face calm, but she saw his eyes wander and quickly straightened. She directed a hard look at him.
Get out.
This wasn't exactly going the way he had planned. Grimacing, he stood and put his hands up in surrender. I'm sorry. That was inappropriate. Look, I really do want to make this work. Can we start over?
Am I supposed to believe that it's possible for you to even try to act professionally? She demanded.
A little bit of guilt hinged on him. She wasn't wrong. I can act professionally. I'm at a loss at what to do here. I'm not even sure why I'm here, he admitted.
That makes 2 of us.
This set his teeth on edge. No, of course you wouldn't know. The only thing you know is what Duncan lets you know. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe we can't work together, he said harshly. She didn't stop him as he turned on his heel and stormed out. He immediately went to Gabe's office. Without bothering to knock, he flung open the door and stormed in. Why am I here? Gabe stared at him. He was holding the phone up to his ear. Daniel, I understand that you want us to make a decision soon, but we're talking about a huge makeover here. We want to ensure we've looked at all the angles before we sell 2/3 of the company. And if you're not comfortable with that, you're welcome to sell your shares and move on. After a few more moments, he hung up the phone. I see you still don't quite understand how to knock, he said. Gabe, what the hell are you doing? If board members start selling shares, Angie could get the upper hand. Is that really what you want? I want the best for Duncan Enterprises, and I won't let board members rush me into a premature decision. He calmly stood and straightened his tie. Why are you so angry? She's impossible, he hissed. Yes, well, that stubbornness is why she's getting the CEO position instead of me. There was no anger in Gabe's voice, and that alone deflated Steven's rage. After all was said and done, Steven intended to leave, but this was Gabe's baby. He would stay whether he ran it or not. Why am I here? He repeated more gently this time. I already told you, you're here to help me find another way to save the company. You don't need me for that, and you don't need Nathan. Gabe shrugged. Like it or not, you're still part of this company. Now, if things had stayed the same, I wouldn't care if you and Nathan never showed your faces around here. But cutting off 2/3 of this company is a hell of a lot like cutting 2 brothers out of the family. And for some strange reason, I thought maybe you'd want to say in that. But if I'm wrong, feel free to go back to whatever miserable life you were pretending to lead. My company is just fine, Steven argued. He'd never heard Gabe speak so harshly before. What was going on? We outbid you for 75% of the projects that come in. I doubt your company's doing just fine. Gabe checked his watch. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting to go to. Why isn't Duncan here? Steven asked. Gabe shrugged. Maybe he figures we'll kill each other and save him the job. Steven slipped past his brother as he held the door open. With an uneasy feeling, he watched Gabe stride down the hall. When had they become strangers? Gabe and Nathan had been the best men at his wedding, and now he didn't even feel comfortable giving him more than a handshake. Of course, his marriage hadn't lasted either. But maybe, just maybe, he could do one thing. Maybe he could repair his relationship with Gabe. Feeling more determined, he retraced his steps back to Angie's office. She was on her way out. "What now?" she grumbled. "When you're finished with your meetings tonight, we're going to sit down and go over the reports," he said easily. "And you're going to explain to me why you feel this is the only viable option." "That's going to take hours," she said, as she stared at him. "Make whatever arrangements you need to," he said stiffly. Her jaw dropped. He turned and walked away without another word. If everyone wanted to see him act as if he was part of this business, then that's how he would act. He was more like Duncan than he liked to admit. Chapter 6. The last employee had left hours ago, and Angie thought regretfully about how she'd skipped lunch. One thing had led to another, and her thoughts kept roaming back to her family and then back to work, and she'd never gotten a chance to go down to the deli on the corner. The oatmeal she'd had for breakfast hadn't lasted long. Her stomach growled loudly, and she flushed. "Sorry, I skipped lunch." Steven sat back and sighed. "It's fine. We're not getting anywhere anyway," he said, and threw himself back in his chair. In that brief moment, she realized the cool, confident man had slipped away, replaced by a vulnerability she hadn't noticed before. She felt as though she were seeing beneath his customary poised facade for the first time. And now, what she saw was a disappointed boy. He wasn't getting what he wanted, and she half expected him to start pouting. "I tried to tell you that this makes sense," she said quietly. "But it doesn't make sense. This sharp decline in profit doesn't make sense. You can blame the economy until you're blue in the face, but Duncan Enterprises had a solid backing. It would have taken a hit, but it shouldn't be anywhere near this bad. There's nothing I can see that explains it." He sighed and rubbed his face. Then, looking up, he said, "But you're hungry, and so am I. Let's take a break. Dinner?" "That would be awesome," she said, relieved as her stomach growled again. "I was starting to think I was going to have to gnaw on this desk." Steven smiled. "That might be difficult to explain on an expense report. Chinese? There used to be a place right around the corner that had some amazing shrimp with lobster sauce, and I've never found anything close to it." "Made in China? That place is so good." She was already salivating at the thought of some crab rangoon. Her phone rang, and Steven tossed her a curious look. "You've been avoiding your phone all night." She shrugged. "I didn't want to be distracted," she lied. The truth was that it was the third time that Duncan had called, and she didn't want to talk to him while Steven was right there. No doubt, Duncan wanted a progress report, and Angie didn't have one to give him yet. She also didn't want to admit that she was curious to see what Steven would come up with. "My treat," Steven said as he stood and stretched. "Dutch," she said automatically. He gave her another quizzical look, and she faltered. She'd always made the decision to pay for herself on dates, but she'd just have to remind herself that this wasn't a date, which meant there was even more reason not to let Steven pay for her. Still, he didn't say anything as he held open the door. 20 minutes later, they had their food in bags and were riding the elevator back up to the office. She had a sudden flashback to when they first met in the elevator, when she thought he was a construction worker. She hadn't been lying when she said she had a thing for guys in hard hats. All he had to do was wrap one hand around her and lift her so that she could wrap her legs around his waist and... "So I heard your youngest brother is here," she said quickly as she tried to distract herself. What the hell was wrong with her? "Was he in the office?" "Gabe mentioned it," she said hastily. Immediately, she colored. What was wrong with her? She was lying left and right. Why was it so important for her to keep her phone conversations with Duncan a secret? "He should have been in the office," Steven grumbled. "But Nathan has always been more of a free spirit. I don't think he's ever going to grow up." They stepped into the office together and Angie smiled.
My youngest sister is like that. She's a talented writer, and she had a promising career as a reporter, but she's completely tossed it aside to get in bed with a restaurant. She's going through divorce number 3, and she's only 24. She has no idea what she wants in life, and rather than focusing on that, she keeps flitting from one thing to another, and, even worse, from one man to another. Wow, 3 husbands. Nathan's actually had a long-time girlfriend, and I'm not sure he's ever going to marry her. I don't have a problem with that because I think the girl is bad news, but Nathan won't commit. He's incredibly passionate and talented, but he's so unfocused. I'm not really sure why Gabe called him back, but if I have to be here, then so does he. Angie popped a wonton into her mouth and nearly moaned with pleasure as the crab and cream cheese exploded with flavor. For a moment, there was nothing in the world except the delicious fried pastry in her mouth. When she swallowed, she saw Steven looking at her with a dark intensity. What? He leaned over suddenly and brushed his finger along her chin. Her heartbeat sped up until she realized that he was brushing crumbs off her face. Embarrassed, she immediately grabbed a napkin. Sorry, I'm so hungry. For a moment, I thought you were having an orgasm, he said quietly. The tension in the room thickened when she realized that he wasn't joking. I love food, she said, as she tried to lighten the mood. And with a quick change of subject, she said, If you care so little about the company, then why are you here? Who said I care so little about the company? She gestured broadly. You just said if you had to be here, then so did Nathan. That implies punishment, she added. There was a moment of silence, and Angie realized she wasn't making the mood any lighter. Instead, as he looked her over, she felt naked and exposed. It's not the company, he said finally. It's no secret that the Maxfields aren't a close family anymore. Duncan isn't exactly a warm and loving father, and Gabe, Nathan, and I aren't nearly as close as we used to be. If it wasn't for the company, we would probably never have any reason to speak to one another. I think my mother knew that. Before her death, she made us all promise to keep our shares. If this company falls apart, so do we. It's not falling apart, she argued, as she popped another wonton in her mouth. I'm trying to save your company too. And that's the difference between you and me. You're willing to cut some things off in order to save the whole, and I see that as failure. Angie, this company started as a building company. If you sell that, you're selling the heart and soul of the company. He looked almost heartbroken as he talked about it. Suddenly, she wanted to tell him the truth. She wanted to tell him that it was Duncan's agenda, not hers. She wanted to promise him that she'd help him save the construction sector of the firm. But right now, more than anything, she wanted to kiss him. Everything about his body language told her that he wanted it as well. He lounged in the chair as if he were completely comfortable around her. His whole body faced her, so that all she had to do was get up, take one step, and she could straddle him. His eyes were raking over her body, and his mouth, God, that mouth. She had to know what he would taste like. If you keep looking at me like that, he murmured, we won't be getting any more work done tonight. What was the worst that would happen if, just this once, she indulged in something she wanted for a change? CEO. Focus, Angie. Keep your eyes on the prize, she reminded herself. With a hint of regret, she stood from her chair. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was... Suddenly he was up and out of his chair. She barely had time to react before he grabbed her and hauled her up to the table. Her body didn't even hesitate as he leaned over her, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. And when his lips pressed down on hers, she could think of nothing else but him. Hot. Desperate. With a moan, she leaned back and pulled him down on top of her. She'd never felt so abandoned in her life as her hands raced over his body. He deepened the kiss, and his own hand roamed. Pins were yanked out of her hair as he cradled her head, and one hand was moving down her side, over her hip, and slowly pushing her skirt up. Wait, she gasped as she pushed him away, reality hitting home. His hand froze, and he lifted his head. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. What?
he said hoarsely. She wanted him. It was unbelievable how much she wanted him. If his hand moved up any further, he would find out how much she wanted him.
I can't think when you're this close, she said.
You don't have to think, he muttered. I'm more than happy to do all the work. With a wry laugh, she pushed at him again, and this time he released her and stood. She pushed herself up and quickly ran her hands through her hair.
This would not be a good idea. Technically, you're my boss, not to mention that your father signs my paychecks. And with this weird arrangement...
Stop. She faltered and looked up at him. Angie, this isn't about Duncan Enterprises. I wanted you even before I knew who you were. This is nothing more than an attraction between a man and a woman. Now, if you don't want me, say the word and I won't pursue this. My feelings might be hurt, but I'm a grown man. I can handle it. Slowly, she exhaled.
And if I don't? Say the word?
She asked with a little trepidation. Then maybe we should see this through and see where it leads.
See what through?
She said with a hoarse laugh.
Steven, I've barely known you for 48 hours. I won't deny that I'm attracted to you, but that's not enough for me to put my job on the line. I'm sorry.
Your job won't be on the line, he hissed. Do you think we would fire you because you slept with me? What kind of person do you think I am?
I think that in 5 minutes the rumors would be flying around that I'm only where I am because I'm sleeping with the bosses. Do you think I don't know that people think I'm Duncan's mistress? I won't have them saying that I'm yours as well.
Are you? He wasn't seriously about to ask her that, was he? She stared at him for a moment.
Am I what?
She asked in a dangerous tone. For a moment, she saw the accusation in his eyes. Then he relaxed. He likes them young. You can't blame me for wondering.
And you thought you'd pin me under you to see if I would be easy for all the Maxfield boys? Go to hell!
Part of her wanted to stomp out, but she was too hungry to leave her food behind. Instead, she shoved the containers closed and began packing them up. He watched her with an amused expression. I like your priorities.
Shut up,
she snapped. Angie, don't go. If you're worried that people will think you're sleeping with a boss, I'll fire you. Problem solved.
Is this whole thing a joke to you?
She demanded as she whirled around.
This is the first time I'm close to getting what I want. I'm not putting my life aside for anyone else. This is me. This is all I've ever wanted. And I've worked too damn hard for it to throw it away.
She waved her hands around, and he grabbed them and forced her still.
It's not a joke, he said quietly. I have some reservations about this as well, but I intend to see this through. And what do you think this is? She whispered suddenly.
He leaned down and kissed her gently. I don't know, and that's what I would like to find out. There was no anger left in her. Instead, she felt like surrendering. For one moment, she longed to stop fighting.
Your father can't find out.
What does he have to do with this? He asked, his eyes narrowing. Immediately, she saw the suspicion was back. While she had secrets from Steven that she needed to keep, an affair with Duncan was not one of them.
You know your father better than anyone. Do you really think he'll sit idly by while his eldest seduces the senior VP of the company?
Knowing him, he'd probably think I had an agenda, he said, his mouth curving in a smile. Her heart skipped a beat. The same thought had occurred to her.
Do you?
Do you? For a moment, they didn't say anything. Finally, he released her, and she took a step back. Her knees were trembling.
Have a good night, Angie, he whispered seductively.
Turning his back, he slipped slowly out of the room. It wasn't until she heard the elevator doors open that she finally sank into her chair. She wasn't exactly sure what had happened, but she was certain of two things. Steven Maxfield was dangerous. She wanted him more than ever. In the haze of her thoughts, she realized her phone was ringing again. She glanced at the caller ID, and for the first time ever, she hit the ignore button on Duncan Maxfield. Chapter 7. Steven felt like a teenager as he tried to sneak back into the house. There was a light on in the kitchen, and he crept in to see that Lydia had kept some food on the stove for him. He chuckled and helped himself to the meatloaf and green beans, tucking in immediately. He'd spent more time trying to figure Angie out than he had in eating his Chinese food. There was something about her that he couldn't put his finger on. It was more than her being sexy as hell. He felt drawn to her on a completely different level, but she had made some fair points. She couldn't trust him, and he couldn't trust her. Gabe clearly suspected she was hiding something, and Steven couldn't help thinking his brother was right. Still, her rejection stung. It wasn't too often that he approached a woman for more than physical intimacy. In fact, his proposal that he and Angie explore their feelings was borderline preposterous. She'd been so quick to point out how little they knew about each other, and she wasn't wrong. In fact, that was generally the excuse he used with women that came on to him. It wasn't so great now that it was being turned against him. "And where have you been?" Steven looked up in the reflection of the window to see Duncan standing behind him. Frowning, he glanced at the clock. "Isn't it past your bedtime?" he asked. "I'll go to bed whenever the hell I want," the old man grunted. "Answer the damn question." "I was going over some reports with Angie," Steven said with a shrug. He saw no reason to lie to Duncan. He'd leave out the part where he'd almost defiled the conference table. "I've told Gabe, and now I'll tell you. Angelia Lopez is off limits." "Don't even think about it," Duncan wheezed. Steven put down his plate. "Why did you have to tell Gabe?" he said slowly. Had he been looking at this relationship all wrong? Duncan waved his hands. "You know him. He needs a ton of weapons to hide that he's gay. Not the point. She is my senior vice president, and I will not have you distracting her." And that made absolutely no sense. Why wouldn't Duncan want his future heir also to be part of the family? "Sure," he said slowly, as he picked his plate back up and began eating again. Duncan narrowed his eyes and studied him. "Are you willing to agree that selling is our only option?" "I haven't given it much thought. I have been more concerned about when the sharp decline started. The economy has been in the pits for 10 years now, but your numbers didn't start falling until recently. I think there's a bigger issue here. I'm going to go further back in the reports," he said. "You're wasting your time," Duncan said angrily. "Why do you care about this so much?" "I think the question is why you don't," Steven said softly. He scraped up the last of the sauce, rinsed the plate, and stuck it in the dishwasher. "Go to bed, Duncan. You look like you need it." He left his father in the middle of the kitchen and made his way to bed. He fell asleep, dreaming of how Angela's hair would feel tangled up in his fingers. He doubted that he'd ever be able to forget how she tasted. "Hi, Mama. I get the feeling we need to talk." Angie smiled as she finished scrambling her eggs. Her mother liked to think that she was a touch psychic, and every now and then she would call Angie to demand to know what was wrong or why she was hiding something from her. Maria Alvarez Lopez was an optimistic, bubbly woman despite the tragedy in her life. A car accident had taken both her husband's life and the use of her legs. Wheelchair dependent, she leaned on Angie to help raise the children, but she was constantly reminding Angie that she also needed to take some time for herself. "Nothing is going on, Mama," Angie teased. "My life couldn't be more boring." "It's a sin to lie to your mother, Angela. You tell your madre what's going on." Angie didn't respond, but it didn't stop her mother. "Is there something going on with your job? Have you met a man?" "Okay, that was just a lucky guess," Angie grumbled. "You've met a man? I knew it. Angie, that's wonderful," her mother gasped. Angie rolled her eyes. "I did meet a man. I meet a lot of men in my line of work. And nothing is going to happen with this man for a number of reasons." "Name one," Maria challenged. "Where do I begin? The first is that it's Steven Maxfield. That makes him my boss. The second is that he's opposing a motion I need the board to support so I can get this CEO position. That makes him the enemy. And finally, I only met him, so I know nothing about him." "And yet you're thinking about him all the time. Oh, Angie, all these things that you let stand in your way are superficial. What are some of the things you like about him?
He's handsome, no? Responsible? Intelligent?
Angie sighed and turned off the stove. Cradling the phone between her neck and her ears, she leaned against the counter.
He is handsome, she said grudgingly. I don't know about responsible. Of the three brothers, he's supposed to be the most responsible. But he hasn't cared much for Duncan until now. Of course, we do steal a lot of business from his own company, so I'm pretty sure he holds a grudge. Yes, he is very intelligent. And I think he really wants to hold his family together. I think that's why he's fighting me on this new plan I want to implement. Does he like you? Yes, Angie admitted. You and your corporate job. You need to separate your professional and your personal life. Go on a date with him. See if your soul speaks to him. And if it does, then you'll find a way to make it work.
Angie smiled. Her mother would always see the glass as half full.
Mama, it's not that easy. It could cost me my job. I've spent 2 years trying to make it a senior VP. I'm so close to taking over the company. But what kind of life will you lead if you keep ignoring love? Your life is not fulfilled if half of it is missing.
And what kind of company would she be running if 2/3 of it were missing? She glanced down miserably at her eggs. Her life had been so easy before Stephen Maxfield showed up. Now she was thinking of risking her job for something she wasn't even sure was real. She was questioning a direct order from the CEO. She was lying. Angie never lied.
I'll think about it, she said softly. Your sister called me, her mother said more sternly. Angela, you need to be nicer to her. She's going through a rough patch. She's an adult, Mama. We both know that she's never going to grow up if we keep babying her. This restaurant might be her dream. Remember how we felt when you started at Duncan Enterprises. And look at you now. I'll be the first to congratulate her if Maria's is her thing, but she needs to make it happen on her own. I'm happy to help, but she needs to learn how to plan and organize her life now. And she needs to take some time to figure out what she wants of life. She can't keep hopping from man to man because it's convenient. And you can't keep ignoring men because it's convenient.
Angie snorted. Of course, her mom would turn this around on her. Her phone beeped and she looked at the screen and cringed.
Mama, I've got to go. It's my boss. Angie, promise me. Mama, I've got to go. I'll call you back. I love you, she said as she switched the phone over. Mr. Maxfield, good morning.
Don't you good morning me, Duncan grumbled. You've spent the entire night with my son, and no good has come of it. Angie, I shouldn't have to tell you the consequences of you getting personally involved with him. Her eyes widened. Did Steven really run home and tell his father what had happened? Of all the juvenile and ridiculous moves. You do not have to tell me of the consequences, she said stiffly. It will not happen again. So something did happen. Unless your plan is to seduce him over to your side, stay focused, he bellowed. Angie winced.
Mr. Maxfield, I assure you, I am focused. Steven has agreed that the company is in trouble.
But now he wants to go through the reports and find out why, Duncan grunted. That was not the plan. Frowning, she switched the phone over to her other ear.
Is there a reason you don't want him going back through the files? Maybe if he can find the problem, we won't have to sell. Don't you want to keep your company together?
Don't you think I know what's best? I thought we were on the same page. That's why you've gotten this far. She took a deep breath. The threat was clear.
I have a meeting with some interested buyers today. It will be the only thing on my mind.
Good.
Mr. Maxfield, it might be a good idea if you're at the next board meeting. The members might be easier to sway if they know how convinced you are that this is the only way to save the company, she said gently. Duncan had only recently stopped going to meetings, and he hadn't been really clear on why that was.
Maybe, he said without conviction. Keep me appraised of the situation. I have some things I need to do today.
Is it anything I can help you with?
No. You work things on your end. I'll work them on mine. As always, he didn't say goodbye. He simply hung up. Climbing up on the counter, Angie pulled the bottle of whiskey down from the shelf. She told herself it wasn't drinking. It was self-medicating. A few hours later, Angie was trying to control her patience.
I understand that the board members haven't voted yet, but several buyers have made fairly lucrative offers, and we need to know how serious you are. The bylaws state that we can still begin the sale of the company. We're in the process of separating the accounts.
She sat in the upmarket office of Tucker Marks. Marks' construction company was one of the biggest in the region, and he'd been the first to inquire about purchasing a piece of Duncan Enterprises. But now that Angie was ready to start the process, Marks was dragging his feet. Tucker Marks was a handsome man. At 40, he'd taken over his father's business and was proving to be quite the company leader. In the 2 years since he'd become CEO, the company had seen a 2% rise in profit. In an economy where most companies were taking a hit, that was impressive. The biggest problem with Tucker Marks was that he knew all too well that he was handsome, successful, and capable. His ego was almost too much to handle. "Mrs. Lopez, we're going through the same process as you are. We have to put the buy to a vote, and unfortunately, our members are hearing that all 3 Maxfield brothers are now under the same roof. They're questioning the consequences of that."
"It's Ms. Lopez," she snapped.
They went through this every time. He seemed to get a kick out of reminding her that she was single.
"And the 3 Maxfield brothers own the majority of the shares, so them being relocated within the area now can only streamline the process."
He smirked as he leaned forward. Stroking one hand down his expensive suit, he leaned on his mahogany desk and traced a finger over the gold plaque that had his name engraved on it. "So the rumors that the brothers are here to stop the sale are false?" Angie knew that Marks already knew the answer to that. And Marks knew that Angie knew. He was one of those people who believed that a woman's place was not at the head of the company, and he saw this sale as a failure on her part. The only way this could be worse was if he were part of the sale that failed to go through. She took a deep breath to calm herself.
"The company is part of their family, and they have some reservations. I'm sure you would feel the same if you were in the same position. They're looking for an alternative, but Duncan Maxfield has already had the analysts run every scenario. The figures speak for themselves. There is no other way. Duncan Maxfield believes that, and so do I."
Marks sat back. "Well, then, I suppose right now, all we can do is hope that both companies' board members believe it too. I won't put this company in jeopardy by buying a broken company."
"A piece of the company," she said through gritted teeth.
He clicked his tongue on his teeth and fiddled with a pen. "You know, Miss Lopez, I could use a woman like you around here. If the whole company was for sale, I'm sure my board members would be only too happy to support my offer. The Maxfield family would be well off for generations to come, and you'd have a prestigious position in my company. Would you see that in the future?" Angie stood. He wasn't the first person to inquire about buying the whole company, but he was certainly the first to try to bribe her.
"Duncan Enterprises is not for sale. As I've clearly stated before, we are looking at selling weight that is dragging the organization down. Either you accept the proposition before you, or I will consider your offer void and move on to another purchaser."
She grabbed her purse and sent him a cold look.
"This is the last chance I give you, Marks. Yes, there is always a small chance that our board votes not to sell. And if that is the case, I will personally deliver an apology for wasting your time. But that is all you will lose, Marks. Time. Stop jerking me around. I won't be back."
She kept her shoulders back and her head held high as she walked out. Once outside the building, she took a deep breath. It always upset her to talk to people like Marks. He had everything growing up, and while he would constantly talk about working hard to get where he was, it had been given to him on a silver platter, and he didn't even have the decency to be grateful for it. Steven was probably no different. She rolled her eyes when the thought popped into her head. Now was not the time to think about Steven. Pulling out her phone, she dialed Duncan's number. "How did it go?" he growled.
"Are you at the office, Mr. Maxfield?"
she asked quietly. "My whereabouts are none of your business," he said. "Tell me how the meeting went with Marks."
"Nothing has changed. He wants to buy the whole company, and now he's trying to bribe me for it. I think he's going to hold out until he gets what he wants. We need to drop him and look at other buyers."
"No. Marks is offering the most money, and I'm not about to give up on him just yet." For a moment, Angie felt her heart speed up. Even though she owed Duncan everything, she wasn't entirely sure how far he was willing to go.
Mr. Maxfield, you're not considering selling the whole company, are you?
It's my company, Duncan growled, and I won't be intimidated into doing anything that I don't want to do. Get back to the office before the boys get suspicious. All three of them are there.
Her eyebrows rose. Nathan is at the office?
Keep an eye on him, he muttered. The boy wants the damn company to go green. I've got to go.
She heard the sound of a child in the background before he hung up. What the hell was he doing with a child?
But more importantly, what was Nathan doing in the office? I still don't have an office, Steven grumbled as he perched on Gabe's desk.
You've been gone for 10 years. Why would you have an office?
Gabe said, glaring at his brother. It was perfectly clear to Steven that he was getting on his brother's nerves. I'm not saying I need a corner office, but I keep getting kicked out of the conference rooms.
Why do you have so many private meetings around here?
Gabe yanked a folder of papers out from under Steven's butt and smoothed out the creases.
They aren't secret meetings, Steven. Simply because they don't want you to sit in on them doesn't mean that they're secret.
A knock on the door had them both looking up. The door opened, and Nathan stuck his head in.
Sorry, I don't seem to have an office, he said hesitantly.
It's okay, neither do I. Come in. Share Gabe's office with me, he said as he patted the space next to him.
For God's sakes, do I have to do everything around here? Gabe grumbled.
He reached over and pulled up the phone.
Sarah, can you please find out who is on vacation this week? I'm in need of 2 temporary office spaces.
He hung up the phone and glared at them.
You'll have offices after lunch. Please do not bother me anymore.
Steven nodded his head, and Nathan came in and closed the door behind him.
Gabe, Steven said quietly. Before I got kicked out of the conference rooms, I was looking over old reports. You know that the company only started to go into this decline several years ago. So what happened?
Gabe's eyes didn't even move from the computer screen.
I'm aware of that.
He was aware of it.
Okay, care to answer the last question?
Not really, Gabe said. Somewhere behind him, the printer started. Typical Gabe, always hiding something.
Did you do something? Are you doing something now? Steven pushed.
Gabe, I know Duncan can be difficult to work with, but if you're trying to destroy this company, why would you call us?
Gabe pushed his chair back and smoothed his tie down. I think you answered your own question. Excuse me, I have a meeting to attend.
The real estate department is special to you, Steven said as his brother was about to walk out. If you cut off construction and design, you'll be closer to the CEO position. Would you do that? Gabe turned and smiled coldly.
Do you really think I called you here so I could watch you fail? You think I'm that much like Duncan?
Steven took a deep breath and watched his brother disappear. Hefting himself off the desk, he immediately went behind it and grabbed the paper out of the printer.
Don't be an idiot.
Growling, he crumpled it up and threw it in the trash can.
What are you doing here? He snapped at Nathan.
You called me, Nathan pointed out. You wanted me here, so I'm here. And now that I'm here, you don't want me. I don't think you know what you want, Steven. Steven went to the trash and retrieved the paper. Smoothing it out, he put it on the desk and stared at it.
Gabe's not trying to destroy the company. And why would Angie try to destroy the company?
Angie?
Who is Angie?
Steven snorted and looked at his brother. You really are behind. Come on, let's go find another meeting to interrupt while we wait for Gabe to find us some offices.
Wait, aren't you going to tell me who Angie is? That doesn't seem fair. Didn't you read the company newsletter? Steven teased. Newsletter? Wait, there's a newsletter?
Chapter 8. For the rest of the day, he kept trying to track Angie down, but she seemed to be in and out of the office constantly. Finally, he gave up and went home. As he pulled into the driveway, he saw a familiar car parked next to Duncan's.
What the hell?
He took a moment to try and decipher the situation, but finally he got out of the car. No one greeted him at the front door, but a familiar voice filtered from the kitchen to the foyer.
I find it a little strange that Steven would want us to meet him here, Mr. Maxfield.
Steven paused outside the door and cocked his head. Yes, it was strange and completely untrue. He was telling me for a few days that he didn't get to see much of his son. With the 3-day weekend coming up, I think he wanted an opportunity for Ben to meet his uncles. They're all here under one roof. Duncan coughed. There was a pause.
Well, I admit that it will be nice to take a vacation, but you didn't have to drive all the way to Ben's school.
He did what? Steven saw red as he stepped into the kitchen. No, he certainly didn't, he said coldly. Steven's ex-wife, Suzanne, and Duncan turned. Suzanne had a warm smile on her face, but Duncan only gave him a smirk.
Steven, you didn't tell me you were back working at Duncan Enterprises.
I'm not. I'm the temporary help. Where's Ben? His wife stared at him intently. She must have heard the tension in his voice.
He's setting up his video games in his room. What's going on here, Steven?
He turned to his father. That's an excellent question. What is going on here, Duncan? Duncan shrugged. You said that you wished you could see your son more. It's a holiday weekend, and Suzanne didn't have any plans. Don't you want to see your son?
Of course I want to see my son, but you had no business calling Suzanne.
You are not part of their lives, Steven growled.
Steven,
Suzanne hissed. Stay out of it, Steven snapped at her. Although their split was amicable, part of the reason they didn't work out was because she never understood why Steven worked so hard to keep Duncan away from them. He never wanted Ben to grow up knowing that his grandfather was so cold and manipulative. And up until this point, Duncan had never shown an interest in meeting his only grandson. Maybe I want things to change between us, Duncan said easily. Just yesterday you were telling me to get out, and now you want my family here? What are you playing at, old man? His father only gave him a smile. Suzanne, it's nice to see you again. I'm going to make some phone calls. Steven will help you get settled in your room. If there is anything you need, let me know. Shuffling across the polished oak floor, he stopped in front of Steven. Do me a favor. Let Lydia know that we have extra company this weekend, and we'll have one more guest for dinner. One more? Steven reached out sharply and grabbed his father's arm as he tried to walk by. Who? Angie. I have a meeting with her shortly, and I invited her to stay for dinner. Is that a problem? Steven set his jaw and let his father go. So this was his plan. Clearly, Duncan had suspected there was something between his precious Angie and Steven, and he'd figured he'd invite Steven's ex-wife and son along as baggage and place a firm wedge between them. Seething, he watched as his father left the kitchen, chuckling to himself. Suzanne put her hands on her hips and faced him.
What the hell was that?
You should know by now how Duncan is. Why, after all this time, did you come running the second he snapped his fingers? He has an agenda, and now you're part of it, Steven growled as he turned to go up the stairs. At least he could finally see his son. Reaching out to grab his arm, she pulled him back.
Steven, I didn't do this because Duncan asked me to. I did it because Ben misses you, and he could use a little fatherly guidance in his life.
Steven stilled. Why? What happened?
Why does something have to happen? He's your son. There are things that he sometimes doesn't want to tell his mother. He needs his dad.
Although I can't possibly see why. Steven knew why, but telling Suzanne that she had a tendency to take everything too seriously would only start a fight. I know Duncan didn't invite you out of the goodness of his heart, but I'm really glad to see Ben. And you. Flashing her a smile, he turned and took the stairs 2 at a time. He found his son in one of the guest rooms on the 2nd floor. Hey, kiddo. Hey, Dad. Ben didn't even look up as he sat on the carpet at the end of the bed and played a racing game on television. Steven stared at him. Can you pause the game long enough to give your old man a hug? He could have sworn he saw his kid roll his eyes before hitting the pause button and stretching out his arms. Steven reached down and embraced him. It had been months since he saw Ben, and he reveled in nuzzling his son's hair. Of all the things he had done in his life, Ben was by far the best. He still remembered the day the little tyke was born. How was school? Ben reached over and picked the remote back up. Good, he said with a shrug. Just good? Do you like your teacher? Have you made any friends? Have you been sent to the principal's office yet? Steven tried to use a teasing voice to keep things light. But last year, Ben decided to bring a snake to show and tell. The teacher was not amused. Yep. Ben suddenly scowled at the television. Yes? You were sent to the principal's office? Steven demanded. Was Ben getting in trouble in school? Is that why Suzanne had said that Ben needed guidance? What? No, it's all good. The video game suddenly turned red, and Ben threw down the remote. Damn it! Ben, Steven's eyes widened. You don't use words like that. His son didn't even spare him a glance. Sorry. He leaned over and picked up the remote. Soon his eyes were glued to the television screen again. Okay, dinner will be ready soon. Do you want to shoot some hoops with me before then? Not really. Steven frowned and straightened up. Okay, I'll come get you when food's ready. Ben didn't say anything. Steven felt a flood of disappointment as he walked out the door. The last time he'd seen his son, Ben had been overjoyed to spend time with him. Now it was as if the boy had grown into some hormonal stranger. But he wasn't old enough for that. Steven was making his way back to the kitchen to speak to Suzanne when he heard Angie's voice in Duncan's office. Curious, he paused and took a moment to listen, but her tones were hushed. He only heard a few sentences here and there. I gave him an ultimatum. If they don't give us a decision soon, we'll have to pull out. Failing to seem hard will only hurt us in the long run. There were some more mumbled words before his father finally raised his voice. I don't care who it is. I want it done. Suddenly, the front door slammed shut. Still listening at closed doors? Steven turned to see Nathan in the hallway, an eyebrow raised in surprise. If I remember correctly, you were the only one who always listening at closed doors, Steven reminded his brother, and he moved away to head back to the kitchen. I don't think you're remembering correctly, Nathan said, dryly, as he followed him. Right, so that wasn't you when I brought Judy Mays home that night? I was 14, and she was hot. Steven cocked his head and smiled. Yes, she certainly was. I assume that Gabe is still at work? Steven poured himself a glass of water and downed it in one. Nathan shrugged. I didn't see him much for the rest of the day, and he was nowhere to be found when I left. I figured that he'd beat me home, but I guess I was wrong. Steven turned around and watched him carefully. What did you think of your first day? As expected, Nathan chose his words carefully. It's hard to tell. No one was exactly friendly toward me, but then I haven't been around in a while. There was a mountain of files to go through before I can pinpoint the issue with the designing aspect of the company. All I can say right now is that the numbers show that it's not doing well. No one in the department is offering more than paperwork. No one wants to provide an opinion. It was obvious that Nathan knew more than he was letting on, but he didn't want to go into too many details. Steven opened his mouth to push, but the doors to the study opened, and Duncan and Angie walked out and into the kitchen. Boys, Duncan grunted, is dinner ready? It looks like Lydia's setting the table now, Nathan said quietly. Angie stretched out her hand and walked forward. Hi, I'm Angelia Lopez. I worked for the company when you were here before, but I doubt you'll remember me. Nathan smiled politely and shook her hand. Nathan Maxfield, it's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm sure, she said dryly. She turned to Steven and nodded her head politely. Just then, Suzanne came downstairs. Steven, I was wondering if... She stopped dead when she saw Nathan. Nathan! It's been way too long since I've seen you. Steven shot a wary eye at Angie. She looked at his ex-wife with a casual eye, and, for a moment, his mouth went dry. His ex-wife and his current lust in the same room together? This couldn't be good. And Duncan knew that it couldn't be good. As Nathan hugged Suzanne, Steven cleared his throat. Angie, this is Suzanne Maxfield, my ex-wife. Suzanne, this is Angelia Lopez. She's the senior VP at Duncan Enterprises. He watched as Angie's eyes widened, and he quietly cursed his father. Suzanne simply smiled and shook her hand. It's nice to hear that there's a woman in charge over there. This family can be a bit of a mess. At that moment, Gabe walked in the front door. Suzanne went to greet him, and Steven slid past the group to the bottom of the staircase. "Ben!"
What?
Steven frowned. He didn't raise his son to be so rude. "Dinner time. Wash your hands and come down." "Right after this game," his son argued. Steven shot an incredulous look at Suzanne, and she smiled apologetically.
"Ben, your uncles are here. Come down and meet them."
"Okay." Really? His kid would come down for Nathan and Gabe, but not for him? Just what was going on here? Water splashed in the sink upstairs, and a few seconds later, Ben bounded down the stairs. He completely bypassed Steven and went straight to Nathan and Gabe. Pretending that it didn't bother him, he ruffled his son's hair as they all took their seats at the dining table. Grumbling under her breath, Lydia served them dinner. "How's school, Ben?" Gabe asked. Ben wrinkled his nose.
"My teacher's mean, but I'm in class with Joey. He's my best friend. And Jeremy, the mean kid, left last year, so that's cool. I get to learn Spanish and some sign language this year."
"Why didn't you tell me all of this when I asked?" Steven asked with narrow eyes. His kid shrugged.
"I was busy."
He shot a questioning look at Suzanne, and she mouthed that she'd talk to him later about it. It hurt Steven to know that his son didn't want to talk to him, but he'd find a way to fix whatever the problem was. Angie tried to focus on anything other than Suzanne. The woman was absolute perfection. From her gorgeous looks to her charity work to the way she charmed her family, it was easy to see that Steven's ex-wife was flawless. There seemed to be a few issues between Steven and Suzanne, so what in the world got between them? And if they hadn't been able to make it work, what made her think that she stood a chance of making it work with him? In a panic, she chastised herself. She didn't need to be thinking about her and Steven. She already had way too much on her plate as it is. And hadn't she already written him off? Duncan's eyes practically bore holes into her all night. It was clear that he had orchestrated this whole situation, and that could only mean one thing. He knew that something had happened between her and Steven. Torn between embarrassment and outrage, she avoided his look. On one hand, it was her life. She could see and kiss whomever she damn well pleased, and Duncan Maxfield didn't have any say in it. On the other hand, it was embarrassing that he knew that she'd fallen so quickly under his son's spell. She was supposed to be a professional, and she was practically sending goo-goo eyes Steven's way. It was as if she was in middle school again. "You were out of the office quite a bit today," Steven broke through her thoughts. She struggled to relax as he and Duncan both watched her. "Working from home?"
"I had some meetings,"
she said casually. There was no reason to divulge what those meetings were about. Steven, however, didn't let it go.
"Meetings for what?"
"We've had an offer from a company in Colorado to buy their property. Today I went to discuss preliminaries, and I arranged for some surveyors to go out and inspect the property."
"Do you need to know where I ate and when I stopped for coffee as well?"
she asked sweetly. Technically, she hadn't lied, and her misdirection worked. Steven settled back in his chair while Suzanne glared at him.
"Steven, do you have to talk about business now?"
she said in a tight voice. "Sorry," he murmured. An awkward silence descended over the table until Nathan asked Ben a question. The boy lit up, and he answered his uncle's questions with glee. When dinner was over, Ben led Nathan and Gabe upstairs to show them his video games.
"Another glass of wine?"
Suzanne asked. She grabbed a fresh bottle and her own glass and headed into the living room.
"Another bottle is more like,"
Angie said with a laugh.
"But I should probably start with the one glass." "I admire you,"
Suzanne said as they settled in the plush chairs.
"It can't be easy to work with that family of men all the time."
Suzanne admired her? That was laughable.
"Normally, it's only Duncan and Gabe. Steven has been gone for more than a decade, and Nathan's been gone for a few years now, too. They've only been under the same roof for a few days now,"
she said with a shrug.
"They're a strange family. I wish I had known their mother. I think she was the glue that held the family together. And once she died, everyone kind of drifted apart. I know they all care about the company, but they're less likely to admit they care about each other. The boys were close when Steven and I got married, but by the time we divorced, they weren't even speaking to each other. Why did you divorce? Angie asked bluntly. She immediately blushed. I'm sorry. That's such a personal question, and I had no right to ask that. Suzanne smiled softly at her. It's fine. We used to be crazy in love. To a certain degree, we're still quite fond of each other. There wasn't a huge fight or anything. It was a lot of little things that kept adding up. Steven's company wasn't doing well. He blamed his father for that, and the strain was wearing on him. We were never financially hurting, but Steven wanted to prove that he could do it on his own. Long working days turned into long working weeks. I'd go several days at a time without seeing him. I learned to live without him, and then I realized that I didn't want to live like that. I didn't want to be able to live without my husband. I asked for a divorce, but he wanted to try to make it work. We gave it another shot, but we realized we were only doing it for Ben. The divorce went through without any problems. My only regret is that he can't see Ben more often. Angie sipped her wine thoughtfully. It was clear that Steven and Duncan were more alike than Steven wanted to admit. When Duncan had been active in the company, there had been days where he'd slept at the office. He thought it was lazy that no one else would do the same. I see the way he looks at you, Suzanne said suddenly. Angie blushed and opened her mouth to refute it, but Suzanne waved her hand. Please, Duncan doesn't do anything except with an ulterior motive. I know he insists that Ben and I spend the weekend here had more to do with his needs than ours. It's obvious that Duncan disapproves of your relationship. I guess he thought that if you knew that Steven had baggage, you'd be less interested. You're not wrong about Duncan, and I'm sorry that he pulled you into the middle of it. The truth is that Steven and I aren't anything more than business associates. And if we become anything further, it's a decision that I'll make without reference to Duncan, Angie declared. She added, a little baggage doesn't scare me. And it was clear to her that Duncan thought that Suzanne would intimidate her. It sounds to me like you've already made up your mind, Suzanne said with a smile. Had she already decided that she and Steven would give it a shot? I would be lying if I didn't say there was an attraction between us. But I've worked hard to get where I am at this company, and I'm not about to give that up over a silly crush. Well, be careful. I love Steven, but he's an intense man. He'll take over your life. Angie contemplated that as she drank her wine. Suzanne continued to reminisce funny stories about the boys and Steven, but Angie was only half listening. Suzanne's warning stuck with her. She'd built a life that was devoid of men. If she let Steven in, it was possible that he would ruin everything. But every time she closed her eyes at night, those beautiful blue eyes haunted her. The next day, Steven pushed everything aside to spend more time with his son, but Ben didn't seem to feel the same way. When he tried to invite his son to play some basketball, Ben shrugged it off and said no. When he offered to take Ben to the park, his son said that he wasn't interested. It wasn't until Gabe and Nathan showed up that Ben seemed finally to come to life. Can we go swimming? He asked excitedly. I've been practicing doing backflips off the diving board. Sure, Gabe said with a laugh. It's been a while since I've been in the pool. Ben immediately threw the controller for the game down and raced to change into his bathing suit. Steven looked on dejectedly. He hates me. My own son hates me. He doesn't hate you, Nathan said with a shake of his head. We've always been cooler than you. Nathan could joke all he wanted, but Ben was simply different when he was with his uncles. He talked about school and his friends. He easily opened up about what he wanted, but whenever Steven asked a question, the boy seemed to shut down. The feeling of rejection slowly turned to anger, and Steven shoved it down. There was no point in bringing it up while Ben was having fun. They cooked out on the grill for dinner. Suzanne met with some friends, and Duncan was having dinner with Angie to discuss something about work. Steven spoke very little about business. He didn't want to use up what little time he had with his son on things like work. The more he listened and watched Ben, the more he realized that he'd missed so much in his son's life. When had things spun out of control? There was a time where Steven would have made the earth move to see his son,
But work was always getting in the way, and soon Ben quit asking to see him. The worst part was that Steven didn't even realize it until now. Was he becoming his father? After dinner, Gabe and Nathan both kissed Ben goodnight before they left. Ben immediately changed clothes and slumped back in front of the television with the game controller. Alone with his son, Steven tried his best to get Ben to talk to him. "How are your grades?" he asked quietly.
Fine.
"Fine. Could you be more specific than that?" "I don't know. Ask Mom." Ben's eyes were glued to the screen. Steven sighed. Clearly, Ben didn't want to talk about his grades. "And how's the soccer thing going?" "It's over." "Over? What do you mean, over? Aren't you interested in soccer anymore?" "The season is over." Suddenly, Steven couldn't take it anymore. He reached over and ripped the controller out of Ben's hands. "Look at me when I'm talking to you!" he shouted suddenly.
"What the hell?"
Ben said. "You do not use words like that, and you certainly don't speak to your father that way. What has gotten into you? This is supposed to be our time to spend together, and all you want to do is play these video games. Is this why your grades aren't good? You're spending too much time racing cars instead of studying?"
"What do you care?"
Ben suddenly burst into tears. "I care because I'm your father," Steven roared.
"Steven!"
He whirled around to see Angie staring at him from the doorway. Ben raced past them as he left the room. "Shit," Steven said as his anger deflated.
"What the hell was that about? I came to say goodnight and you're screaming at your son."
"It's none of your business," he said tightly. "Good night." He tried to brush past her to go after Ben, but she grabbed his arm.
"It's none of my business, but you need to cool off. Whatever is going on here is more than video games, and you know it."
Staring at her, he realized that she was right. He had a problem with the fact that Ben was ignoring him, and until he knew why, he couldn't do anything to change it. He shrugged helplessly. "What can I do?" he groaned.
"Cool off? Then apologize to him."
She let go of his arm and walked down the hall. He sagged against the wall as he watched her leave. How had things gotten so out of hand between him and his son? And why was it that Angie, of all people, should be the one to witness his meltdown? But she was right. So, instead of going after Ben, he went to his own room and changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt. He was too worried to sleep, but there was nothing else he could do tonight anyway. "We need to talk," Suzanne said in a tight voice. Steven looked up as she walked into his room. He was about to turn down his bed.
"What?"
he asked with a sigh.
"What do you mean, what? You know exactly what's wrong. You screamed at our son," she exclaimed.
"He needs to pay attention to me when I'm speaking to him. I'm his father and he doesn't respect me. All he wants to do is play those damn video games," Steven retorted.
"He's 10. He's a kid,"
Suzanne sighed.
"What is this really about?"
Pinching the bridge of his nose to alleviate his stress headache, he finally shook his head. "It's like he's not even my son anymore. He's barely spoken to me this entire trip. All the information I get is secondhand. Suzanne, I haven't seen him since Christmas, but it's like he's turned into a different child." Suzanne stood at the foot of the bed and stared at him.
"Steven, you've missed so much this year, from games to award ceremonies to bring your father to school day."
"Bring your father to school day? I don't even know what that is."
"Because when he does invite you to events, you're always too busy. So he's stopped telling you about things. That's how he copes. That way, he's not disappointed by you letting him down," she said softly.
With a soft moan, Steven sank into the bed next to her.
"Shit. I am the worst father in the world."
"No, you're not," Suzanne said, as she put her arms around him. "Part of it is my fault. I moved 3 cities away, and I always take Ben with me when I go on weekend out-of-town trips. It makes it difficult for you to see him. And you do make an effort. I guess I didn't realize how much of an effect it had on him." "Okay, well, what can we do?"
"First, you're going to curb that temper of yours. You know that it was part of our problem. And I'll be damned if you take your frustrations out on Ben."
Suzanne said in a stern voice.
And then we're going to figure out a more strict schedule and stick with it.
Startled, Steven looked up. You'd do that for me?
Ben needs his father, she said with a smile. Come on, let's go say goodnight to him.
Together they walked to Ben's room. It broke his heart to see that Ben had been crying, and when he saw them, he immediately turned his back to them.
Ben, Suzanne said in a small voice, can we talk to you?
What do you want? He mumbled.
First of all, you need to turn back around and look at us, she said in a harder tone. I know you're upset, but there's no need to be rude.
With a sigh, Ben sat up and faced them. Steven sat at the edge of the bed and looked at him. Ben, I know I've missed some important things this year. It's been hard to juggle schedules, but I promise I'm going to do better, and your mom is going to help me. Hope bloomed in Ben's eyes.
Really?
He asked in a soft voice. Steven smiled. Relief flooded through him. His son still wanted to see him after all. There are games and events that I'm still going to miss, but I'm going to come to as many as I possibly can. And your mom is going to let you stay with me some weekends. Would you like that? His son nodded and reached over to hug him. Steven felt a great weight lift from his shoulders as he reached over to hug his son. Finally, the boy crawled back under the covers and Steven kissed him goodnight. When Suzanne said her goodnights, they flipped off the light switch and quietly closed the door. Thank you, Steven said in a hushed voice. The fact that you're willing to do this means the world to me.
Good. And just so you know, I like her.
Steven raised his eyebrows. He knew who she was talking about, but he played dumb. Who?
You know who. Don't let this feud with your father get in the way of your chance at happiness, Steven.
She leaned over to give him a peck on the cheek before she entered her bedroom and closed the door. Steven thought about what she'd said as he finally lay down to sleep. It wasn't his father as much as it was Angie herself keeping them apart. That, and the fact that he wasn't entirely sure he could trust her. Chapter 9. Steven enjoyed spending time with Ben for the rest of the weekend, and it was over way too soon. Sleep-deprived but otherwise happy, he dragged himself into Gabe's office. You needed to see me? He asked, yawning. Nathan was already seated in one of the chairs. Steven took a moment to glare at his two brothers. They both looked so alert and at ease. Steven had spent all weekend stressing out about having Suzanne so close to Angie. It didn't make it any easier when he realized that the two women were actually getting along really well. And he'd spent every spare moment he had talking with the manager of his own company, trying to fix things there. Why do you think that Duncan invited Suzanne and Ben over this weekend? So much for small talk. Steven slumped into the chair and shrugged. Probably he thought that Ben would take my mind off the company for a while, he lied. Gabe knew him too well. Or maybe he knew Duncan too well. And it had nothing to do with the glances that you and Angie were exchanging Friday night over dinner? He asked wryly. Steven didn't say a word, but that didn't stop Gabe. Why are you messing with her? I'm not messing with anyone, Steven said softly. And if I were, it's none of your business. It's my business when it affects the company. I called you here to help me save Duncan Enterprises, not so that you can be seduced by the woman who's trying to run it into the ground, Gabe snapped. Steven raised his eyebrows. What happened to the Gabe who said that Angie was good for the company? Weren't you the one who said that you didn't have an issue with her being senior VP? Gabe sighed and sat back in his chair. He fiddled with a stress ball while Nathan tapped on the desk with his fingertips. You know, I'm good at my job. I've had so many offers to leave this company and take my talents elsewhere. If Duncan Enterprises went under, it would be no skin off my nose, especially since Angie is VP. Nothing would reflect badly on me, and I'd finally be able to do whatever I wanted. And what do you want to do? I want to have a job where I'm respected, Gabe snapped. So why did you call me here to save the company if you don't give a shit if it goes under? Steven asked softly. Professional integrity. What kind of businessman am I if I let the firm go under without doing more to save it? He said finally. And it has nothing to do with family? Steven asked curiously. There was still something Gabe wasn't telling him. Gabe ignored him. I found this in the printer in her office, he said as he slid a piece of paper across the desk. Steven didn't move to pick it up. Why were you in her office? She was supposed to get me some reports on Friday, but she never came back to the office. This morning I went to pick them up, but she wasn't in. But the office was unlocked. There was no apology in Gabe's voice. And the files were in the fax machine? It took some time for me to find what I was looking for, Gabe challenged. So I checked the fax machine. I thought maybe she might have scanned them into the computer to email them to me. Steven stared at the sheet of paper. Whatever it was, he didn't want to pick it up. Gabe wouldn't give him something of Angie's unless it was incriminating. That much was certain. And Steven wasn't sure he wanted to see it. But he had a job to do, and Gabe obviously thought it was important. With a sigh, he reached over to pick up the piece of paper. Shit, he said softly. She shouldn't be giving out this kind of information. It was a detailed report on the ongoing projects and possible future projects. Where was this going? I checked the log, but there weren't any faxes sent from her office on Friday, so I can only assume she hasn't sent it yet. I made this copy and left the original in the printer. I've asked IT to send me a report of all faxes sent from her office today. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Nathan chimed in. It did seem excessive, Steven thought, but if Angie was sending this kind of information to other companies, they needed to know. He looked at Gabe. What do you want to do? If the three of us vote her out, many of the board members are likely to follow suit. Duncan will have no choice but to fire her, Gabe pointed out. And elect you the new VP, Nathan said. This sounds incredibly selfish, not to mention that it would be a huge political mistake. The press would be all over us. So you'd rather let her take the company apart than face some scrutiny from the public, Gabe snapped. Hold on, Steven said, putting his hands up to calm things down. Let's think about this rationally. Gabe, I think we can all agree that you deserve to run this company. The fact that Duncan doesn't want you to top probably means something, but there's nothing we can do about that right now. We should stop her now before she gives out this kind of information, Gabe insisted. But then we wouldn't know what she was planning, Steven reasoned. Just because she had a piece of paper in the printer doesn't mean that she's selling company secrets. So let's ask her about it, Nathan suggested. And let her know we're on to her? Gabe threw up his hands. That's a great idea. Hold on, Steven said. Angie already knows that you hate her, so it's not like she thinks she has you duped. Nathan has a point. We know that she's most likely lying, but if we pretend to buy whatever story she gives us, and then make sure we protect this information, we can watch her more closely. I trust Nathan's judgment, and I need her. Need her for what? Nathan said suspiciously. There's a $3.4 million building job in Chicago. Luxury high-rise condos with first-floor shopping. Companies all over the country are vying for the job. Duncan would never agree to that job, Gabe said absently. Not if he's trying to sell off construction. And what makes you think Chicago will hire us? Steven smiled wickedly. Duncan undercuts my own company to steal jobs from me. If my company makes an offer, and it looked like Chicago will accept it, Duncan will swoop in to steal the job from me. I'm not equipped to handle the job myself, but Duncan doesn't have to know that. Christ, Nathan murmured. What a bastard. Gabe only cocked his head. Your company could price the job really low, so Duncan would have to take a huge cut by winning the job. And there's the run. But Duncan still gets all his information from Angie, so if we feed her the wrong information, Duncan will push it through. The thing is, I've already spoken to Chicago. Someone in the company owes me a favor. They want Duncan Enterprises to work for them, and they know that this is the only way to get Duncan to do it. And if Angie thinks the profit margin is much smaller than it is, Duncan will approve it. And when Angie signs a contract with the real numbers in play? Nathan asked. She won't be able to turn it down without it looking suspicious, Steven said confidently. This job alone would put construction enough in the black to make the board members think twice about selling.
Steven, that's an awesome plan, and you'll definitely need Angie to do it,
Nathan said with a smile. Gabe looked less than happy. It is a good plan, he said grudgingly. Fine. You can go ask her what she was doing with this information. But don't trust her, Steven. I'll keep an open mind, Steven promised. She and Suzanne seemed awfully cozy this weekend, Gabe said. I wonder what secrets they traded. Angie doesn't know any secrets about me, Steven said with a frown. What was his brother up to? But Suzanne certainly does. If Angie was interested before, I wonder what she thinks of you now. Keep that in mind when you're talking to her. He stood. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some work I need to do. Steven walked out with Nathan, and Gabe shut the door behind them. What was that all about? Nathan whispered. He doesn't want me to take her side, Steven said. Are you interested in her? She's attractive, and we've flirted a little, but I can keep my head about myself, Steven snapped. No judgments here, Nathan said as he put his hands up in surrender. But Gabe's not wrong. You and Suzanne are fine now, but there was a time that you weren't, and they were talking a lot this weekend. One problem at a time, Steven said. But he couldn't help but wonder what his ex-wife had told Angie, and it bothered him even more than he cared. Angie was lugging her tote out to her car when she heard someone shouting her name. With a frown, she looked over her shoulder. Steven was jogging across the parking lot. Great. This was all she needed right now. I'm done for the day, she said as he caught up with her. Whatever you need will have to wait until tomorrow. It's only 2:00, he pointed out as he slowed down to match her pace. Yes, I'm aware of what time it is, she said, ignoring the obvious question. She didn't owe him an explanation of why she was leaving early. Opening her car door, she thrust the tote inside. Well, I have some business that I need to tend with you, he said as he leaned against her car. And, as I've already pointed out, it will have to wait until tomorrow. Goodbye, Steven. She opened the driver's door and got in without sparing another glance. As she started the car, the passenger door opened and Steven slid in. What the hell are you doing? If she didn't leave right now, she was going to be late. This can't wait until tomorrow, he said casually. So we'll talk on the way. You're not coming with me, she said firmly. If there is something you want to discuss with me, then you can call me later. Yeah, but then I won't know where you're going. He gave her a big grin when she glanced at the clock again. Are you going to be late? Yes, I am, she snapped. And why do you need to know where I'm going? Well, that's part of the reason that I need to talk to you. You can start driving. I'd hate to make you late for anything. He snapped on his seatbelt, and she groaned inwardly. Instead of trying to talk him out of it and making herself really late, she just backed the car up and began to drive. What the hell is so important that you have to hijack my car? It's not hijacking, he said casually. It's good time management. You and Suzanne were getting along splendidly this weekend. What were you two talking about? Angie rolled her eyes. Is that what this is about? Are you concerned that your ex-wife killed whatever spark I was holding for you? You were holding a spark for me? He asked with a smile. Suzanne and I did talk about you. We also talked about your family, my family, Ben, and the company. Because that's what women do when they get together. And the specifics are none of your business. He stared quietly out the window for a few minutes. I never did thank you for helping me with Ben. You were right. There were some underlying issues. Uncomfortable, she shifted in her seat. No problem. Finally, he passed over a sheet of paper. Her eyes flitted down for a moment. What is it? I can't read that. I'm driving. It's a piece of paper that was found in your personal printer. A feeling of dread came over her, but she let him finish. It's information on all of our current and upcoming projects. It's sensitive information. And what exactly were you doing in my office? She demanded. I wasn't the one who found it. It was brought to my attention by someone else. Now, we know that you haven't sent it to anyone, so if you can give me a reasonable explanation, we'll forget that it ever happened. Angie wasn't going to lie. She was raised not to lie. And it wasn't like Steven wasn't going to find out anyway.
It was going to Mark's Construction. They needed more information before they consider our offer, she said quietly.
Offer? She heard his temper rising, and she gripped the steering wheel. Our offer to what? Sell?
Steven, she said quietly.
Are you fucking kidding me? The board hasn't agreed to sell, and you're already laying out numbers and providing sensitive information? And to Mark's Construction of all people? What the hell were you thinking? He growled at her.
Mark's can offer the best price, Angie said softly.
She had known that he would be angry if he found out.
But I can't do anything until the board agrees.
First of all, Tucker Marks is insufferable, and the day I let you sell to him will be the day that my body is cold and stiff and lying in the ground. Secondly, you shouldn't be pushing through a deal that is not guaranteed. You don't have the authority.
You're right, I don't, she said calmly.
It finally sunk in, and he sighed.
Duncan gave you the authority.
Son of a bitch. He slammed his fists on her dashboard.
Stop that, she snapped. Duncan is selling. Why should you care so much about it? You never gave a damn about this company before. And now that it's too late, you're ready to swoop in and save the day? So tell me, Mr. Maxfield, exactly what is your big plan?
Steven unclenched his fists and leaned back.
I care because it's my family. Maybe that's something you don't understand.
She snorted. A few more minutes passed before Steven spoke again.
Where the hell are we going anyway? To my mom's, she said. My family's in town. We're having dinner with them.
He turned his head to stare at her, and for a moment, she savored the look of shock and terror on his face.
You were the one who got in the car, she pointed out.
She enjoyed his silence with a smug smile on her face. Chapter 10. 7 small children raced out to meet them. As they screamed and shouted in Spanish, Steven could only pick up one thing. They all loved Angie. She bent down to rain kisses on them, and they all shrieked with laughter. There was more rapid-fire Spanish that sent them screaming into the house. Angie laughed, and for a moment, Steven couldn't help but stare. Even over the weekend, when she drank and relaxed at the Duncan home, it was clear that she was guarded. But the smile that split her face was genuine and full of love. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous that the smile wasn't for him.
I shouldn't be here, he said awkwardly.
No, you shouldn't, she said, her smile fading.
But you are, and there's nothing you can do about it unless you want to call a cab.
Her eyes slid over him.
Feel free to do that. Otherwise, try to be nice.
She pushed her shoulders back and stalked into the house. Steven deliberated, but curiosity got the best of him. As he walked into the house, the conversation stopped, and all eyes turned to him. Angie seemed both pleased and pissed that he was there.
This is Steven Maxfield. He's in town for business, she announced awkwardly.
Maxfield? As in Duncan Maxfield? One of the men asked as he appraised him. Duncan Maxfield is my father, Steven said with a tight smile. I'm so sorry for crashing your dinner. Angie and I were...
We have an unavoidable conference call in 2 hours, she interrupted, so it was easier to stay together.
Wow. She blatantly lied to her family. He frowned as he stared at her. What else was she lying about? Her family seemed to buy it, and one by one they came up to shake his hand or hug him. She had 2 twin brothers, Joe and Jesus, and between them they had 4 children. Steven stared at Joe and Jesus and tried to figure out how to tell them apart, but he couldn't spot any differences. Angie also had 3 sisters, Bonita, Anita, and Carolina. Between the 3 sisters, there were 7 more kids. Everyone was married with husbands and wives, with the exception of Angie and Carolina. And then there was Maria Lopez, the matriarch of the family. She was a tiny woman confined to a wheelchair. Like the rest of the family, she held a question in her eyes, and she wheeled up to him. But unlike the rest of the family, she wasn't so subtle about it.
I always love to have company for dinner. If you hurt her, I hurt you.
His mouth dropped open, but she gave him a big warm smile and moved on. He looked around to see if anyone else heard the threat, but no one paid him any attention. Maybe he had imagined it. The volume in the den grew as the kids screamed and ran around while the adults talked and bickered. Angie had abandoned Steven, and he sat on the couch and simply observed.
I said I was sorry,
Angie told her sister as she rolled her eyes.
But you don't look like you're sorry,
the sister pointed out. She was the youngest.
Carolina?
Steven was having a hard time keeping them straight. Over in the opposite corner was another fight between the oldest sister, Bonita, and the twins.
Imagine what you could do if you worked for us. The festival was a huge hit. You could work full-time. I have 2 girls. That is a full-time job, she snapped. We would work around your schedule and we'd pay you enough to hire a sitter. Hell, you'd be able to put them through college. I'm not going to have some teenager raising my girls, Bonita argued. And Robert makes enough to put them through college. When are you boys going to drop this?
Never, you're too good. The middle sister was pushing her mom to the windows.
Mom, these curtains are hideous. When are you going to redo this house? First it's my clothes, and then it's my makeup. Now you want to do my house. When are you going to give it a rest, Anita?
Steven watched with a smile. This family clearly argued with the best of them, but he could feel the love and warmth in this house. It was something his own family was desperately missing.
Feeling overwhelmed?
Steven jerked his head around as the youngest sat down next to him. Angie had gone over and joined in the conversation with her mother. It's nice, he said with a smile.
Nice?
Carolina said with a laugh.
It's chaos, and this is just on birthdays and family dinners. During the holidays, we have cousins. It's terrifying.
That's something I would love to see, he snorted.
Are you and Angie dating? It's not like her to bring a guy home to meet the family.
Wanting to protect her, he shook his head. It's business-related, he said. It was truer than he would like to admit.
Liar,
she said with a smile.
Angie avoids us all the time for business reasons. This is a family dinner. No one would have batted an eye if she bowed out. We all know that she's busy, so this conference call is horseshit.
His eyes widened at her language, and she laughed.
It's cool. I'll keep your secret. It'll be fun to see where this goes. Dinner time, Bonita called out.
There was a stampede to the kitchen, and Steven stood up in alarm. Wow, everyone must be starving. Carolina smiled.
Bonita is an amazing cook. Once you try her food, nothing will ever taste the same.
She nodded her head.
Your non-romantic interest is waiting for you.
He turned and saw that Angie was indeed waiting for her family to pass. He gave her a smile, and she returned it with a shake of her head. Carolina snorted.
Right, business my ass.
But Steven ignored her. For the moment, over all the noise and chaos, Angie was all that he could see. For a moment, he wished it were real. He wished that he could be part of this family. He could be a part of something warm and loving. But then one of her brothers whispered something in her ear, and her smile vanished. Before he reached her, she turned and walked into the kitchen. What had her brother said to her? Angie kept an eye on Steven during dinner, and unfortunately, so did the rest of her family. Joe and Jesus were less than happy about having a Maxfield present at the dinner table. As far as they were concerned, the Maxfields were the devil, and they weren't shy about it.
So where have you been the past 10 years? Spending your daddy's money?
Jesus asked casually when there was a break in the conversation.
Jesus!
Angie hissed, mortified. Steven didn't even look surprised. All of my profits from Duncan Enterprises are actually set up in a trust fund for my son for college. I have my own construction business. It's not nearly the giant that Duncan Enterprises is, and in fact, my father likes to steal work from me, but it's kept me busy for the past 8 or so years. Jesus nodded his head. It's nice to see your name on a business. Good for you. Angie breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't the first shot taken at Steven, and so far, he'd taken them all in stride. This food is amazing, Bonita. Do you have your own restaurant? Her sister blushed.
No, I'm content to cook for my family.
But not the family's restaurant, Joe grumbled. You have your own place? Steven asked. Then his eyes went wide.
Wait. Dos Lopez? Sí, Joe said excitedly. You've been to our restaurant? Best Latino fusion restaurant around. Agreed, Steven said wholeheartedly. I've been twice in 1 week just to get your burritos. That restaurant pulls in some major business. And that was all it took to get her brothers to come around. Angie felt a sense of relief that her family was warming up to Steven. But that relief meant that she wanted her family to like him, that she needed them to like him, which was ridiculous. You picked a good boss to sleep with, Jesus said casually, and the whole table went silent. Angie stared at him in rage. What did you just say? She asked quietly. Joe had said the same thing before dinner, but he'd had the decency to say it where no one could hear it. Oh, shit, Angie. I'm just kidding. Lo siento, he said as he put his hands together. Apologize to him, she said coldly. Angie, that's not necessary, Steven said quietly. Angie threw her napkin on the table and got up. Dinner was lovely, Bonita. Thank you. Excuse us, we're leaving, she said as she shot a look at Steven. She didn't even wait for him to comment as she left the room. What was I supposed to think? Jesus said as she left. It's not like it's her first rodeo with her boss. Jesus, her mother hissed. Steven followed her out onto the front porch and grabbed her arm before she got too far ahead. Hey, he said softly. I don't know what just happened, but I'm not offended. You don't need to leave on my account. Angie stared out across the front porch. There was a time when the house they had lived in wasn't so nice, when she thought she needed to do more to support her family. When she was young and naive and thought that she knew what love meant. She didn't say anything, but she looked down to where his hand still touched her arm. For a moment, she wished it were warmer weather. She wished she was wearing short sleeves and he was touching bare skin rather than the fabric of her blouse. Angie, I guess your brother should never say something like that to you, but I think he was kidding. I don't know your family very well, but I've never seen a place with more love, he said softly. She took a deep breath and tried to get herself together. Love, yes, but they are always up in my business. Now that they're all settled and happy, they expect me to do the same. Fall in love, marry, have babies. They don't seem to realize that this job is the world to me. And so I bring a handsome man home, and they automatically assume I'm still that girl who sleeps with my boss. She winced when she heard herself admit that there had been a past incident, but he had no doubt heard Jesus' comment when they were walking out. It wasn't anything that he didn't already know. But he didn't push. You think I'm handsome? He teased. Shut up, she snapped with a laugh. Angie, your family wants you to be happy, and people are rarely happy from only their job. Success and pride go hand in hand, but that's not love. And your family wants you to have everything. It's far better for them to be protective and pushy than for them not to care about your life at all. Believe me, I know. She turned and inadvertently stepped into his arms. Away from the prying eyes of Duncan Enterprises employees and away from Duncan Maxfield's threats, she gazed into Steven's eyes. Success and love rarely happen at the same time, she whispered. Steven slowly pulled her closer, and she let herself brush up against him. He was both warm and exciting, calm and tumultuous. Her mind and her body screamed two very different things as he dipped his mouth. She remembered the taste of him, remembered the way his lips had felt on hers, and she couldn't help but tilt her head to meet him. It doesn't have to be love at first, he whispered as his lips hovered over hers. It's a first step. A first step into an abyss that could end with her broken beyond repair. With a strangled moan, she put her hand up on his chest and stopped him before he captured her lips. I can't, she whispered. This job means too much to me. He stepped back in frustration and stared at her. Why does being with me automatically mean you lose your job? He demanded. You don't trust me, she snapped. I know you don't. So I don't know if you want to be with me to keep an eye on me, or because you want to be with me. All you have to do is touch me to know I want you, he said in a harsh voice. But I feel for you has nothing to do with the damn company. I can't separate you from the company, she said as she stepped back even further. I'm sorry, I can't. Embarrassed and close to tears, she grabbed her keys from her purse. Let's go, she said. Go ahead, he said without looking at her. I'll call a cab. He was angry. She felt nothing but despair when she realized that he wouldn't even look at her. Steven, she said softly. I'm fine, Angie. You're right. Duncan Enterprises comes first, and that's why I should call a cab. He turned to face her now, and those warm blue eyes were as icy as they could be. We don't want anyone at the company to see us driving back together. He turned and walked away as he pulled out his phone, and she did the only thing she could do. She went back inside to her family. They, at least, would never hurt her. Chapter 11. Angie took a deep breath as she stood outside Steven's temporary office. She hadn't seen him all week. It wasn't that she was deliberately avoiding him, but she'd been busy trying to juggle Gabe's constant interference and Duncan's demands. Duncan was certainly not going to like this latest turn of events. Squaring her shoulders, she rapped on the door. Come in, he said quietly. You are Senior VP of Duncan Enterprises, she reminded herself. You're not going to let one man ruin that. Repeating that over and over in her head, she opened the door and walked in. He looked up in surprise, and she tried to look casual and in control as she leaned against the wall. I don't suppose you know Garrett Snyder, do you? A wry smile crossed his face. Why do you ask? Duncan has tendered for a job for him in Chicago, and Mr. Snyder won't talk to me unless you're with me, she said stiffly. Steven tossed his pencil onto the desk and leaned back in his chair. Really? A job? Why would Duncan want to do a construction job in the middle of selling the construction arm of the company? She knew why, and she knew that he knew. I thought you wanted to save construction. Oh, I do, Steven said with a smile. But you know what I also want. I want my own company to thrive. Does Duncan know that Garrett is asking for me personally? No, she said coldly. Ah, so you're finally finding your own wings here. Good for you, Angela. Well, to answer your original question, I don't really know Garrett, but I've had several conversations with him and nearly closed a deal for my company to do some work for him. But I guess Duncan undercut me. Again. So I'm sure he wants to make sure that there isn't any funny business going on here. Steven smiled brightly at her. Is there any funny business happening here? Pack your bags, Mr. Maxfield, she said. We leave for Chicago in the morning. She spun on her heels and walked out without bothering to close the door. Inside, she was torn. Duncan was adamant that they bid on the job when he found out that Steven was also bidding on behalf of Maxfield Construction. She felt dirty stealing jobs from Steven, but Duncan was her boss. What else could she do? The project itself was massive, and they would barely make any profit with the bid that Duncan gave. It didn't make any financial sense, but then quite a few of Duncan's judgment calls made no financial sense these days. She should tell Duncan that Steven would have to accompany her to Chicago. Usually they sent surveyors to the scene while Angie negotiated on Duncan's behalf, but Garrett Snyder had been adamant that Steven had to be present. She almost selfishly wanted to be alone with Steven. After she wrote him off and told him no multiple times, it was illogical that she'd want to be alone with him in another city. But it wasn't just that. She wanted to see Steven at work. She wanted to see how far he would go to bat for the company that was stealing from his own. And that is all there is to it, she told herself firmly as she entered her office. All there is to what? Her secretary asked. Shannon looked up with a smile. Angie, are you talking to yourself again? Just taking notes, she mumbled. The usual. I need 2 tickets tomorrow for Chicago. Leave the return trip open. I'm not sure how long we'll be. 2 tickets, she said with round eyes. Is Duncan going with you? She whispered. No, Steven Maxfield is, and that needs to be kept quiet, she said sharply. Shannon looked at her with a knowing grin. You and Steven Maxfield? Alone? In Chicago? She said. Tickets. Now, Angie said as she rolled her eyes. Shannon was more than her receptionist.
She was her friend, and she knew all about Angie's issues with Steven. But Chicago wasn't going to be an issue. Chicago was going to be smooth sailing. Garrett played along like we talked about, Steven announced as he walked into Gabe's office. I've already negotiated a reasonable price with him, and it'll give Duncan Enterprises enough profit to make the board members reconsider their offer. And if Garrett finds out that Duncan is willing to do it for less? Gabe said as he quietly straightened his tie. He won't. He insisted that I be there, and I'll make sure of the numbers first. If Angie lowballs us, we'll know that we need to keep an eye on her. Looking around, Steven frowned. Where's Nathan? I told him to meet me here. He was here, Gabe said, but he's got something going on that he doesn't seem to want to share with me. And what's that? How would I know if he won't share it with me? You know Nathan. Always impulsive, taking risks. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Anyway, I suppose you should go pack. Chicago should be quite a fun trip for you. Steven frowned. And what the hell is that supposed to mean? It's a business trip with a colleague. Why would there be any fun in that? We don't even know if we can trust her. Gabe raised an eyebrow. Winning, Steven. I meant it should be a fun trip because you'll be winning. Right. Steven grumbled as he stomped out of the office. Hey, Maxfield! Steven turned to a man running down the hall to catch up with him. Mentally, he racked his brain to figure out what his name was. Fine. Mark Fine. He was another senior VP at the company. But since Steven could barely remember his name, he knew that Fine wasn't exactly going places. Mr. Fine, I'm in a bit of a hurry. How can I help you? Sorry, I heard that you're taking Angelia Lopez to Chicago with you. I was hoping I could tag along. I had some ideas that I'd like to bring to the table. It was all Steven could do not to roll his eyes. Gruffly, reminding himself not to judge someone he didn't even know, he gave the man a sympathetic smile. I'm so sorry, Mr. Fine, but the arrangements have already been made. I'll be sure to set up a meeting with you when I return. A smug smile tugged at his lips. I'm almost jealous of you. That Lopez has quite the fine ass. I wouldn't mind a chance to have those cheeks fill the palms of my hands. Rage like Steven had never known came over him. Pack your bags, Fine. You're fired. What? The man's mouth dropped, and he stared dumbfounded. I'll notify HR. This company has a no-tolerance policy for sexual harassment, and that includes sexist and sexual remarks. You can't do this. Fine's face grew red with anger as he blustered. You barely even work here. A cruel smile crossed Steven's face. Be very careful, Mr. Fine. I carry the Maxfield name. I can do far worse than simply fire you. I can make sure that the only thing you're fit for is flipping burgers for a living. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Fine commented as he turned and stumbled away. As his words sunk in, Steven inhaled sharply. Protecting his woman made him nothing like Duncan. His woman. Where the hell had that come from? Pushing it from his mind, he hurried down the hall. His bags were in the car, and he had a plane to catch. Angie stretched and smiled as she rose from her seat. She'd been in the lobby of Garrett Snyder's office for about 20 minutes. As Steven stormed in, he looked more than pissed. Something wrong? She asked, with an innocent look on her face. Why would anything be wrong? He grumbled. Been here long? I heard your plane arrived nearly an hour before mine. She shrugged. We had some delays before we could land. I've only been here for a few minutes. I'm sorry about the plane mix-up. I didn't have time to tell you that there had been an issue. Tell me, Angie, do you really despise me so much that you had to take a different flight to Chicago? He asked. She felt his eyes searing into hers. Not despise. Distrust, then? I wouldn't do anything that you didn't want me to do. I don't distrust you, she said quietly. She distrusted herself. It seemed that every time she was around him, she forgot about all that she had worked so hard for. She forgot about everything but him, and how she felt about him. Ms. Lopez, Mr. Maxfield, Mr. Snyder will see you now. The receptionist interrupted them and saved Angie from voicing what she already knew was true. Smoothing out her skirt as she stood, she repressed everything, and the cool mask slipped back into place.
Mr. Maxfield, after you.
He looked almost worried as he followed the receptionist. She wasn't sure why he'd be worried. He was the one who wanted the construction arm to work. Well, now they were finding work. He should have been jumping for joy. Even a small win was a win. Garrett Snyder was young for someone who was in charge of such a large company. She reminded herself not to be impressed. He still had a few years on her, and if she got her way, she'd soon be a young person in charge of an even larger company.
Mr. Snyder, thank you for meeting us.
Ms. Lopez, might I ask why Duncan Maxfield isn't meeting with me? They shook hands, and Angie sat down.
Well, since you insisted that Stephen Maxfield join us, he didn't think it was necessary.
She spared a quick glance at Stephen. His jaw was clenched.
What was his problem?
Yes, I did. The relationship between Maxfield Construction and Duncan Enterprises has always been interesting. As you know, I've worked with Stephen before. I simply want to make sure that I'm not severing a relationship here. Money usually comes first in this business, but friendships are important to me. It was all Angie could do not to roll her eyes. She'd done enough research to know that Garrett and Stephen weren't all that close. She wouldn't be here if she suspected that Garrett wouldn't roll right over Stephen if he felt it would help him.
Mr. Maxfield, will you please assure Mr. Snyder that your relationship isn't compromised if Duncan Enterprises is awarded the job?
Stephen nodded. I'm fine with this. Let's just sign the paperwork.
Angie tried to send him a questioning look. Why was he in such a hurry? Okay, is there anything else you need from us, Mr. Snyder?
Garrett shrugged and scribbled something on a piece of paper. I do have one more question for Stephen. He smiled. I hope you don't mind. It's been a while since we spoke. I'm really not certain you remember the last time that we were face to face. It's a bit hazy for me as well. There was quite a bit of alcohol involved.
Mr. Snyder, I'm not sure what is going on here, but I would really like for things to stay on track. Business only, if you don't mind,
Angie said as she jumped into the conversation. Things were getting off track, and she saw that they might be headed down an unprofessional path. Just a minute, Ms. Lopez. I promise this won't take long. Garrett cocked his head and smiled. Stephen, do you remember? There was a pause. I do, he said finally. And you still called me. That takes balls. You're putting a lot of trust in me. And have I made a mistake? I expected you earlier this morning. You didn't show. I couldn't help but wonder if there was something going on that I needed to know. Stephen shrugged. I left a message with your receptionist. I ended up having to take a later plane. For the moment, the two men did nothing but stare at each other. Finally, Angie had enough.
Gentlemen, this is not a cockfight. If you're not going to whip it out, then we need to get back to business. So whatever you guys had going on needs to wait for another day. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Snyder has a job for us to complete. What is the estimate that Duncan has bid for the job? Garrett slid the paper across the desk. When she looked at the numbers, her heart began to race. Problem, Angie? Stephen asked. Problem? She leaned forward and whispered in his ear. Stephen, this is huge. If we take this job, we're well on our way to making construction profitable again. She felt a surge of excitement as she stared at Garrett. Yes, we will definitely do this job. You know, Ms. Lopez, it's been a long time since I've seen someone so passionate about a job. It will be a pleasure to work with you. He stood and held out his hands. I'll get the paperwork in order this afternoon, and we can sign the contracts in the morning. Angie practically beamed as she shook his hand. Stephen, Garrett said more softly, I hope you know what you're doing. Me too. The two men shook hands before Stephen walked Angie out of the room. As soon as they were in the lobby, she whirled on him. I thought you were upset about the plane mix-up because you couldn't be with me. But you had planned on getting to the office before me. Why? I knew how much money Duncan Enterprises would make from this job. I wanted to hash out the details with Snyder before you got here so that you couldn't back out of it. She stared at him. You don't trust me. Angie, someone is deliberately strangling Duncan Enterprises. I needed to know for sure that it wasn't you. You would have done the exact same thing if you were in my shoes. If it wasn't for me, this deal might not have even gone through. Whatever personal history you had with Garrett nearly ruined this whole thing. So maybe instead of trying to seduce information out of me, next time you ask, she hissed as she whirled around and stomped out. He didn't immediately follow her. She seethed all the way back to the hotel. It was obvious what he'd been doing this whole time. He's been trying to butter her up to find out if she was the one damaging Duncan Enterprises. And that was ridiculous. Why would she want to hurt the company she was slated to take over? That, of course, didn't hurt nearly as much as the idea Steven didn't really care for her. It had all been an act, and she'd almost fallen for it. Are you done jumping to conclusions? She whirled around. How did you get in here? You know what? It doesn't even matter. I don't care. Get out. Instead of leaving, he stepped in and closed the door. Not until you listen to me. I don't care about anything that comes out of your mouth. You care about your father's company? Fine. Guess what? I do as well. But I don't walk all over people to get what I want. He grabbed her by the hands and walked her backwards until her back hit the wall. You think I tried to seduce information out of you? Have I ever once asked you anything suspicious when we were alone? Did it ever feel like I was interrogating you? Rolling her eyes, she tried to tug her hands out of his grasp. Biding your time, I'm sure. No, I wasn't. As you can see from today's meeting, I didn't need to seduce anything out of you. I just needed to put you in a situation and test your reaction. That's good business. For the record, I have always trusted you, but the other people didn't. Let me go, she pleaded. No, not until we're done talking. You have a nasty habit of walking away, so you're going to stay right here until we both have what we want. He stepped closer to her, and her body couldn't help but respond. Pressing her back to the wall, she tried to ignore the urge she had to lean forward and taste him. You've made your point. Oh, I haven't even gotten close to my point. I'm making sure that when I get to my point, you aren't second-guessing me, he whispered. She needed to get away from him before she did something she knew she would regret in the morning. Her heart was pounding, and desire was surging through her body. Then tell me your point and let me go. You would not be pissed about me trying to seduce information out of you unless you felt something for me. Because you're just as mad at yourself as you are at me. So tell me the truth, Angie. What do you want from me? What's Garrett's issue with you? She asked instead. Angie, answer the question, she snapped. He stared at her for a moment. His hands loosened around hers as his thumb stroked over the edge of her skin. Although his touch was soft, there was something dangerously seductive about the way he made her skin tingle. I had a deal with Garrett on a job about 3 years ago. Duncan went behind my back and beat my offer by thousands, so Garrett broke his deal with me and signed with Duncan Enterprises. I was livid. Duncan had stolen every long-term job from me for a year, and I took it personally. I hunted Garrett down at his favorite bar and smeared his name. And for good measure, I told him and everyone else who was listening that his wife was banging their next-door neighbor. I was beyond drunk, and there were some physical altercations. He could have had you arrested, she whispered. Yes, he could have, but he didn't, because deep down he realized what he'd done to me. So when I asked him for his help, he agreed. His company can afford it, and he owed me a favor. Steven stepped even closer, and his mouth hovered above hers. But he could have done the exact same to me today. I think he'd planned on it, but you turned it around. Now answer my question. Question? He'd asked her a question? He was standing far too close, and she couldn't think. She said helplessly as she stared at his lips. What do you want from me? What did she want? Her head spun, and she couldn't even begin to formulate the words. Instead, she finally gave in to her desire and leaned forward to kiss him. As their lips touched, fire shot through her. He immediately let go of her wrist and circled her waist, and her hands combed through his hair.
She couldn't get enough of him. His mouth worked over hers desperately as they grew more and more urgent. Finally, when she was getting too dizzy to stand, he broke away and stared at her. "Good answer," he said in a strangled voice. Without a warning, he scooped her up and carried her to the bed.
Sorry, readers. Here's where we fade to black due to YouTube explicit content guidelines. If you dream for the steam, you'll need to take a look in the book.
Chapter 12. Angie woke up the next morning and stretched. When a hand fell over her stomach, she tensed. She was naked, and that hand definitely belonged to Stephen Maxfield. Immediately, memories of everything they did flashed into her mind, and she winced. Obviously, they had needed to blow off some steam. She had been pent up about the deal with Garrett, and no doubt he had felt the same. Last night was good. Better than good. They would go to the meeting feeling relaxed and confident. "The wheels in your head are so loud that they could wake the dead," Stephen murmured. "I don't suppose we could have a quickie before we have to talk about last night." Angie couldn't help but laugh as she rolled over in bed to face him.
As much fun as that sounds, I need to shower and get ready before the meeting, so I guess there won't be any talking either.
He looked almost innocent as he blinked sleepily at her. "No talking?" he asked suspiciously.
No talking,
she said, as she pushed herself up and wrapped the sheet around her. As she swung her feet around and tried to get up, he tugged on the sheet, and she tumbled back on the bed.
Stephen!
She couldn't hold back the giggle. He growled as he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close. "I know that you are dying to talk," he whispered in her ear. "So we're not leaving until you tell me what's happening in that mind of yours." She sighed as she snuggled into his arms.
Okay, if you insist.
"Oh, I insist." He nuzzled her neck, and she tried to focus on the logic and not what he was doing to her body. Again.
I was thinking that we're both single, consenting adults with a lot going on. Last night was fun. We got to blow off some steam, and I wouldn't say no to another couple of rounds with you. But I don't think we should overthink this.
His hands stopped their exploration for a minute, and she held her breath. If he pressed the issue, her defenses might crumble. "So only fun?" he whispered.
Only fun,
she confirmed, but she held her breath. "Can that only fun continue right now?" he asked, as he went back to stroking her skin. She shivered in his arms and smiled.
I told you, we have things to do,
she laughed.
Sorry, readers. Here's where we fade to black due to YouTube explicit content guidelines. If you dream for the steam, you'll need to take a look in the book.
Luckily, they were able to reschedule their meeting with Garrett for later that morning.
You know, when I said I wanted a vacation, I didn't mean right away,
Angie told him as she stepped out of the airport. Steven laughed and put his arm around her. "It's not a vacation. Duncan Enterprises has some investors in New York, so I figured we'd stop by before we went home." She raised her head and gave him a suspicious look.
Flying literally across the country isn't exactly stopping by.
Steven laughed as he flagged down a taxi. He had hoped that if he could wrap things up with the investors and bankers early enough, he could take Angie out for a nice romantic dinner. This whole sleeping together for kicks thing was fine, but it wasn't going to fly for too much longer. "Relax, you'll be back in your cozy office before you can say paperwork and whiskey," he said as he kissed her hand.
Whiskey?
She asked weakly. "Oh, what?" He gave her what he hoped was a charming look. "Was I not supposed to know about your whiskey thing?"
Hey, a taxi!
Angie pushed him towards the car. He opened the door and waited for her to get in. With a frown, he cocked his head and looked back into the airport. For a moment, he thought he saw someone who looked oddly familiar, but that couldn't possibly be right. Shrugging, he ducked into the cab and pulled out his phone. "Smile," he said as he gave her a quick kiss. "You're in the Big Apple."
It's cold in the Big Apple, she grumbled.
"It was cold in Chicago as well," he reminded her. He leaned in for another kiss, but she put a finger on his lips.
Not in public,
she reminded him. With a smile, he tapped his brother's phone number and waited for him to answer the phone. Gabe, I decided to head over to New York. Can you call the board members here so we can have a quick chat with them? I'm sorry, did you say that you were in New York? Steven, you're supposed to go to Chicago, Gabe growled. I did go to Chicago, and Chicago was a huge success, but that got me thinking about Duncan Enterprises' reach. We've got a decent amount of connections in New York that we don't even send Christmas cards to. We do send them Christmas cards, Steven. Whatever, I'm here, so let's do this. There was a pause on the other end. Finally, Gabe sighed. Is Angie with you? Yes, she is, and she did a great job yesterday. Saved the day when things got a little hairy. He gave her a smile and a wink. She rolled her eyes and turned her head to stare out the window. It was clear that she wasn't pleased to be in New York, but all that was going to change tonight. Fine, I'll call them and let them know that you're in town. Do you have a report for them? Or are you going to sit on their desks and ignore them? I like that idea. Let's go with that. How's Nathan doing? Nathan has been holed up in his office all week, so I have no idea. And Duncan? Haven't seen him in days. Where are you staying? Days? What do you mean you haven't seen him in days? You haven't stopped by the house to check on him? Suddenly, Steven felt a little anxious. Now, I have gone to check on him, and he wasn't there. I have no idea where he is. Where did you say you were staying? I'm not sure. I'll text you the address when I get there. Is there anything you want me to go over? Steven could hear Gabe shuffling some papers in the background. I don't think we've sent them the numbers from the last quarter, so I'll email you those. And you'll want to include the new job. God, where did I put that contract? Contract? What contract? Steven asked, narrowing his eyes. Sorry, I'm doing like a million different things here. Ah, here we go. Sarah, can you send this to the lawyers to look over? Gabe, focus, please, Steven grumbled. Bankers, investors, New York? Right, I'll email you all the files. Tell me again why you're in New York? The sooner we get all of this worked out, the sooner I can get back to fixing my own business, Steven told him before ending the call. Angie turned her head and frowned at him. Steven, I know Maxfield Construction has to be struggling. Maybe after all this, Duncan will stop taking jobs from you. Doubtful. Duncan doesn't do anything that's not in Duncan's best interest. Or vengeful. The taxi stopped, and Angie opened the door. He crawled out after her, but she stopped short and didn't budge. Angie? You can let me out? Mr. Maxfield? She asked softly. Really? We're back to Mr. Maxfield now? He said. After last night, I was pretty sure we were on a first-name basis. She moved, and he pulled himself out. As he straightened up, he saw why Angie had froze. Standing in front of the door to the hotel was Duncan Maxfield. And the old man was smiling. Duncan, he said as he buttoned his coat. What are you doing in New York? Steven, Angie, I thought I'd get some fresh air. California can be so stifling. California stifling? I think you're probably the only person in the world who believes that, Steven told him, and he went to put his arm around Angie, but she saw the move and quickly sidestepped him. Mr. Maxfield, you're supposed to be taking it easy, she said as she reached for him. It's cold out here, and you're not at your best. He waved her away gruffly. New York air isn't going to be the death of me. I'm sure you've already spoken to Gabe. So when is the meeting? Gabe is supposed to message me with the details. Are you staying here? As he prayed that his father would answer no, he glanced over at Angie. She had nothing but concern in her eyes as she looked at Duncan. At this point, the only way he was going to save his New York plans with Angie was if Duncan stayed in a different hotel. I am, and I took the liberty of paying for the 2 rooms on either side of me. You 2 can stay in those. He smiled at Steven. I can save you some time. Well, there went all his plans for a romantic evening. Great, he said through clenched teeth. Well, let's go inside before you die of pneumonia. Steven, Angie hissed, throwing him a killer look. She smiled at his father. Mr. Maxfield, thank you for making the arrangements. But I do think we should all get inside so we can regroup and figure out what to do next. She threaded her arm through Duncan's as they went inside. With a sigh, Steven followed them. He didn't know how Duncan knew that they were in New York. but he wasn't leaving until he found out. Chapter 13. Steven stood in the doorway between his father's and Angie's hotel rooms. He had no doubt that the old man had purposefully arranged things this way to make sure that Steven couldn't sneak in there at night. Angie stood over at Duncan's sink and examined his medicines.
Are you sure you've taken all your pills this morning? With all the stress of traveling, it can be easy to forget, she fussed.
I'm sure, Duncan said, but kept his eyes fixed on Steven. So it's a coincidence that we're here at the same time without a scheduled meeting, Steven said lightly. I like to catch them on their toes, Duncan said just as easily. And I figured since you were in Chicago, I'd head to New York. But it's great that you're here too. Steven mused. All right, I'm going to get back in touch with Gabe and hammer out the details. After sending a final regretful look in Angie's direction, he left to go to his own room. Safely hidden behind the closed door, he dialed Gabe's number again. Your receptionist has a big mouth, he snapped. I'm sorry, Gabe said absently. Duncan is in New York. The only other person who knew I'd be here is your receptionist. The typing of keys stopped abruptly. Did you say that Duncan is in New York? That's exactly what I said. He already had rooms waiting for us when we got out of the taxi. Gabe chuckled. Did he put you and Angie on separate floors? He might just as well have. His room is right between us, but that's not the issue. His presence alone is going to distract the group. How am I supposed to convince them that the company is better as a whole if the reclusive Duncan shows up? This is a nightmare. Calm down, Gabe said. Jesus, I can't believe that Duncan flew over there for you. But when You know what? Never mind. Now's not the time to get into it. Get into what? Steven asked. He'd expected Gabe to be as outraged as he was, but instead, he seemed almost jealous. Nothing. I've emailed Carl Johnson. He's agreed to call a meeting tomorrow at 8 a.m., and he's already sent me a list of questions. I hope you're settling in for a long night of prep work, Steven. Send me the email. I'll video chat with you later to go over some key points. Keep me informed of everything, Steven insisted as he hung up. With a sigh, he loosened his tie and rolled up his sleeves. The meeting was supposed to have been an impromptu and casual chat. Now it was turning into a long, detailed conference. Not that it mattered. His planned evening with Angie was already ruined, so he might as well make the most of this trip. Pulling out his laptop, he logged in and got to work. Once Steven was out of the room, Duncan turned on Angie with fire in his eyes. So, I hear that Chicago was successful, he hissed. She whipped her head around and stared at him. A minute ago, he looked like a feeble old man. Now he looked like a predator. I thought you'd be happy, she said coolly. You usually relish in stealing jobs from Maxfield Construction. Duncan rolled his eyes and sank on the bed. And he used that to his advantage. How could you let this happen? How could I let this happen? I'm fairly certain your words were, Angie, make sure Duncan Enterprises walks away with this job. And that's exactly what you got. Besides, this brings in a huge amount of money for construction, not to mention that Snyder is a gold mine. Everyone will want you once they know you're working for him. He has international contacts, Angie pointed out. Yes, and now the investors are really going to want to sell when they realize we've landed a gold mine, Duncan said sarcastically. I'm in New York to fix this, Angie, and I need to know what side you're on. There aren't sides here, Duncan. There's only Duncan Enterprises. And I'm here to make sure that the company comes out on top. Why are you so fired up to sell when you have the potential to be great again? Great takes an awful lot of work. Are you really willing to devote that much effort into a dying company, Ms. Lopez? Angie stared at him. What on earth was he talking about? A dying company? Mr. Maxfield, I'm sure your trip here was tiring. I'm going to go check in with Steven and see where he's at with our presentation. Why don't you lie down and rest for a bit? I'll check on you in an hour, okay? He snorted and waved her away as he lay back on the mattress. She slipped out of the room and hurried to Steven's door. Before she could even knock, he flung it open. With a growl, he yanked her inside. Did you tell Duncan that we were going to New York? Taken aback, she stared at him. Steven, I didn't know myself we were going to New York until we were at the airport gate. I did not inform your father, but even if I had,
there wouldn't have been enough time to grab a plane and get here before we did. What is wrong with you?
He ran his hand over the stubble of his chin and sighed. Sorry. Paranoid. Okay, well, Duncan puts a wrench in our plans. With him here, the investors want answers. It's going to be a long night of prepping. Are you up for it? Angie rotated her shoulders and smiled at him.
Are you kidding?
Try and keep up, she said teasingly. He bent down and gave her a quick kiss on the mouth, and she found that she didn't mind one bit. Several hours later, there was a knock at the door. Angie took the opportunity to stretch as Steven went to answer it. She'd been hunched over the laptop as she and Steven strategized. Started without me, huh? Duncan grumbled as he walked in. Guiltily, she glanced at the clock. She should have checked on him a while ago, but they were so caught up in the report that she hadn't even noticed the time flying by.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Maxfield, but I'm glad you've rested. Steven and I have made some real progress.
Duncan only grunted as he peered over her shoulder. Those numbers aren't right, he growled. Those are projected numbers. By taking Garrett Snyder's job, we've extended our reach, and this is the speculative number of jobs we might get with that new exposure. Steven shot Duncan a nervous look, and Angie couldn't help but smile. It was so obvious that Steven wanted his father's approval even while he continued to maintain that Duncan meant nothing to him. Fine, Duncan said. Angie jumped in as she scrolled through the presentation.
The board has been tracking our movements, and they've been keeping a record of our jobs. They have some pretty serious questions. For example, why did we offer our services for such a low price on high-budgeted jobs?
Those were the jobs that you stole from Maxfield Construction, Steven prompted. I didn't steal anything, boy, Duncan snapped. I happened to make a better offer than you. Did her room have a minibar? She would need to check that out.
Back to your corners, she told them, holding up her hands. We all know that we've all made mistakes with this company, and now we need to answer for them. Duncan, you better have an answer ready for when they ask that. Steven, they're going to want to know where you and Nathan have been for the past few years, and what the two of you can offer Duncan Enterprises in the future. They will want to know where your loyalties lie.
The two men stared at her, and she stood and put her hands on her hips.
Guys, don't give me that look. You both know you have some issues that need to be worked out. This is only going to be successful if we work together. Duncan, I know you want to sell. But even you have to admit it's going to be hard to convince the investors to pull out when this much money is involved. And as long as we have backing, the board members aren't going to want to sell. So figure out which side you're on.
Duncan drew up to his full height when she threw his words back at him, but she stood her ground. When it came down to it, she wasn't playing for Team Duncan or Team Steven. She was playing for Team Angie, and that meant she was going to do what was best for the company. Even if Duncan yanked it all away from her, she would still have a successful endeavor under her belt. And at the end of the day, that was all that counted. They both grumbled, but they finally sat down in an unspoken truce. Pleased with herself, Angie smiled.
I'm ordering room service. Play nice while I'm gone. We're going to knock them dead tomorrow.
The meeting was grueling, but at the end of it, he considered it a success. Both Angie and Duncan were too tired to converse much on the plane ride home, but Steven was wired. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been so challenged, and he'd loved it. They dropped Angie off at her home, and while he was sorely tempted to join her for the night, she'd made it plenty clear through her body language that she wasn't ready for Duncan to know. Regretfully, he shook her hand and said goodnight. Glad to see you haven't lost your edge, Duncan told him as he got out of the car. You might do something with that floundering company of yours after all. It was the closest thing to a compliment that Duncan had ever given him, so Steven simply nodded. His father headed to his room and Steven headed to the liquor cabinet. The day was cause for celebration. I heard things went well. Steven nearly jumped out of his skin when he flipped on the light and saw Gabe in the chair. Christ, man, are you trying to give me a heart attack? Gabe watched him silently as he poured himself a drink. He took a sip, then answered. Yes, today was rough, but overall I think it went well. Did anyone know why I wasn't there? He asked coldly. Look, Gabe, I know you're upset. Upset? He got up and advanced towards Steven. Are you kidding me? I've been helping run this company since college, and you sweep in to save the day. It was me who drew up those numbers for you.
I'm the one who has been in constant contact with New York. And you jet over there without a second thought. Not only is that completely out of character for you, but it's incredibly unfair to me. I saw an opportunity and I took it, Steven responded defensively. It's not like your name didn't come up time and time again. Trust me, I gave you credit where credit was due. The trip was only supposed to introduce me to the New York investors. I had no idea that Duncan would show up and make such a big deal out of it. Interrupting them, the door swung open and Nathan walked in. What the fuck is going on in here? Nothing that concerns you, Gabe snapped. Go back to whatever little project you were pretending to be working on and leave this to the grown-ups. Steven's mouth dropped open and Nathan stopped in his tracks. Excuse me? Nathan said softly. You heard me, Gabe growled. All you've done since you've been here is disappear. I've been analyzing the data. That takes time, Nathan yelled. Whoa! Steven threw up his hands. Everybody settle down. His two younger brothers fell silent and stared at him. Look, I know we haven't always gotten along, and it only stands to reason that the stress of being under the same roof and working for the same company might cause us all to reach the ends of our ropes. But let's agree that we're here. We've each got a job to do. And let's step back. He took a deep breath and turned to Gabe. Gabe, you're right. You've been with this company for years without a word of thanks, and you should have gone to New York. But you called us in to do what you could not, and it's not because it's not in your power to work up a new plan. But you've got so much on your plate already. Nathan and I do not. So let us get on with what you jerked us away from our lives to do. Gabe didn't say anything, and Steven turned to Nathan. Gabe's not wrong. You're not around a lot, and that's fine. But keep us in the loop. If you let us know what you're doing, maybe we can help. Fine, Nathan said tightly. Steven turned to Gabe, but his brother stared at him, his jaw clenched tight. Gabe, Steven prompted, we won't get anything done if we keep fighting. Fine. Good, Steven said. Now, you're right. New York was impulsive of me. It seems that I've been kind of impulsive lately, and I need to get back to being more structured. I'll keep you both informed in the future, and while we're on that subject, I have an idea of how we can take this one step further. Give me a couple of days to hash out the details, and then I'll present it to you. I want to get this done so I can get back to my life and saving my own business. So, truce? Truce, his brothers echoed. Steven blew out his breath and knocked back the rest of the drink he still held. Not only would his plan get him out of Duncan Enterprises, but maybe he could finally step back and reevaluate his relationship with Angie. He wouldn't play in the shadows forever. They would need to come forward soon, or they needed to end it. He wasn't an in-between kind of guy. Chapter 14. Angie was out of town that weekend for a family get-together, and things at Maxfield Construction were quiet. Steven spent some time video chatting with his son before wandering around the house. Following the sound of someone playing billiards, he found Nathan leaning intently over the pool table. Trying to improve your game and hustle a few guys at the bar? Steven teased. Nathan scratched and straightened up to glare at Steven. Not hanging out with Gabe today? Sensing that talking about work might set Nathan off, Steven carefully sidestepped it. Nah. How are things at home? You don't talk much about it. It's not that I don't talk much about it. It's that you two never seem interested. Nathan leaned over again and named his cue. This time, he got 2 balls in 1 strike. I'm interested now. How's Daisy? Steven asked quietly. Daisy is Daisy, Nathan muttered. She's passionate about her cause. Cause? Steven knew that Daisy had similar interests to Nathan, especially about going green. She wants Duncan Enterprises to go green, Nathan said. As do I. Not this again. It was all Steven could do not to roll his eyes. Nathan was something of a broken record. There are more important things to do right now than worry about going green. See? Right there. God, I'm so tired of you and Gabe shoving my ideas aside. I'm not a child anymore. No one said you were, but there will be no company to go green if we don't focus on other aspects first, Steven pointed out. Did you ever think that announcing that we're going green might actually help save the company? Things have changed a lot in the last 5 years. People are waking up and becoming more aware of the environment. Duncan Enterprises could get a lot more attention if we announce some changes.
Is that you or Daisy talking? Steven said finally. Nathan seemed to deflate. Daisy has gotten kind of extreme these days. We've been together for years, and I'm worried that she's going to leave me because of my father.
How crazy is that?
Steven chuckled. I feel you. Angie doesn't want to go public with our relationship because of Duncan. That man is a cockblocker if I ever saw one. You and Angie are official now? Nathan asked, with wide eyes. When did that happen? It's not official, but we're past the stage of just talking. There's something about her, Nathan. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I feel like I shouldn't let her go. I realize I hardly know her. I'm not usually an impulsive person. I look at all the angles before I make a decision. But if I take Angie and look at all the angles, I have a big fat no. She's in Duncan's pocket. She's not interested in a relationship. She puts her career first. She's here, and I'm not. Steven sighed. But I can't seem to stop myself. Big brother has it bad, Nathan teased. He finally smiled at Steven and offered him a beer from the cooler. Women will drive you insane. So will family, Steven said with a wry smile. All I'm asking is to be heard. If I drop a presentation, will you and Gabe finally pay attention? Steven reached out and ruffled Nathan's hair. We're always paying attention, little brother. We're just waiting for you to make a stand. Nathan growled and swung a punch half-heartedly at Steven. I know where your priorities lie, but I think this could help. Steven nodded his head. As he watched Nathan drink his beer, he realized how much of Nathan's life he had missed. This wasn't the little kid who came to him with every problem. This was a grown man who was struggling with issues and didn't have anywhere to turn. He'd always blamed Duncan for abandoning him, but he and Gabe had done the same to Nathan. Maybe it was finally time to turn that around. Anyone up to shoot some hoops? Steven turned to see Gabe dressed in blue shorts and a tank top. He wrinkled his nose. If those shorts were any higher, you'd be giving us all quite the show, he teased. Gabe frowned and looked down. No one has been around to play in a while, but it's not like I've grown all that much. Shrinkage. It's the death of all clothes. He downed the rest of his beer and stretched. I'll play. Nathan? Nathan shook his head and kept his head down. It was clear that even though he and Steven were trying to resolve their issues, he wasn't quite ready to do the same with Gabe. Are we good? Steven asked softly. Yeah. Nathan gave him a small smile. We're good. All right. He clapped his hands together and rubbed them. Time to kick your ass, he told Gabe. Let me change real quick. Gabe snorted. And 30 minutes later, Gabe and Steven were neck and neck. What's wrong, big brother? Gabe panted. Too old to play anymore? Please, Steven replied as he locked eyes with his brother. You're so busy working for Daddy that you don't even know how to handle yourself outside the company. Gabe slowly dribbled the ball from side to side. Oh, yeah? Then how come you aren't kicking my ass? I'm getting warmed up, Steven said as he made his move. Snagging the ball from Gabe, he reached up to shoot the ball. As it slid through, he made a loud whooping cry and began to dance along the court. Lucky shot, Gabe grumbled. Are you going to be a sore loser? I hate sore losers, Steven taunted. The ball fell between them, and they were at it again. As Steven followed Gabe around the court, he could tell that the tension between them was from far more than the game. The words, facial features, and movements were far too harsh for a playful game, but Steven didn't let up. If this is what Gabe needed to get out all his anger, then Steven would let him. It wasn't like the resentment was one-sided. Gabe was as responsible for Duncan Enterprises practically running Maxfield Construction out of business as Duncan was. Gabe could have stepped in at any time to put a stop to it, but he hadn't. Instead, he chose to side with Duncan, and Steven had about enough. So Gabe was pissed off that Steven was taking the reins. So what? This is what Gabe wanted. Steven was called in to save the company, and now that Steven was taking steps, Gabe was suddenly jealous. So are you going to tell me your plan, or are you going to fly by the seat of your pants again? Gabe asked finally as the ball bounced between them. It almost sounded an ominous note as it thudded against the concrete. They were both dripping with sweat, and Steven was in no mood for a fight. I told you, I'm looking at it from all angles, Steven gasped as he wiped his face. Not good enough, Gabe said roughly. I called you in to help. That means you need to keep me in the damn loop. Do you understand? What do you want, Gabe? Steven said, spreading his hands out. Every time I try to talk to you, you kick me out of the office. You act like I'm in the way. That's because whenever you're in my office, you are in the way. You're so fucking blindsided by Angie and so suspicious of the company that all you do is bitch and moan when you're with me. I brought you in to give me ideas. I didn't bring you in so that you could go rogue. When this is all said and done, you're going to be leaving soon, and I'll be the one to clean up whatever mess you leave behind. Gabe roared. His heart hammering painfully in his chest, Steven finally stopped moving and stared at Gabe. Is that what this is about? You're worried about what's going to happen when I leave? What did you think it was about? Glory, Steven said with an apologetic shrug. Please, Gabe sniffed. I could single-handedly save this company, and Duncan wouldn't look twice at me. We both know that. But like it or not, Duncan Enterprises is important to me. I might never be CEO, but I want this company to work. I've put a lot into it, and I want to make sure that when you leave, it's not still a mess. If you keep me out of the loop, then I'm going to have more nights like earlier this week where you're in a jam and I have to scramble to get you out of it. Let me in on what you're thinking. Let me help you so that I can work up a plan for the future, for when you're gone. The ball rolled harmlessly into the grass, and Steven collapsed on the bench. I'm not focused, he groaned. My attention is divided. Angie? Steven let his head fall back as he sighed. She's on my mind all the time, but it's never going to work out. She's here. She belongs to Duncan, hook, line, and sinker. And I belong with Maxfield Construction. Neither of us is going to volunteer to move. I need to see it for what it is and leave it alone. That's never going to happen, Gabe shrugged when Steven glared at him. What? I know you. You don't let things go. If you did, you wouldn't be here helping me. You know, I didn't realize that we would have so many problems getting along, Steven said. We're so far removed from each other's lives. Nathan's practically a stranger to me, and sometimes I even find myself wondering if I can even trust you. And we can't exactly blame Duncan for that. No, Gabe sighed. It's our fault. Nathan hasn't even looked at me for the past few days. We have to provide a united front in whatever we do. That should be the easiest move, but it's certainly not looking that way. Steven stood and stretched. I'm going to go grab a shower. Pizza later? I'll call it in, Gabe said absently. Steven could tell he had a lot on his mind. As he should. They had a lot to work through. If they couldn't make it as a family, they were never going to make it as a company. Chapter 15. By noon on Monday, Steven was yearning for a drink. You have got to be kidding me, he muttered as he stared at the computer screen. Rough day? The sound of her voice lifted his spirits, and the vision of her in his temporary office lifted more than that. As quickly as he could, he moved from his desk, checked the hall, and closed the door. What are you doing? She protested as he grabbed her and pushed her up against the wall. I haven't touched you in more than 48 hours, he said huskily as his hands traveled down her body. His lips descended on hers, and the muscles in her body relaxed. She became like putty in his hands as he pulled her blouse from her skirt so he could skim his hands over her warm, bare skin. Moaning, she grabbed for his shirt. Did you lock the door? His only response was a low growl as he slammed her harder against the wall. Shush, she hissed. With a frustrated sigh, he released her and backed up. Jesus, Angie. Could you at least pretend that we aren't sneaking around? I kind of got over the forbidden hookups when I was 17, he grumbled. You didn't seem to have a problem with it last weekend, she sighed. What the hell is wrong with you? Everything, Steven snapped. This job with Garrett has had no publicity at all, which makes absolutely no sense. No reporters calling, no stories in the paper, nothing. What is happening? It takes time, baby, Angie said, as she put a hand on his arm. It's been 2 weeks. By now, there should be at least 2 tabloid magazines making up stories about us. And then there's you. Every time I want to see you, I have to practically put on a disguise. And we can't even role-play and make it fun. You don't think the sneaking around is fun? Angie murmured with a seductive smile. Steven backed up and ran his hand through his hair. It was fun in the beginning, but not so much anymore. I want to take you out to dinner and go to the movies. I want to be able to touch you at work without you pushing me away or checking over your shoulder."
We talked about not making this more than it is,
she said frostily. "The only person doing that is you," Steven said. "There is something between us, and you keep pretending that there isn't."
Damn it, Steven. I already have to work twice as hard to get any respect around here. How do you think they're going to treat me when they find out that I'm sleeping with the boss's son? It could damage my career. Hell, it might even damage my relationship with your father. Why can't you understand that?
He opened his mouth to respond, but a knock at the door interrupted them. Immediately, she flushed and began straightening her clothes and smoothing her hair. "What?" Steven snapped as he threw open the door. A small woman stood there. Her eyes rounded when Steven continued to glare at her, so he softened his features. "I'm sorry. How can I help you?"
"I'm looking for Angie. Someone said I might find her here,"
she said, her voice barely above a whisper.
"Great,"
Angie muttered under her breath.
"Michelle, this is Steven Maxfield. Steven, this is Duncan's receptionist. What can I do for you, Michelle?" "I need to get into Mr. Maxfield's office. I need a new checkbook. He said that you could let me in."
Her eyes darted nervously from Angie to Steven, and he couldn't help but smile. Before Angie could say anything, he immediately stepped forward. "Angie has a million things to do today," he said smoothly. "I'll get that checkbook for you." The timid woman immediately recoiled, and Steven couldn't figure out exactly what had caused Duncan to hire her. Usually, the old man liked his secretaries pretty and sassy. Michelle was plain and quiet. It was odd. "You don't have a key," Angie pointed out. Steven held out his hand. "That's easily remedied." She eyed him for a minute before sighing and pulling out her key ring.
"You're lucky that I am busy," she grumbled. "And Steven, if you touch anything in that office other than the checkbook, this will be your last day on Earth. Do you understand me?"
"I wouldn't even dream of it," he said with a smile. He hadn't gotten a look at Duncan's office since he got here, and now he realized that it was something he would need to remedy immediately. A man could tell a lot about a person from their office. Michelle squeaked, but spun on her heels and hurried down the hall. Steven hurried to keep up with her. Behind him, he heard Angie closing the office door. The receptionist seemed to want to get this transaction over with as quickly as possible, and his lover was moving in the opposite direction. What was with the women today? "So, do you like working for Duncan?" he asked as pleasantly as possible when they stepped into the elevator. She squeezed herself into the back corner and cast her eyes downward.
"Yes, sir,"
she whispered into her shoes. "Really? Because I find my father incredibly hard to work with and work for," Steven said as he leaned against the elevator wall. "You don't have to fib to me, Michelle."
"It's the truth, sir. Since your father hired me, he's never been here. He sends me detailed instructions via email on what I'm to do. It's the highest paying and easiest job I've ever had."
"And how long have you worked here?"
8 months.
8 months? Steven's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Duncan hasn't been into the office in 8 months?
He used to come in for meetings, but now he sends his son. His other son, Mr. Gabe Maxfield.
Her eyes widened.
I don't think I was supposed to tell you that.
It's okay, Michelle. Everything you say to me is in complete confidence. Is there anything else you want to divulge? He tried to slump down a bit and seem less intimidating, but Michelle shook her head and stared at the floor. Clearly, he wasn't going to get any more information out of her. The doors opened, and she practically bolted down the hall. Steven unlocked the door, and Michelle darted in. Once she pulled the checkbook out from the drawer, she didn't even spare him a second look.
"Thanks,"
she whispered. "No problem," he said slowly, as he watched her scurry away. Wow. Someone really needs to have a conversation about social conventions with her. Shutting the door behind her, he moved slowly around the office. His father had impeccable taste. Everything was solid mahogany. There were no personal items in the office, no pictures of the family or mementos. Duncan had a shelf of trophies awarded to the business, several expensive plants, and a huge aquarium. Yet Steven knew without a shadow of a doubt that his father had no idea what kind of fish were in the aquarium. But he knew their worth. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, nothing has changed. Your office is as cold as you are," he murmured. "This business is your life, so why aren't you here?" The phone rang, and he looked at it. and hesitated for a moment. He shouldn't. He really shouldn't. No doubt the calls were going straight to his father's cell phone, but this one just kept ringing. Damn it. Reaching out, he snatched up the phone. Maxfield, he growled.
Jesus, he actually sounded like his father. How terrifying was that?
Duncan, Garrett here. I got a call from Steven earlier asking about the press. You haven't told him that you wanted to nix the press? And that you've shut down all the options coming in? Steven froze.
What the hell? Duncan was sabotaging the project?
Suddenly, everything started to fall into place. The only link between everything that had been happening was Duncan. The only person that could possibly be sabotaging the company was Duncan. Duncan? Shit. He shook his head and cleared his throat. It's Steven, actually. Steven Maxfield. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Steven, I'm sorry about the mix-up. Why are you answering your father's phone? Right place, right time, Steven growled. So Duncan is the reason there has been no press and no other job offers? Did he say why? I think this is something you should discuss with him, Garrett said uneasily. Are you kidding me? Garrett, I set this whole thing up. Everything going on with this job should go through me. Why the hell are you even talking to Duncan anyway? It's his company. At the end of the day, Steven, your father owns the company. When he tells me he wants something, I have to listen to him. Fine. Steven rubbed his eyes as he tried to think. I don't understand. Why would he ask you to do this? Seriously, what was his reasoning? Well, he said that he was getting ready to sell the construction arm, so there was no reason to take any other jobs. Yes, he did. And that's why I took this job. You knew that, Garrett. Damn it! Steven roared as he swept out his hand. Papers on the desk went flying as he slammed his palm down on the polished wood. Is that why he's cutting out the press? This is a fucking nightmare. Steven, you're trying to save a company that you don't own. I did everything I could to get this deal for you. But Steven Duncan owns the company. When the ink dries on the paper, it's Duncan who runs the show. Garrett sighed on the other end. I'm sorry. Talk to your father, Steven. The line clicked, and Steven slammed the phone down. He certainly was going to talk to Duncan. He had a few choice words for him. Chapter 16. Gabe, Nathan, and Duncan were sitting around the kitchen table when Steven finally got home. It was well into the night, but Steven hadn't been able to get home sooner. He'd gone back to his office to pore over the paperwork, and when he knew without a doubt that Duncan was the reason the business was deteriorating, he had to go for a run. 10 miles. And he was still seething. I see that everyone is having a good time, he said evenly. It's nice to see the family getting together. Duncan raised his eyebrows, and Gabe and Nathan both paled. They recognized the danger in his sarcastic tone. Care to join us? Duncan said just as evenly. With a forced smile, Steven headed to the refrigerator and popped open a beer. I would love to. What are you guys talking about? We were talking about some childhood memories, Gabe said slowly. Funny childhood memories. Funny, huh? Like the time he missed your Little League games? Or the time he missed Nathan's Science Fair award? Steven took a swig of beer and cocked his head. Duncan stood slowly. Do you have something to say to me, boy? I do, actually. I do have something to say to you. I met Michelle today. You remember Michelle. Cute, tiny, way underdeveloped social skills. She needed a checkbook from your office, so I got a key and took her down there so she could get it for you. And really, Duncan, you should give the woman her own key. After all, she's clearly been doing your job for the last 8 months anyway. But that's not the point. While I was there, Garrett called, and we had an interesting conversation about the job and the press. Or, rather, the lack of press. And the fact that you're turning down all the other jobs that have come in. Care to explain that, Duncan? Nathan slowly stood and faced him. Wait, you're turning down jobs? Really? You had no right to be in my office, Duncan growled. To take my calls. Maybe I crossed the line. And we can debate that after we talk about this. One subject at a time, Duncan. Didn't you teach us that? Steven said as he tipped his bottle up and drained it. The beer wasn't doing it for him. He really needed something stronger. You were in his office? Gabe asked. He stared at Steven. You took a phone call? Are you kidding me? You've been here less than a month, and now you want to act like you're running the place? Steven's jaw dropped. What are you talking about? Duncan is destroying the company you've kept running for 10 years, and all you care about is that I was in his office for 10 minutes? It's my company to do with as I damn well please, Duncan thundered. You shouldn't even be here. Why? Were you afraid that I would find out your secret? Steven shook his head. Don't you get it, Gabe? You called us here to help you. And he's the reason the company is failing. He is. Jabbing the air in Duncan's direction, Steven moved from the counter to confront his father. Steven, take a breather, Gabe said as he moved to get in between them. Let's talk about this rationally. Rationally? You yelled at me for being in the office. Jesus. Did you know Gabe? Nathan raked his hand through his hair. Why are you defending Duncan? I'm not defending him. I'm saying we should talk about it calmly, like adults. Steven pushed past him until he was only inches away from his father. Admit it. Admit that this is all your fault. Was this fun for you? To see us all worrying about your company when you're fucking flushing it down the toilet? God, Mom wouldn't even be able to look at you right now. Rage seared through him as he raised his arm and slammed the bottle against the wall. As the glass shattered, everyone froze and stared at him. Don't ever raise your hand against me in this house, Duncan said in a tight voice. And if you ever speak of your mother like that again, get out. Now. Steven looked around for support of his brothers, but neither even looked at him in the eye. Fine. I'm done with you. I'm done with all of you, he growled as he turned and walked away. And don't you ever come back, boy. I'm sorry, Mom, but I've already told you that I can't make it. I told you that when you brought it up last week. It's not like I'm canceling on you. Angie carried her glass of whiskey from the kitchen into the living room and sank into the couch cushions. All she wanted to do was get stuck into some movie on TV and forget all about work. I know, but I was hoping that by now you could have made time for it. It's important to me, Angie. Her mother was such an expert at making her feel guilty. I'm sorry, Mom. Nothing has changed. I still have obligations at work. Work, work, work. Angie, you used to be all about family. Now I feel lucky to see you at Christmas. Mom, you see me once a month. At least. Don't be so dramatic. This is one show. One show. It's playing all month. It's not about the show, Angie. It's about us. It's about family. Sure, we see you, but you don't see us. Your mind is always on work. You're on the phone, but you're not here. You're not with us. Mom. Angie closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It's okay for a woman to have a career these days. What happened to those moments when you told me how proud you were? Her mom was silent on the other end. I was proud of you, Angie. I was proud of you when you realized your dreams. But now it seems like you're realizing someone else's dreams. Mom, this is my dream. I'm so close to reaching my dream. Yes, it's hard work, and it takes up a lot of time, but it's going to be worth it, so I can't go to a show with you. This isn't the end of the world. It's not the show, Angie. I want to spend some one-on-one time with you. I want your attention. Angie sighed. Guilt and remorse. Everything with her mom was guilt and remorse. We'll do lunch this weekend, Mom. One-on-one attention, okay? You promise? She heard the hope in her mother's voice, and she sighed again. Her mom wasn't really only about guilt and remorse. If her mother was acting like this, then there was something wrong, and she should be paying more attention. I promise. There was a loud knock on the door, and Angie straightened. I've got to go, Mom. Lunch this weekend, I promise. Hanging up, she crept to the door and looked out the peephole. Steven, Jesus, it's late. What are you doing here? He said as she swung open the door. There was a strange intensity in his eyes as he stormed in and slammed the door shut. Duncan is blocking all my attempts to save the company because he wants to see it die. Did you know this? Did you know this? He trapped her against the wall, and her heart beat wildly. Steven, you have to calm down, she said in a shaky voice.
Calm down.
Slowly the wildness left his eyes and he relaxed.
I'm sorry,
he whispered, as he rested his forehead on hers.
Sorry. Okay. What's going on?
Putting her arms around him, Angie rested her head on his chest. I don't want to talk about it. Please don't ask. Tipping her chin back, he captured her mouth and pushed her back gently against the wall. Just be with me tonight. Please?
Okay.
More than anything, she wanted to make him feel better. There was something almost demonic in his eyes, and she wanted to see it gone. More than anything, more than the business, more than finding out what was going on with Duncan, she wanted to see Steven smile again. Sliding her hands under his shirt, she lost herself in the warmth of his body. His abs were hard and smooth, but his lips were soft and silky. Softly moaning, she pulled the hem of his shirt all the way up and off so there would be no barriers as she explored. His hands were all over her, and she heard the fabric of her shirt tear as he pulled it. But she had no complaints. He was angry, wild, and demanding, and she reveled in it.
Sorry, readers. Here's where we fade to black due to YouTube explicit content guidelines. If you dream for the steam, you'll need to take a look in the book.
Thank you, he whispered later.
Steven, what's going on? I've never seen you like this,
she said as she turned in his arms. He rested his head on her chest. They were both bathed in sweat, and she was still shaking. Duncan told Garrett to block the press, and he's turning down all the jobs that have come through. The plan is a failure. It's a failure because Duncan wants it to be a failure.
What? Why? Why would he do that?
Her chest clenched. Had she put her entire life into a company that was deliberately being flushed down the toilet? I don't know. Maybe he likes to see me fail, Steven said. And I'm so tired of trying to prove to him that I'm worth it. I'm tired of trying to prove to him that I can do this. I should let it go. I should focus on my own company and my own life. He was giving up. He was going home. She shouldn't care. She'd always known that this day would come. But now that they were talking about it, she realized that she wasn't ready. And more than that, she feared what he would become if he gave up now.
Why did you come here in the first place?
She asked softly. Gabe, Steven said. I came for Gabe. Angie shook her head. She stroked her fingers through his hair.
No. If it was only for Gabe, you could have done that from home. He could have sent you reports and you could have given him advice from there. But you actually came here and implanted yourself into this company. Why?
I wanted to prove to Duncan that I'm good, that I'm better than he ever thought I'd be. Angie snorted.
That's your ego talking. And you could have done that by making your own business successful. So why are you trying so hard to save Duncan Enterprises?
He was quiet for a minute. She listened as his breathing finally slowed. His fingers slowly moved in lazy circles over her skin as he thought. He put this company before everyone, before his wife, before his children. I don't want to know what Duncan Maxfield will become if this company fails. This is our last link, our last bond, and if he destroys the company, he could be destroying our whole family along with it.
And are you going to bail on your family because your ego is bruised?
She asked softly. Another question hung unspoken in her mind. Would he bail on her too? I don't know how to get past this, he said with a sigh. I don't know how to stop him.
But you'll try?
She asked as she held her breath.
You're not going to run now, are you?
He didn't say anything as he moved up and pressed his lips to hers. She wanted to push him, to find out where his head was, but he was already hard again. And now the man knew how to distract her. Soon the only coherent thought in her head was that she wanted more. She needed more. And she knew he did too. If they weren't going to find a resolution by talking, at least they could chase their demons another way.
Sorry, readers. Here's where we fade to black due to YouTube explicit content guidelines. If you dream for the steam, you'll need to take a look in the book.
Chapter 17. Steven emptied the bottle of bourbon into his glass and stared at the white wall. He'd been in the hotel for a week trying to decide what he was going to do. Angie had stayed a few nights with him, and it had been enough to temper his anger. His nights with her were explosive, but when it was over, he felt a sense of loss. She still didn't seem to want anything more from him. Duncan didn't call him. Gabe and Nathan didn't call him. There were no emails or text messages. He had no doubt that if he returned to the company's offices, he'd be escorted off the premises by security. Even worse, he didn't even want to deal with his own company. The two managers he'd hired were beyond frustrated. He could hear it in their voicemails, but Steven was burnt out. He couldn't think straight, and he certainly couldn't strategize. But he did take one phone call. "Hey, buddy," he slurred a little when he saw Ben's photo pop up on his screen.
"Nice to know that you'll answer the phone for someone,"
Suzanne said in a frosty tone. Steven rolled his eyes. "Put Ben on the phone," he said.
"Ben's in school, Steven. It's a Wednesday, for God's sake. Are you drunk? It's 2 p.m.
He was a little drunk. Bleary-eyed, he glanced at the clock. "What do you want, Suzanne?" he asked, attempting to fight off his exhaustion and depression. He'd forgotten how grating her voice could be when she was irritated. He wondered if the bourbon was really all gone.
"What do you mean? What do I want? You were supposed to take Ben this weekend. I must have called you 20 times. I was beginning to think something had happened until I finally called Nathan. What the hell is wrong with you?"
Shit. He was supposed to take Ben this weekend. He immediately sat the glass on the tabletop and rubbed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Suzanne. I must have lost track of time," he admitted. But it was no excuse. And they both knew it.
"We agreed the courts did not need to get involved with how we handled arguments over Ben so long as we could both agree on things. And because it's not like you to stand Ben up, I'm going to let this slide." "But he was devastated, Steven," she said sadly.
"Really? Because when I do have him, all he does is play video games."
"He had a basketball game this weekend. He wanted you to be there for it,"
Susan chided gently.
"Nathan told me what's going on. Steven, you have to let it go."
"Let what go?" Steven snapped. "The fact that Duncan is trying to destroy his own company? Or the fact that I can't do anything about it?"
"The fact that you can't control everything," she yelled back. "You started Maxfield Construction because you were done with Duncan Enterprises. And sure, although it may not have a nationwide reputation, but you're doing well, Steven. You're holding your own. But now you're going to lose it all because of Duncan. Pull yourself together and make a decision about what you want to do next. But don't wallow in alcohol and self-pity."
She was right, of course. That he was going to have to decide what to do next.
"Can I see Ben next weekend?" "No. He has a camping trip with some friends from school next weekend, but maybe we can schedule something after that. But Steven, you've got to pull yourself together."
Suzanne hung up the phone, and Steven frowned. Everybody wanted him to be proactive and do something. And normally he felt so in control of everything. His days were always planned out, and he knew exactly what was going to happen. But coming back to Duncan Enterprises made him feel like a teenager again. He was drowning under the weight of Duncan's dictatorship and being crushed by the expectations of Nathan and Gabe. And, if he were being completely honest, by his own expectations as well. Then there was Angie. She seemed to want nothing more from him than a few tumbles in the sheets. That upset him most of all. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and he stumbled across the room and opened the door. "Oh, good, it's you," he said. "Shouldn't you be at work, helping Duncan run the business into the ground?" He couldn't resist the jibe as Gabe shouldered his way into the room. "Drunk," he said as he surveyed the hotel room, and the tone of disgust in his voice said it all.
"Great.
Just perfect." "Not drunk," Steven snapped. "Buzzed. And what do you care? It's not like I'm drunk at the company or at home." "One little setback, and you empty out a bottle. I really expected more from you." Steven snorted. "You're kidding me, right? You asked me to come here and help you, and when I do, you side with Duncan."
"Of course I sided with Duncan," Gabe said as he whirled around with fire in his eyes.
"I've put my life into the company, and I'm not about to get fired."
"So instead, you'd rather see the company burn?"
Steven demanded, his temper flaring.
That makes perfect sense. I knew what Duncan was doing, you idiot. I've been trying to put the brakes on it for over a year, but I haven't gotten anywhere. You've done more in 1 month than I've done in 6 months, and that's why I brought you here. I'm trying to keep things afloat. I needed you to figure out why Duncan was doing it. But at that first spat, you fucking bailed, Gabe yelled. Steven stopped and stared at him. You knew? You knew this whole time what Duncan was doing? Why didn't you tell me? I didn't think you'd care, Gabe said finally. You spent this whole time running from the company. I figured you'd throw a party for yourself if I told you that he was jumping ship. But if you were here, and you saw all the people that would be affected by Duncan's actions, that you'd help. I tried to help, Steven protested. If by helping you mean that you secured one job and successfully got into the pants of the senior VP, then sure. You were loads of help, Gabe said as he rolled his eyes. Easy, Steven snarled. She is not part of this. Oh, but she is, Gabe chuckled. She's very much a part of this. And for all I know, she's helping Duncan. And every time you share your plans as pillow talk, she tells Duncan, and he finds a way to maneuver around us. For God's sake, Steven, open your eyes. How do you think Duncan has known your every move? She wouldn't. That company is as important to her as it is to you. Maybe even more so, Steven snapped. The company or Duncan? Gabe said snidely. Without a second thought, Steven took a swing and clocked Gabe squarely in the jaw. Gabe stumbled and straightened with a smile on his face. Good to know you still care about something, he said as he worked his jaw back and forth. You want to prove me wrong? Stop drinking and get back to work. He pushed past Steven and slammed the door behind him. Son of a bitch, Steven said softly. Trust Gabe to be the one to pull him out of his stupor. Steven knew exactly what he wanted, and he wasn't going to get it at the bottom of a bottle, and he certainly wasn't going to get it without a fight. Glancing at the clock, he ran his hand over his chin. He would need a cup of coffee, a shower, and a shave. Then he had somewhere to be. Angie took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. The housekeeper let her in, and she marched straight to Duncan's office. Steven's words had been ringing in her ears for days now, but she hadn't had the courage to face Duncan. Instead, she'd been trying to figure out what the hell Duncan was doing. She had pored over the paperwork, and then she spoke to Garrett. In the end, she realized that it didn't matter what Duncan was doing or why he was doing it. It only mattered that he stopped. Is this why you made me VP? She asked as she stood in the doorway. So you could blame someone else when you drove your company into the ground? He looked impossibly old and tired behind his desk, and when he raised his eyes to meet hers, he actually looked sad. Been talking to my son, have you? I spoke to Garrett myself, she said coldly. I didn't jump into action the minute he gave the word. You jump on more than words when it comes to him. Angie bristled. How dare you? Duncan immediately put his hands up. I'm sorry. What you do in your own time is your own business. It's not my place to interfere. You invited his kid and ex-wife down for a visit. You think it's your God-given right to interfere, Angie pointed out. She walked across the office, her heels clicking against the wood, and sat down. But that's not why I'm here. Duncan, what are you doing? Doing? He said with raised eyebrows. Answer the question, she snapped. You are deliberately sabotaging your own company. Why? What I do with my own company is none of your business, he said. If you want to quit before things get bad, then by all means, do so. Is this why you picked me over Gabe? You didn't want your son to suffer the direct consequences of your actions? She asked bitterly. I'm such a fool. I thought you believed I was qualified for this position, that I had earned it, but you were protecting Gabe. I promoted you before all this, Duncan said with a wave of his hand. I chose you over Gabe because you were impressive. Gabe is good. He's good because I taught him everything he knows, but you came out of nowhere. You earned your promotion from scraping the dirt off the floor. Angie was dumbfounded. In all the time she had worked for him, Duncan had never given her a compliment. Well, she said as she cleared her throat and tried to focus her thoughts. Thank you. And if I'm that good, then I guess I have to stop you. Duncan, what are you doing?
I'm tired, Angie, Duncan said simply.
When you're tired, you retire. You turn the reins over to someone else. You don't destroy your company.
She shook her head and stared at him.
What else is going on with you?
She heard the front door open and whipped her head around.
Gabe, care to join me and talk some sense into your father?
So he's Gabe now. You certainly are friendly with this family, Duncan grumbled. Angie folded her arms and narrowed her eyes at him.
Careful, Duncan Maxfield. You're pissing me off. Tell me the truth, now.
Duncan chuckled and sat back. Spitfire now, are you? I always knew you had it in you. I don't have to tell you anything, Miss Angelia Lopez. This is my company, and I will run it as I see fit. And if that means that I want to destroy it, then I will. She saw red.
And the lives of thousands of employees that work for you? When you're done, where will they go? How will they support their families? And your son? Gabe? How will he cope knowing that he was at the top of a dying company?
I'm doing this for them, Duncan thundered. This company has ruined my life. Angie moved back and stared at him.
This company is your life.
Yes, he said softly. It was. I've had 3 heart attacks, Angie. 3. The next one will no doubt be my last. And what do I have to show for all those years of devotion? My wife is dead. She died loved but neglected. My 3 sons can't stand the sight of me, and my friends are little more than rodents, hoping that I'll give them a boost in life. The company is all I have left, and it's a reminder of how I led my life, of how I destroyed my life. Her heart pounded wildly. Duncan had never looked so small and so lost. His eyes glazed over as he seemed to fall into his memories.
Duncan,
she said quietly. She was the love of my life, and she would have given her life for me, Duncan said with a smile. And when she gave me 3 sons, I thought my life was complete. But then Duncan Enterprises took over. I didn't want to be loved. I wanted to be admired and feared. I threw everything I had into being that, and somewhere along the way, I lost all that love. My wife died begging my sons not to give up on me. That should have been my clue, but I was so dim. And now here I am.
And your 3 sons are under one roof with a common goal, Duncan. They're trying to stop you. If there was ever a sign to pay attention to, this would be it.
Angie protested as she tried to bring him back to the present.
Your sons don't agree on anything, but they're united on this.
It's too late, he said, shaking his head. But it's nice to see them. It's nice to see them working together.
Your company is part of your family. If you break one, you'll break the other. You will lose everything.
She would lose everything, too.
Look at Steven. He's trying so hard. What will he become if he fails?
If he succeeds, he'll become like me. I already see it in him. His family gets less and less of his time and energy. He puts everything into his company, now he's putting everything into this company. And I don't want to see that happen. I won't watch my eldest become me. I've done a lot of harm to this family. And if it's the last thing I do, I'll make sure that none of them turns into me. He spun around in his chair. Go away, Miss Lopez, and don't be so concerned. If you stay with me, I promise that you'll have whatever job you want when I'm through. Slowly, Angie turned and left the office. When she reached the hall, she saw Steven slipping out the front door.
Great,
she muttered. Tears sprang into her eyes.
That's just great.
Steven had overheard Duncan bribing her to stick with his plan.
Great.
Chapter 18. Steven had heard enough. He knew that every word out of his father's mouth was a lie. And now he knew where Angie stood. She was with Duncan, and that was fine. Steven didn't need her. Whatever he felt for her was long gone. Or rather, it would be long gone, just as long as he won. And he would win. Immediately, he called his manager. Terrence, Steven here. Can you email me all the job proposals you've gotten within the past month? Mr. Maxfield, I've been trying to call you, Terrence said frantically. We've had some situations here that need your attention. Yes, and I'll get to them, Steven said dismissively. The proposals, please, and can you outline your issues in the email as well? Hanging up the phone, he leaned back on his bed and closed his eyes. He needed some sleep. It had been a long few weeks, and now he needed to rest. There was no woman in his bed to distract him. It was only him and his thoughts. If you stay with me, I promise that you'll have whatever job you want when I'm through. And she didn't say no. She didn't tell him to go to hell. She didn't say anything because she had made her choice. That was fine. They'd had their fun, and besides, she was a distraction. He needed to focus. He needed to focus on saving Duncan Enterprises and taking Duncan Maxfield down a few notches at the same time. The next morning, he was feeling energetic and focused. After showering in the large oval tub, he grabbed one of his clean white fluffy towels and started rubbing his hair vigorously. His phone was blowing up, but he waited until after his first coffee to check his messages. One was from Gabe, 3 from Angie, 1 from his manager, and 1 from Garrett. He called Garrett back first. Maxfield, I've got some news for you, but you did not hear this from me, he said. Steven paused. And I'm supposed to trust you? He asked quietly. Look, I get that you're not happy. Business is business, and you should know that better than anyone. But I feel bad, so this is my way of helping you out. But in return, you have to keep this from Duncan. Tell him you got the deal on your own. Deal? Steven straightened and tightened the towel around his waist. Go on. Alliance Incorporated is looking for a builder. They've got some condos they want built on a previously privately owned bay in California. Alliance has put their feelers out for a lot of different companies, and one of them is Duncan Enterprises. Call them before they call Duncan, and you might be able to wedge your way in. And since it's Alliance, Duncan won't be able to turn it down without some nasty repercussions. One of your board members is good friends with the CEO. Damn, Steven whispered. It was like striking gold. Duncan may want the company to go down the toilet, but he wanted it to happen on his terms. He would never let the board take the reins and remove him. Turning down Alliance would give them the power to do that. Garrett, I could kiss you. Yeah, how about you don't do that and we call it square? Do you have a pen and paper? Steven reached down and grabbed the notepad that rested on the nightstand. Jotting down the number, he immediately hung up and called the company. Garrett was right. Not only were they interested, but they wanted to meet today. And they were more than happy to meet with Steven Maxfield, Duncan's representative. Grinning like the devil himself, Steven dropped his towel and grabbed his suit. Maybe things were going to go his way after all. Steven met Jeffrey Allister at the Alliance office in San Diego. The traffic had been a nightmare, but he was in good spirits. This could be a huge break for them. His phone continued to ring. Angie had left 2 voicemails now, but he'd immediately deleted them. He didn't need or want to hear her try to explain herself. Gabe left a voicemail, but it was simple, work-related stuff. Steven had gone through the list that his manager had sent, but there were no jobs being bid at Maxfield Construction that Duncan Enterprises would be able to accept. There was quite a bit riding on this one job. Alliance Incorporated's office was impressive. With nothing but reflective glass siding, every office had a view of the ocean. This wasn't any office block. This was a happening space that announced that Alliance Incorporated had arrived and was ready to spend some money. Allister rose from his desk to greet Steven with an outstretched hand. Steven Maxfield. I've heard some great things about Maxfield Construction, but I had no idea I'd meet you in Duncan Enterprises business. The rumors were circling that you wouldn't touch your father's business with a 50-foot pole. Steven's eyes slid to the other man in the room, and a jolt of recognition passed through him. I'd say don't believe everything you hear, but at one time you would have been right. Still, times change, he said as he shook the man's hand. Steven, this is Mark Fine. I believe he used to work for Duncan Enterprises, Allister said as he sat down. Mark rose from his chair and shook Steven's hand. There was a glitter of malice in his eyes. Good to see you again, Mr. Maxfield, he said in a cold voice. Steven had fired Mark over the comment he'd made about Angie. What the hell was he doing here? You too, Mark, he said evenly.
Fine represents Spencer Builders. You both called me this morning, and I figured I'd meet with you both together to save some time. Fine is aware that I would like Duncan Enterprises on this job, but he's insisted that Spencer Builders is the better choice. I'm aware that Duncan has had some issues lately, so I'd like to hear both sides. Steven took a deep breath to settle his nerves as he sat down. How Mark had gotten another job so quickly was beyond him, but that wasn't his biggest problem. Mark could easily blow this deal for him. Well, Steven reckoned. Maybe not easily. All Steven had to do was keep it cool. Alistair said Alliance wanted Duncan Enterprises. They would have to make sure that the ball remained in his court. What are the rumors saying about Duncan Enterprises? He asked, as he tried to keep his voice light. That he wants to sell, and the only thing holding him back are the board members, Alistair said as he leaned back. That's certainly not a rumor. It's truth, Steven countered easily. And it's one of the reasons that I've gotten involved. The construction arm of Duncan Enterprises is still worth millions of dollars, and in my opinion, it's worth keeping. You may not be aware of this, but we were awarded a job with Snyder Development, and it's easy enough to make the board members reconsider. Actually, when I left, I remember that most of the board members weren't quite convinced, Fine said quickly. There were other issues going on. Ignoring him, Steven only focused on Alistair. And even if Duncan Enterprises did sell, we would not abandon our current projects. Contracts would still be honored, and Duncan Enterprises would oversee all works with the same integrity that we've always had. This is a 5-year project, Alistair pointed out. If Duncan Enterprises sold next month, year, or even as late as 3 years from now, your contracts would suffer. We've worked with companies that changed hands, and the work simply wasn't stellar. Duncan Enterprises will not be like that, Steven insisted. Fine turned his head and smiled. But you don't know that. Neither you or your brothers are slated to take over the company. Duncan Maxfield isn't doing so well, both physically and mentally. What do you mean? Who is slated to take over? Alistair asked quickly. Angelia Lopez, Steven jumped in. And she earned her position. Duncan Enterprises will be in good hands because my father believed that hard work, not simply a last name or accident of birth, was what made you go places. Now Gabe has worked hard, but Ms. Lopez has earned her spot as Senior VP. And you should know, Fine said in a low voice. You are sleeping with her. Didn't I fire you for sexual harassment? Steven snapped. Sure, but that doesn't make what I'm about to say now any less true. Ms. Lopez did get her job before you came back, and the rumors were rampant that she gave Duncan some extra attention to get the Senior VP slot. But even if that weren't true, Duncan has one foot in the grave and the other buried under a pile of pills and instability. He's no longer making decisions for the company. He wants to watch it burn, and I assure you, Mr. Alistair, he'll do it any way he can. That's not true, Steven spat as he straightened. If he can't convince the members to sell, he'll fuck up his contracts and force the members to jump ship. Once they sell, he'll sell, and by that time, he'll sell for pennies, Fine said triumphantly. I'm not going to let that happen, Steven said desperately. Gabe, Nathan, and I are standing united against my father, and we still carry a lot of weight. Gabe is standing united? I heard he'd rather see Angelia Lopez go down with the ship than take over the reins of a successful business. Apparently, if he can't have it, no one can, Fine said with a shrug. Steven, is this true? Alistair demanded. I fired him, Steven said as he stood. You can't possibly believe anything that comes out of his mouth. Then deny it, Fine said as he rose. Except that you can't. Duncan wants to see that company burn, and if Gabe wanted to stop it, he'd be here himself. But he's not. It's only you, Steven Maxfield, and your word is shit these days. Tell me, how is Ms. Lopez in bed? Does she wish you were your father? Is she banging you on the orders of your father to help keep you in line? Steven saw red. Without even thinking, he reared back and punched Fine in the face. You piece of shit! Maxfield, Alistair said as he jumped up. That's enough. You're both done. His words penetrated through Steven's rage, and Steven's shoulders slumped. Fine chuckled softly. He was never in it for the contract. He was only there to make sure that Steven didn't win. And he'd succeeded. Throwing one last look of hatred at Fine, Steven stormed out. He'd lost. And now Duncan Enterprises was going to pay the price. Angie was going out of her mind with worry.
Steven wasn't anywhere to be found. She'd driven to his hotel on her lunch break only to find him gone, and she couldn't focus on anything. Throwing aside her pride, she knocked on Gabe's door. He looked up in surprise and waved her in. Softly closing the door behind them so they wouldn't be disturbed, she took a deep breath.
I'm so sorry to bother you. I'm worried about your brother,
she said in a shaky voice. Gabe put down his pen and leaned back in his chair. Which one? He said with raised eyebrows.
Do you really not know?
She asked in an incredulous voice. No, of course I know. I wanted to hear it from your mouth, he said with a knowing smile. He was going to be a dick about it. She should have known.
Steven, she said. I'm worried about Steven. I can't get a hold of him, and I can't find him.
Did you check his hotel? He asked softly.
Of course I did,
she snapped, and she immediately reddened. She admitted to knowing where Steven was spending his nights. Gabe rose from his chair and walked around the desk to lean casually against it. You surprise me, Ms. Lopez. In all the years that I've known you, you've risen above all the rumors and put your job first. But when Steven comes along, you make the biggest mistake of your career. Why is that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The thing is, Steven isn't like this. I mean, sure, he likes women. He's been single for a while now. And if you knew what he was like before he got married, it would make you cringe. But he's always been about control. In fact, he's more like Duncan than he would like to admit. So for him to be with you, the senior VP of a company he despises, is almost unbelievable.
My personal life is none of your business, she said through clenched teeth. And you have no right to discuss it with me.
Oh, but I do have that right. I have a personal and professional interest in your relationship because you are running my company and you are fucking my brother, Gabe said quietly. So what's in it for you? You've got what you wanted, and Duncan might actually demote you for being involved with Steven. So why are you with him? Gabe asked. His eyes ran over her curiously. There was nothing sexual about it, but it gave her the shivers nonetheless. Before she could answer, his phone rang. Gabe Maxfield, he said as he picked it up. After a few minutes, he was pinching the bridge of his nose. I see. Thank you for letting me know. With a sigh, he hung up the phone and turned to her. Steven tried to broker a deal with Alliance Incorporated on behalf of Duncan Enterprises. It didn't go well, he said evenly. Apparently, he punched someone at the meeting. Angie went cold.
My God, if Alliance goes public with this...
They won't. The CEO is a good friend of someone on our board, and the spokesman has assured us that it won't go public, Gabe said. If you want Steven, he'll no doubt be at a bar. There are several within walking distance of his hotel. I'd start there. Feeling her chest clench with anxiety, she turned. Angie, Gabe said in a low voice. It stopped her cold, and she turned her head to look over her shoulder. When I said that Steven is like Duncan, I wasn't exaggerating. Choose your next move very carefully. I stand with him on trying to save this company, but my family is a goddamn wreck, and I will not be dragged down with it. She'd never seen Gabe like this before. The cold truth was clear as day in his words. She would have to choose between Duncan Enterprises and the Maxfield family. Her career would depend on it. But she wasn't a Maxfield, and because of that, she could see the situation a little more clearly than Gabe could. I won't let anything stand in the way of my career. I've worked too hard for this. It's a choice I made for the betterment of my family, and now that they're fine, it's a choice that I make for myself, she said quietly. But your family is in this mess because you've always picked your careers over your hearts. You can stand there and say that you're nothing like Duncan, but if you choose Duncan Enterprises over your own brother, then I'd say that, like it or not, you're exactly like your father. And how is that any different than what you're doing? Gabe called out. Steven doesn't mean anything to me, she lied. And with that, she spun on her heels and left. She should have gone back to work, but she wasn't going to leave Steven out in the cold. She wasn't going to be like his family. Because when she walked away from him, it would be with a clear conscience. She found him in the third bar that she checked. He was hunched over the sleek black countertop with a glass of ice pressed against his forehead. For a moment, he looked nothing like the Steven Maxfield she'd spent her nights with. He looked like a lost little boy. She straightened her spine. She marched over to him and wrenched the glass out of his hand. What the hell? He said as he bolted upright.
Why didn't you tell me about Alliance?
She hissed as she slammed the glass on the counter.
I could have helped you.
Helped me? He snorted. You're only here to help yourself. You'll stick with Duncan until the bitter end.
You overhear one conversation, and you think you have me all figured out? If you had answered your phone calls, you would have known that I was trying to line up more jobs. I'm trying to save this company.
Sure you are. Wouldn't want to be responsible for the death of Duncan Enterprises, he said as he drummed his fingers on the counter. The bartender set another glass down, and Steven knocked it back.
No, I don't, and I won't apologize for that. You've been gone, Steven. I've put everything into this company, so sue me if I don't want to see it burn.
Turning to the bartender, she waved her hand across her throat to indicate that Steven was cut off. Yes, but I heard what he said last night. If you stick with him, he'll make all of your dreams come true, Steven slurred.
God, you are drunk, she said as her lip curled in disgust. I am not having this conversation here. You cannot keep acting on your own and expecting results. Everyone in the business world knows that you don't run Duncan Enterprises, and they all know that there is no love lost between father and son.
He may carry more weight, but I'm better than him, Steven snarled.
Then prove it, she snapped. Sober the fuck up and help me. Stop letting your emotions get the better of you.
Steven's smile slowly spread across his face. Help you? You're such a hypocrite. Don't think I haven't been paying attention to you. You put this company first every time. Over your family, over yourself. Don't judge me for being the lone wolf, sweetheart. You've been doing it alone for some time now, and it looks like that's not going to change. His words hurt her. She thought about her family, the way her mother begged and pleaded to see her. But it was different for her.
Don't you dare compare us, she whispered. I raised my siblings. They would not be where they are now without me, and there is nothing wrong with wanting something for myself.
Steven slowly stood and moved so that he was only inches from her. And what is it exactly that you want? He said as he ran his fingers under her chin. The company? Me? She jerked her head away.
Can't I want both?
Sure, you can want anything and everything, but you can't keep half-assing it. Prove to me that you're in this, hook, line, and sinker. Prove to me that I mean more to you than Duncan.
What makes you think you do?
She asked softly. You wouldn't be here if I didn't mean something. You'd have left me to drink myself into a stupor.
I'm here because I'm angry with you, she countered.
No, you're not. And all you have to do is admit it. You mean something to me, Angie. And I want to make this work. Let me take you out to dinner. Let me not be afraid you'll freak out every time I touch you at work, he whispered as he placed a hand on the small of her back. For a moment, she closed her eyes. Wouldn't that be nice? She could touch him any time she wanted. She could wear a nice dress and hold his hand over the dinner table. She could go home with him in the afternoon and relax with him on the couch. But she'd risen above the rumors about Duncan because they weren't true. How would she do it with Steven?
I don't do ultimatums, she said coldly.
And if you really cared for me, you wouldn't put me in this position. You'd accept me for who I am. Pushing his hand away, she stepped back.
Goodbye, Steven.
As she walked out of the bar, tears burned her eyes. She'd lied to Gabe, and now she wasn't sure that she was any better than the men of the Maxfield family. Chapter 19. Steven drove out to Half Moon Bay and looked at the house that was nearing completion. After Suzanne had left him, he'd started building it. In his mind, he saw himself setting up the structure for a new life. He'd loved Suzanne, but in the end, he hadn't been able to show her how much she meant to him. After she left, he'd vowed that he wouldn't be that man anymore. But as he stared at the house, he realized that nothing had changed. Maybe that was why he couldn't bring himself to finish it. The light gray siding had already been installed, and the windows gleamed under the sunlight. But the unfinished door still rested against the house, and the bundles of tile and hardwood were still in their boxes. The house could have been, should have been, finished months ago. And now he was exactly where he was when he started the house, Only instead of losing Suzanne and Ben, he'd lost Angie and the Maxfield family. Gabe had counted on him, and he let him down. He'd let everybody down. He'd bought the land on Half Moon Bay because it overlooked the Pacific Ocean. It was hard to get away from the beach in California, but unlike many of the natives, he never grew tired of the ocean. No matter how many times he looked at it, he would always feel so small. And that was good. It was good to be reminded that there was something bigger, older, and far more powerful than he would ever be. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided he might as well work on the house. With a sigh, he set up the workhorses and waded through the pile of materials until he found the stain. Setting the door up, he pulled out a paintbrush and went to work. Slow, even strokes back and forth. As he finished, a car pulled up in the drive. Frowning, he looked up to see Nathan and Ben getting out of the car.
"Hey, Dad,"
Ben called out cheerfully as he waved.
"Ben, what are you doing here?"
he said as his son ran to him. Bending down, he scooped him up into a big bear hug.
"Uncle Nathan picked me up from the bus stop. He said we were all going to hang out this afternoon. I didn't know we'd be working on the house. So cool. I'm going to pick out my room."
The light danced in his eyes as he ran to explore the house. Flabbergasted, Steven turned to Nathan. "How did you know that I was here?"
"One of the guys from Maxfield Construction called and said that they'd finished dropping off the materials that you'd ordered," Nathan said quietly. "I figured you'd be out here working. You've done a lot."
Well, the last time you were out here, I was pouring concrete in the dirt. That was quite a while ago," Steven said with a shrug. "I figured that I don't have anything else going on, so I might as well finish it."
"Neither do I at the moment. How can I help?"
Steven turned to survey the house. There was still a lot to do. Nathan could have helped with the tile in the kitchen or the cabinets in the bathroom. There was still carpeting and painting left to do. But there was something even more important that Steven wanted to get done. "Grab those 2x4s, he said as he pointed to the pile, "and help me carry them around back." Nathan wordlessly helped him gather the wood, then Ben joined them. As Steven divvied up the tools, they started nailing the boards together. After a few minutes, another figure came around the corner. Steven straightened to see Gabe, still in work attire, standing there, surveying them. Then, without a word, he rolled up his sleeves and grabbed a hammer. As Steven helped Ben hold some of the frames and Gabe started pounding away at the nails, Nathan grabbed a pencil and began drawing on the plans. Steven didn't say anything. His brother was the best designer he knew, and if he saw something that needed changing, then Steven wasn't about to argue. The hours passed, and eventually the sun went down. Steven flicked on the project spotlights, and they worked well past dinner time. Finally, the men stood back and surveyed their work. "It looks like the one we grew up with," Gabe said. Steven smiled. The back patio of their house was always Steven's favorite place. That was where their father barbecued, where their mother read to them, and where the boys played ball and wrestled. But when Duncan had enough money, they tore down the patio and completely renovated it. It quickly became an adults-only entertainment area. No kids allowed. He'd always missed that old place. He hadn't even realized when he'd started building the house that he was replicating it. "It should be sturdy enough to add a second level to the bottom," Nathan said with a frown. "And our fire pit was tacked on, but you can do a permanent one now. Plus, this will give us room for the old benches that used to be there."
"This is so cool," Ben breathed. "My friends and I are going to love this."
"Good," Steven said with a smile as he reached out and ruffled his hair. "But you can't play video games out here." Ben shrugged and gave his father a grin.
"That's okay."
Gabe and Nathan joined Ben, and they all stood and stared at Steven. He nodded at them. "I couldn't have done this without you guys. Thanks," he said softly. "Maybe it's time for the Maxfield men to stick together," Gabe said softly. "We're more like him than we let on." "Or than we like to admit," Nathan said bitterly.
"But we don't have to fight it. We can embrace it. Duncan Maxfield could do anything he put his mind to, and so can we."
Steven threw back his head and laughed. "Even if that means changing the mind of one Duncan Maxfield?" "Even that," Gabe said with a smile. They turned and watched the moon's reflection over the water. And just like that, Steven knew what he was going to do. If Duncan was burning down the company for his family, maybe it was time he let Duncan know what his family wanted from him. Angie sat in her car outside Duncan Maxfield's home. He wasn't expecting her, and the house was shrouded in darkness. Gabe's and Nathan's cars were nowhere to be seen. She'd left Steven, left him broken in a rundown bar, and that was enough to leave her shaking. What was she doing with her life? She'd driven here because this was where she came with all her problems. But up to now, all her problems had always been work-related. Duncan couldn't help her with this one. So what was she doing here? Wiping the tears from her cheeks, she called her mother's number.
Angie?
Her mother asked softly as she answered the phone.
Angie, what's wrong?
Exhaling a deep sigh, she couldn't help but chuckle softly.
How did you know something was wrong? My mother always knows. Now tell me. I'm all yours. Everything, she whispered. Everything is wrong. Duncan is sabotaging the company. Gabe thinks I'm just like Duncan, and Steven doesn't trust me because he thinks I'm helping Duncan.
She rested her forehead in her other hand.
How did everything go so wrong? It doesn't matter what they think, Angie. It only matters what you think, her mom said soothingly. I told Gabe that I didn't love Steven, she whispered. So you lied. God, I don't know, Angie cried as she shook her head. None of this was supposed to happen. I was on my way to being CEO of Duncan Enterprises, and now it's all falling apart. None of that has anything to do with whether or not you love Steven. Maybe it's all falling apart because you refuse to be true to your heart. But this is what I've been working for my whole life, Angie said fiercely.
Her mother gasped.
Oh, Angela, that's not true. Before the accident, you were all heart. You were the little girl who was going to conquer the world with love. But then your father died, and I lost the ability to walk. You lost your mother that day, and it took me years to realize it. And in those years, you raised that family better than I ever could. And when I came back to you, it was too late. What are you talking about? Angie said. I helped out, but you've always been there. That's not true, and you know it. I tried to be a good mother now, but you were there when it counted the most. Even now, my children go to you with their problems. Oh, they love me. I know that. But you raised them. And in doing so, you've lost your idea of self. But this is me, Angie protested. This is what I want to do. If it's what you wanted to do, you would not be calling me and crying. My love, you've proven to everyone but yourself what you're capable of. You think you'll be happy at the top, but I'm afraid you'll realize how lonely it is up there, and it will never be enough for you.
Angie thought back over the last few years of her life. Duncan Enterprises and whiskey. That was it. Sure, she showed up to family functions, but if her phone rang, she was gone. If it didn't ring, she felt cheated. She went on dates, but the men rarely darkened her door, and none of them ever made it past the third date. She'd put her whole life on hold for Duncan Enterprises, and soon she'd lose that as well.
What do I do? Believe in yourself, Angie. Be true to your heart and your head.
Slowly, Angie lowered the phone and disconnected the call. Be true to her heart and her head? Clenching her fists and narrowing her eyes, she reached for the door handle and pushed it open. She may not have known what she was doing here at Duncan's house, but she wasn't leaving until she had her say. She slammed the car door. Marching up the front steps, she banged loudly on the front door of the house. Duncan, open up, she shouted. After a moment, the door opened, and he stood there on the other side, staring at her. Now you listen to me, old man. I have given you and your damn company my best years. I was here for you when your sons were not, and I don't give a damn how fucked up your family is. If you think that ruining this company is your only way back to salvation, then you haven't learned a damn thing. Those men are united against you to save Duncan Enterprises, and if you doubt that for a second, then you know nothing about them. This company isn't just you. It's their mother. It's their childhood. For Gabe, it's his whole life since he left college, and for all of them, it's their future. If you take that away from them, you'll really be the monster they think you are. It's lonely at the top, but it's only lonely because you've made it that way. You want to save your family? Let them in. That's all. Admit that you love them, and let them in. Her chest heaved as he continued to stare at her. She had no doubt that she sounded like a mad woman. She probably looked one too, but for once in his life, Duncan Maxfield was speechless. "Good night." She nodded awkwardly as she turned and moved down the steps. She knew that he watched her all the way out to her car, and for the first time in a long time, she didn't care what happened tomorrow. She'd finally done something that made her proud of herself. "Any chance we could revive the Alliance deal?" Nathan queried as he leaned over in the chair. Gabe, rather than hiding behind his desk, perched on it while Steven leaned against the wall and watched his two brothers. They weren't running their own projects anymore. They were working together, and so far, it was failing miserably. But they'd only been at it a few hours. "I doubt it," Steven sighed as he raked his hands through his hair. Even if fine didn't make this company sound completely unbalanced, me punching him probably did the trick. Never could contain that temper. Steven straightened as Duncan slowly hobbled into the office. Nathan stood immediately. Only Gabe stayed where he was as he eyed their father suspiciously. "Nice of you to make an appearance," he said slowly. "It is my company," Duncan said. "Not really," Steven said with a cheeky smile. "Gabe's been doing most of the work. You've mostly been undoing that work." Duncan didn't respond as he sank into the chair behind the desk. "I hate this place," he said sourly. "Your mother always hated it. Now I see why." "Mother hated it because you were always here," Nathan pointed out. "What are you doing here now?" "It's been a while since a woman has yelled at me," Duncan said finally. "I guess I needed it." "A woman yelled at you, and now you're here?" Steven asked, surprised. "Men have done less for fear of a woman," Duncan grunted. "I heard about your stun at Alliance, and I've made sure that Mark Fine no longer has a job with Spencer either. So there's one victory. Now then, I'm not here to chat. We have an appointment to keep in 10 minutes, so straighten your ties, gentlemen. Nathan, for God's sake, do something with that hair of yours. Meet me in the conference room. Do not be late." His cane struck the floor hard as he rose from his chair and left the room. "What the hell's going on?" Gabe asked. "I don't know, but I'm guessing we're going to find out in the conference room," Steven said. 10 minutes later, they walked into the room. The members of the board were seated around the table, and the remaining floor space was filled with people carrying cameras and recording devices and tablets. The press? From the startled looks and the murmuring, it was clear the board didn't know what was happening either. Steven looked across to see Angie staring at him. His heart skipped a beat, but he forced his gaze away. She'd made her choice. "Good, you're finally here," Duncan grumbled from the head of the table. "Let's get this over with." He leaned against his cane as he stood and cleared his throat. "Members of the board and members of the press, welcome. It has come to my attention that I have been neglecting Duncan Enterprises. Several heart attacks have made me rethink my position on this organization and on life in general. So I've decided it's time to make some changes. I've always been rather old-fashioned. Many of you can attest that not much has changed with this company over the years. I realize now that has been a mistake. There have been rumors circulating that I've been trying to sell off certain sections of the business. I can now confirm that Duncan Enterprises will continue at full capacity, and while we will be making some changes, we will not be selling off any departments or sections. First, I'd like to introduce my youngest son, Nathan Maxfield. He is at the top of his field in architecture and design, and I'm happy to announce that he'll be working closely with our design department to create energy-efficient contemporary schemes that are far less wasteful and damaging to the environment." Nathan choked back a strange sound as all eyes turned to him. He nodded stiffly, growing pink in the face, and it was all Steven could do not to laugh. "My oldest son, Steven Maxfield, has his own business to run, but he's been spending quite a bit of time here on site to help out. Thanks to him, we've taken on quite a few new jobs, including a job in Chicago for Snyder. I'm confident that this will open a number of doors, and Steven will be in charge until Duncan Enterprises is back on its feet again." He bowed his head and looked over at Angie. "This is Angelia Lopez. She's been my senior VP for quite some time, and she's earned every second in that seat. I'm pleased to announce that she'll be taking over as CEO of Duncan Enterprises with immediate effect. I have every confidence in her abilities to lead Duncan Enterprises into a successful and profitable future." Angie's mouth dropped open. and it was all Steven could do not to gasp. What the hell? All eyes turned on her, but when he looked at her, she was staring across at him. She looked terrified. There will be no questions at this time. Thank you for your time, Duncan said as he rose and moved out the door. For a moment, no one followed, and then Steven bolted after him, and Nathan, Gabe, and Angie were right behind him. Duncan, Steven thundered. What the hell was that? Everyone in the hallway froze as they stared at him. Duncan slowly turned. As Angie pointed out to me, if everyone is standing on the other side, then maybe I'm the one that's wrong. I thought this company was the reason that I'm the way I am, but it's not. The only person to blame, the only thing to blame, is me. When your mother died, I had no anchor, and we all floated away. But maybe this is how I can make it right. Angie said that? Steven whispered. Shaking his head, he tried to focus on the point. And you're going to walk away? I'm not the one who's going to save this company, Steven. You, Nathan, Gabe, and Angie are. I'm turning over the reins. Nodding his head, he turned and made his way down the hall to the elevator. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then, clearing his throat, Gabe said, We've still got a lot to do. Steven turned and stared at him. Duncan hadn't once mentioned Gabe in his little speech. What could his brother possibly be feeling right now? Angie took a deep breath. Well then, let's get to work, she said. Gentlemen, my office. Now. Chapter 20. The next few weeks were a blur for Angie. Duncan signed everything over to her when she moved into his office. It was everything she'd dreamed of, yet it seemed so empty. It was shadowed by the fact that Duncan Enterprises was still failing, and that Steven never said a word to her outside of their business meetings. It's going to take money to pull us out, Gabe said with a sigh. More money than we have stashed away. Nathan wants to overhaul the entire architecture department, and Steven's got this crazy idea to do a housing development in the middle of Chicago. Crazy, but kind of brilliant, Angie said. It will set a whole new precedent for us. But that takes money, Gabe said with a sigh. Of course, there's always money in real estate. I could sell the holdings that I have on the back burner. We'd still need a loan, but it would help. Angie looked at Gabe sadly. He'd been holding on to that land for his own plans, and she was never quite sure what he had in mind for it. Whatever it was, it must break his heart to give up that dream now. Gabe, she said softly. No, it's fine, he said as he rubbed his eyes. You're CEO now. If you need the money, then you're going to need the land, and it's yours. There was a heavy moment of silence between them. We can leverage the holdings in San Francisco, Angie said briskly. Your father even offered to throw in the mortgage on the house. It lets the board members and the investors see how serious we are about things. If we get the loan, we can pull it off. She leaned back and shook her head. With a sudden smile, she said, Jesus, I think we can pull it off. Not if you miss your meeting, Gabe reminded her as he glanced at the clock. At least the loan amount will be much lower now. Panicked, Angie grabbed her purse and stood. Okay, I'll call you as soon as I'm done. Do you think... Her voice faded off. She'd never given Gabe a direct order before. It seemed almost odd. What do you need, Angie? He said wearily. Do you think you can get Duncan to do another press conference? Having his public support could go a long way in spreading the news and boosting confidence in the business. He nodded his head, and she smiled in relief. Aware of the time, she raced down the hall to her car. Steven was leaning against the door. You're late. She shot an annoyed look at him. And you're going to make me even more late. What do you want? She snapped. He opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. A spark of outrage flew through her, but she didn't have time to argue. Frustrated, she moved around the car and got into the passenger side. What are you doing? Coming with you, he said, holding his hand out for the keys. I thought that was obvious. Nothing about you is obvious, she grumbled as she passed the keys over. I could say the very same about you, Steven remarked easily. They drove in silence, and she flipped through her paperwork to make sure everything was in order. By the time they got to the bank, they were 5 minutes late. Ms. Lopez, Mr. Johnson will see you. the receptionist said with a smile as they walked in.
I'm so sorry I'm late, she said, as she stretched her hand out to the waiting man.
He lounged behind the desk and rose to shake it. That's quite all right. Traffic is always a bitch at this time, Johnson smiled. Well, this is quite an honor. I believe this company gave Duncan Maxfield his first loan.
Yes, and you can see how well he's done. But times change and so must we,
Angie said as she sat down. I saw the press conference. Congratulations on your promotion. He turned his head. Steven Maxfield, correct? Just here for moral support, Steven said, as he flashed a grin. Angie stiffened uncomfortably. Was there something he knew that she didn't? Right. Well, if I may speak man to man, your father is a brave man. Because he put a woman in charge? Or because he's making so many changes to the company? Steven asked evenly. Angie bristled. Johnson obviously doubted her abilities to run the company. Steven wasn't there for moral support. He was there to make sure that Johnson didn't try to walk all over her. Well, she would show him that she didn't need him. She earned this position, but it would seem as though she was never going to be done proving it.
His father is not here right now, so his bravery is inconsequential. Duncan Enterprises is my company, and I'm the only person you need to deal with, she said sharply.
Johnson widened his eyes in surprise as Angie slapped the file down on his desk.
Down to business, then?
She said with a wry smile. 1 hour later, she rose and shook the man's hand. Ms. Lopez, it's been a pleasure meeting with you. We look forward to all the changes Duncan Enterprises is ready to make, and we're more than pleased to be part of it, he said nervously.
Excellent. Please call me if there's anything else I need to do.
Spinning on her heels, she stalked past an amused Steven. Don't start, she warned as soon as she was out of earshot. What? I thought you were great in there, he chuckled.
You had your doubts, though, she said, as she stopped to slap a hand on his chest. You thought I wouldn't be able to handle one chauvinistic bank representative.
I never said that.
Why are you still here?
They stood in the middle of the parking lot, and she squared her shoulders to face him.
You've done what you came to do, Steven. Don't you have a company to run?
Do you want me to go? He asked softly. Did she want him to go? She had no idea what she wanted from him.
I've got too much going on. I don't have time for this,
she said softly, as she pushed past him. That certainly sounds familiar, he grumbled. She froze and looked over her shoulder at him. He was shaking his head sadly. Maybe it is the company. It hardens everyone who touches it.
The things that you said to me,
she said through clenched teeth. But you walked away, he said, and this is me now, walking away. She watched helplessly as he did just that. Leaving her in the parking lot with her keys in hand, he walked across the street with his phone up to his ear. It was lonely at the top. The champagne popped and everyone cheered. Steven stood in the corner of the boardroom as everyone laughed and hugged. They were finally out of the woods. In 1 month, they'd completely changed their image, and they were flooded with work. They had done it. She had done it. No one would dare underestimate Angelia Lopez now. She proved to the world that she was capable of running Duncan Enterprises. She didn't need him anymore. After this afternoon, he would say his goodbyes and head back home. He had his own company to run and a house to finish. She didn't need him. You don't look like you're celebrating, Gabe said as he passed a glass of champagne to him. You did it, Steven. It wasn't me, he said ruefully. It was us. We did this, the Maxfield men and one ruthless woman. Ah, Gabe lowered his arm and stared at him thoughtfully. So that's what this is about. Angie. It's not about Angie, Steven protested. I'll probably go home after this. Kind of bittersweet. Go home? Why? Maxfield Construction, Steven reminded him softly. I have a company to run. Gabe shrugged. We could always buy it from you. You've made a name for yourself in a small period of time. We could buy it, and you could run the Duncan Maxfield construction business together. No, Steven said automatically. I need them to stay separate. I guess I need to make sure I'm known for more than Duncan Enterprises. Suit yourself, Gabe said, as he took a swig of his champagne. Steven noticed Angie was making her way to him. You know, I doubted Angie a lot these past few years. That was my mistake. but there was only one time that she outright lied to me. When was that? Steven asked. When she told me that she didn't love you. Steven whipped his head around, and Gabe gave him a knowing smile. He slipped away as Angie reached him.
Hey, I wanted to have a word with you, she said nervously.
It's okay, Steven said hoarsely. I'm actually leaving right after the meeting, so you don't have to worry about any awkwardness.
Leaving?
She jerked her head up.
I hadn't heard that.
Well, I'd only made that decision now. He took a deep breath that rattled his chest. Had she really told Gabe that she didn't love him? It's not like that should have surprised him, but it still hurt.
Steven, wait, she whispered. I can't. I don't know.
She set down the glass of champagne. She looked up at him and bit her bottom lip. Finally, in a low voice, she said,
Don't go.
I have a whole different company to run, he said gruffly.
That's not what I meant, and you know it. Shit.
She reached out and grabbed his hands.
You were right. I've always put this company first, and now that I have it, it feels amazing. It feels like I've conquered the whole world. But there is still so much missing. I don't want to be like your father. I don't want this to be all there is. When I love something, I need to embrace it. I can't keep running away from it.
Steven's heart hammered in his chest. What are you talking about?
I would understand if you hated me. I really would. I kind of hate myself too. But if you think that, this might work. If there's even the slightest chance that we can make this work, I'm here and willing to try.
He stepped closer to her, and by now everyone had stopped talking. But it didn't matter. In that moment, she was the only one in the room. What are you asking me to do? He said softly.
I'm asking you to love me. The way that I love you, she said shakily.
And with that, she rose up on her tiptoes and pressed her lips to his. No one moved. No one said a word. Steven froze. It didn't even seem possible that after all this time, he'd be able to have it all. But he had watched his father push love away, and he'd done it himself. Steven wouldn't do it anymore. Before she could get away, he wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her up in the air to deepen the kiss. About damn time, Gabe hollered as everyone laughed and cheered. Steven broke apart and stared at her. I think you've finally made our relationship public, he murmured in her ear.
I did, she said wickedly. But this time, it's you who's sleeping with the boss.
He laughed and bent down to capture her lips again. Epilogue. The elevator doors closed, and Steven wrapped his arm around her body and pulled her up against him. She squealed and pushed away.
Mr. Maxfield, she said mockingly, we are in public.
But I'll take any chance that I can get, he said as he pulled her closer. She laughed softly and stroked the fine material of his suit.
I liked you better in tight jeans and a hard hat, she said.
She was already growing wet just thinking about it. I liked you better in a tight, short pencil skirt, he said, as he brushed his lips along the crook of her shoulder. She moaned as he slipped the strap of her long, flowing gown off her shoulder. Reaching for him, she pulled his head towards her, and he rewarded her with a long, deep kiss. The doors opened behind them. For God's sake, can't that wait? Someone called on the other side. The room burst into laughter, and Angie pulled away. She intertwined her fingers around his as they stepped out. Now presenting Mr. Steven Maxfield and Mrs. Angela Maxfield, husband and wife, the announcer said over the public address system. The room erupted with laughter and applause, and Angie laughed with glee. As they moved through the reception to greet everyone, Angie couldn't help but feel a little thrill go through her. When Duncan announced that she was the new CEO of Duncan Enterprises, she'd felt proud. It was something that she'd worked for her entire life, but love was never part of her agenda. Steven had swept her off her feet, and despite all the odds against them, they had made it work. Their life wouldn't be easy. He would still keep his position as a board member at Duncan Enterprises, but his passion would always be with Maxfield Construction. He would spend his time moving back and forth between the two companies. His son was still in San Francisco, and Angie accepted that they would spend quite a bit of time apart. But she also knew that Duncan Enterprises would keep her busy, and there wasn't a single bone in her body that doubted her decision to marry him. He'd made it clear that he was dedicated to their marriage, and she shouldn't imagine her life without him.
Congratulations!
Angie turned to see Suzanne and Ben greeting them with warm smiles. Stephen reached down to pick Ben up and whirl him around while Suzanne hugged her.
He's happier than I've ever seen him,
she whispered in Angie's ear. It warmed her heart that Suzanne said that. As she watched Stephen and Ben interact, she clasped a hand over her chest.
I've never been happier. I have a big family, as you can tell from the wedding, but I didn't even realize there was something missing until Stephen. You two will make it work, I know it.
Susan squeezed her hand before turning towards the buffet. Angie's mother was seated at the bridal table. Angie bent down to give her a kiss on the cheek.
I told you that dress was perfect,
her mother said with a twinkle in her eye.
Oh, Angie, I never thought I'd see a day like today. Your career has always been so important to you, and I'm so sorry that I doubted that you could have it all.
I doubted it too, Angie admitted. She reached over and snagged a shrimp from her mother's plate. Her stomach had growled all through the photo sessions after the ceremony.
But I don't doubt it anymore.
What did we doubt? Stephen asked as he swooped in to give her mother a kiss. Angie stared at him for a moment. Everything was absolutely perfect. Down at the far end of the table, Duncan, Gabe, and Nathan were actually having a civil conversation. Ben was dancing with one of her friend's daughters on the dance floor. Her own family was laughing and dancing. There was so much joy in one room, and she'd never thought it was possible. But they had all come together for her and Stephen. They were all here because they believed in love. Are you okay? He asked in concern as he reached out to play with a tendril of her hair. You're awfully quiet. She reached up and clasped his hand.
I'm kind of amazed at how we got here and all the people that we've brought together.
You were always the right choice, a voice said gruffly. Angie looked up in surprise to see that Duncan was standing near them. He reached out his hand and Stephen clasped it. She's my family now. See that you treat her right. Her husband didn't say anything, but she could see the pride in his face. He and Duncan had buried the hatchet, and although it might be a while before they ever had anything close to a father-son relationship, she knew that they had come a long way. You'll look after him? Duncan asked softly as he released his son's hand and turned to her. Angie knew what he was asking. Everyone thought that Stephen would follow in his father's footsteps, but now Angie had that same power. Duncan Enterprises could consume her like it had consumed Duncan, but she knew if it came down to it, her husband would always be more important than the job. She wouldn't push her family aside for anything.
He's everything to me,
she said simply. Duncan nodded his head, and Stephen pulled her gently from the table. You're everything to me as well. I hope you know that.
I know,
she murmured, as she lifted her chin for a kiss. He leaned down to taste her, and a thrill raced down her spine. She wondered if she would ever get used to the way that he affected her. Are you ready to start your new life, Mrs. Maxfield? He whispered in her ear. Are you? She asked, with a twinkle in her eye. I'm letting go of the past, he promised her, as he pulled her close and started dancing with her.
Not everything from the past was bad, she reminded him. It's the foundation on which we build our life.
I thought I was the construction guy, he said teasingly.
I've picked up a few things.
She nestled her head against his chest and let him lead her across the dance floor. It seemed almost impossible that they had achieved everything they wanted. Success in business and in love. And now they had the rest of their lives to enjoy it. And there was no one else she'd rather spend it with than Stephen Maxfield. The End of the Billionaire's Tenacious Boss, Book 1 of the Maxfield Brothers series. This has been The Billionaire's Tenacious Boss, the Maxfield Brothers series, Book 1. Written by Leslie North. Narrated by Connor Brown.